We're now in the Super 6, where 6 teams will be joined by 6 Counter-Strike legends. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Blast the Draft, of course, presented by Nodvin Gaming. I'm going to be a hosting caster, Necro. John, alongside with me on the panel is going to be my co-caster, of course, Shaishnu. And of course, it's a pleasure to be here. Shaishnu, finally, we're inside of the Super 6. India versus Pakistan is finally happening.
I am super excited to see all of that happen and unfold, and not just for the teams, also because of the fact that there would be 6 legends. Every single team will have one of them play around, and I have been waiting for a lot of those rematches, but it's going to be super exciting to see all of them play together.
Of course, and one thing is for sure, that these players will be getting to learn a lot of the stuff from these 6 legends that will be drawn alongside with them. And once again, soon enough, we'll be having a look at those legends as well. But before we move on forward with the show, we also need to give the audience a little bit of a recap on what exactly was going on inside of the group stage. So let's move on and look at the recap. Some of the teams from the side of Pakistan region were, of course, starting off quite dominant. I'm also speaking about Boyz. They started things off on a great note. Ending was not that solid.
That is true. Boyz had a very solid start, specifically when they were facing off against Mid. They were the only team to beat Mid in a 2-0 fashion. But after that, they had a few hiccups out there left and right, and in quite a lot of those maps, I'll be brutally honest about, on those mirages as well. Yes, they look pretty dominant, but they had a few hiccups.
Of course, hiccups are going to be there, but then if you talk about the Indian side of things, True Rippers, they've been dominating and ripping through the competition from the start itself. True Rippers, they were looking like an unstoppable freak of nature, and they are still looking the same way. They dropped one map against God's Real, which was, of course, a little bit of a stinger, but it's fine. They've still got a decent scoreline maintaining its side of the games as well. And considering we know if you're going to be on the first patch, we'll also be getting a better seeding, for which we'll be looking at the brackets later on. But overall, the theory that these guys also brought inside of the game was quite nice. True Rippers, they've been able to perform well. Godsween, even they're showcasing some signs of greatness. Even that's quite good. But now these changes that will be there in the roster at the last moment, that might affect him, or that might be a good thing as well, considering the legends are joining in.
That is true. We have seen a lot of times whenever there's a small change even in the team composition, yes, there's a humongous change in that synergy, because all of those players were playing together. Now with the addition of the legend, it has its pros as well as its cons. Its pros are going to be, of course, you have literally got a legend in your team. They've got the experience, they've got the calls, they've got everything that you need and you want from a player. But at the same time, you need to have that track, you need to have that synergy going, and you also need to do a few of those set plays, and that requires you to play together. So I really hope they all have had enough time to do that, because we know as individual performers, they are insane. But as a team, that's an entirely different story. So how does this machine function? It's going to be a question.
That's for sure. But focusing on the table toppers a little bit more, from True Rippers, the kills has been one of the most consistent performers. And then if you move on forward to the opposite region, it's just going to be Pakistan. HSB from Mid has been the best performer they have so far. The amount of duels he's won inside of the game, it's been incredible. And of course, to take him down in a 1v1, it's been really tough. But let's move on and look at the participating teams and find out which are going to be those 6 teams drawn alongside by the 6 legends. Of course, from the Indian region, you've got True Rippers, Marcos Gaming, and Godsreen. From the Pakistan region, you've got Wawa, Mid, and Boyz.
Most of those teams look absolutely phenomenal. We're going to have a look at the lineups as well for all the teams, and we'll know which legend joined which team.
Exactly. Inside of True Rippers, you're going to have Kenny S, and then in Marcos Gaming, Shocks, Guardian joining with Godsreen, and then you speak about the Pakistan region, you've got Olaf Meister joining Wawa, Mid being joined by Get Right, and then Freiburg will be moving on with Boyz. It's going to be an interesting affair, considering It's been a while since we've seen these legends perform on such a big stage. It's going to be a pleasure to sit down here and cast these guys. So let's move on forward and look at the double elimination bracket that we've got lined up. As I mentioned, if you're going to finish on the first spot in the group stage itself, you will be having a better seeding, and you can see Mid and True Rippers, they've already skipped a step. They're now one step advanced of all the other teams. So that means we're going to kick things off with Godsreen and Wawa.
It's going to be super fun to watch, because again, if it's going to be Wawa winning, I'm just making a speculation out there, we might potentially see you know, those amazing matchups out there in the open, specifically talking about the teams. Wawa, they only were beaten by Commit. But on the other side, God's Reign, again, the only team which won one map against True Rippers. It's going to be super interesting.
Things will be cleared out a little bit more inside of the day one schedule. As I mentioned, we're going to kick things off with God's Reign versus Wawa. The second matchup is going to be between Pack Boys and Marcos Gaming. And the third one will be between True Rippers and whoever wins the first game, be it God's Reign or Wawa. So it's going to be an interesting affair. 3 BO3s a day. I am just going to love to cast all these games, especially I want to see how the legends are going to be adjusting as well. There's always going to be that language barrier, and I want to see how these players and the legends themselves, they adapt and adjust on it.
I personally feel that yes, there would be some issues, but it's not going to be that much because they would be able to communicate in English. And again, I might be assuming out there, but it is highly possible. But at the other end of the spectrum, you also have the scenario where all of these teams are playing those 2 maps only. Now it's going to be a best of 3. They get to choose one of their picks, and performing on their map pick is going to be important. Plus, again, it will always go down to that third map if you're able to drop, if you somehow drop one. But again, most of these teams would be looking to end things at a 2-0 fashion, though I think that might not actually be the case. We might potentially see all 3 maps.
I'm expecting some close calls over here, considering we're starting things off with God's Reign and Wawa. We know both these teams, they like to take their time before moving on towards the site, or be it on the CT side, these guys are not going to give you those easy peaks. So once again, executes, I want to see a proper execute as well, but speaking about some of the tactical teams, we need to look at the first matchup, and let's move on and look at the God's Reign lineup to figure out which players are going to be playing inside and who is replacing that legend. So let's move on forward. Guardian is going to be there with the side of Cloud as the entry, and then Finn as the support, and then Crazy Gamer as the IGL, and Fired Up as the Opper. Now the question remains, is it going to be Guardian or Fired Up Oppen? I think so. It's probably going to be Guardian, right?
True, I want to see Guardian on that AWP. Again, there were only 2 of those legends that we always see on top whenever we talk about Counter-Strike, and it's every single time Guardian and Kenny S. So again, I love to see the rematch that might potentially come in for both of these teams, because again, God's Reign, if in case they're able to win it, they will be up against True Rippers in the third best of 3. But looking at the plays that they were able to make previously as well, we have already seen these players perform to the fullest of their potential. So I'll be looking forward to how they are going to be matched up against Wawa.
Exactly, and you talk about being matched up against Wawa. Olaf will be joining the lineup of Wawa, and of course with the classic players Executor, then you've also got Smoochie, OK, and Bullet being the Opper. Now once again, Olaf Meister, he's one of those players that is also the flex, but at the same time, I've seen him a lot of the times on the AR itself, which is, of course, the AK, the M1, or the M4. So I want to see what the adjustments in general are going to look like. Once again, as I mentioned, it's all going to come down to the adaptation. There's always going to be that one single barrier, and that will be the language barrier. And if the players do manage to cross that and have some fluid communication between them, then yeah, things should be good.
It should potentially be good, because again, we have seen so many times Wawa, literally the only team who were beaten by Commit. Apart from that, they have won all of their maps in a 2-0 fashion. So yes, a very dominant force indeed, and their map pool also looks pretty vast. We've seen them play on Ancient, we've seen them on Mirage, as well as Nuke. Yes, it's a pretty solid map pool. There have been a couple of maps that they did not play on, but at the end of the day, it's totally fine. You always need to have an ace up your sleeve.
Exactly, and speak of that ace up your sleeve, I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lot of the unpredictable factor, especially when these legends have joined in. You never know what the game style is going to look like. You never know what sort of changes we're going to see inside of the gameplay. So far in the South Asian region, we've seen players go really aggressive off the bat, but just because of these additions, we might see some slow and tactical gameplay. And as I mentioned at the start of the show as well, our players, they're definitely going to have a lot to learn from these legends.
That is indeed true. The experience counts. It speaks for itself. And yes, all of these players being on that major stages as well as master stages, they've got a lot to show to all the players out there. And we've got a lot to learn. Not just the players, even for us as well as for the audience, because we'll be seeing all of that happen. But at the end of the day, Necro, you know what time it is.
It's time to move on the stage and look at these players walk out towards their own booths. So once again, let's move on and have a look at legends and the players themselves. Of course, there's going to be a bit of those nervousness on their faces maybe, but we've got God's Reign walking out towards the stage. I mean, just one single man walking out there. Maybe his teammates will be drawn alongside soon enough. And yeah, there we go. Slowly and steadily, the players are drawn alongside. one thing is for sure, they're having some smiles on their faces, and that's what we like to see. Start the day off on a good note. It's early morning, so it's understandable. You gotta have a smile on your face. If you're not really smiling, then it's a bit of a sign of concern. And of course, Guardian too, just having a smile on his face. I'm pretty sure he's gonna enjoy his time.
Oh my god, it's gonna be super amazing to watch all these players back in action. Yes, that is true. Having the smiles on the faces is the most important part of starting the day. But again, we've got their opponents now, and that's going to be none other than Wawa. All the legends, they're also walking out right now.
Exactly. I mean, the players of Wawa walking out, and then of course, Olaf Meister himself. Even he's quite pumped up. Well, Guardian, Olaf, I'm pretty sure these guys are gonna have the time of their life. But once again, as I mentioned, there's going to be a bit of that language barrier, so I want to see how the communication is going to look like. Fluidity might not be there, but once again, these guys have played for a long time. I'm pretty sure they know how to adjust accordingly. These guys have been in multiple different teams as well, so they know how to adapt and adjust accordingly. And once again, handshakes all across the board, firm handshakes, and the game will be beginning soon. One thing we need to figure out what the map leader is going to look like as well. There will be a lot of question marks onto that.
Yes, I mean, friends are becoming 4 right now for this series, but it's going to be super interesting. Yes, and even I am very excited to see the Beto, because both these teams, and not just both of them, all of them would have had enough time to prepare what their opponent's strong points are, and of course, which are their weak points that we can utilize in our advantage. So it's going to be fun to watch out, but I also want to see some new maps. Come on, we've seen Ancients, we've seen Mirage for a long duration. I want to see something different. I want to see some changes in those map pools. Maybe bring me some nukes, bring me those new T strategies that we have seen all the Pakistani teams being very solid at. I mean, one thing that I wanted to point out was the fact that CTs in the Pakistani side, yes, they tend to get a few rounds, but whenever they're on that attack side, they are so very solid. They get so many rounds there, and one of the reasons for that is because of those IGL calls.
Exactly. Calls are going to be important, but then, as you mentioned, you want to see some variety. At the end of group stage, we saw that variety as well. We saw Anubis being pulled out quite a lot. We saw Ancient being pulled out quite a lot. Some of the regular maps are also being banned. But you know what? It's time to end all the guessing. It's time to end all the speculations and move on forward towards the map feeder and find out how it's going to look like. Because once again, as you mentioned, you want to see a little bit of a mix off the new and the old. And off the bat, we're going to see Nuke being banned out by God's Reign. So at least I would say that's good news for me, considering it's Nuke as well. It's one of the OG maps. It's one of the classic maps. That being out of the way, Overpass as well will be banned out. And we're going to kick things off on Anubis. Interesting. God's Reign going for that Anubis pick off the bat. Wawa going for the classic pick once again towards Mirage. Oh, it's going to be a hell of an affair.
Definitely going to be, but Vertigo being banned out, I mean, I feel that I've got that black sheep tongue today. I've got that jinxing tongue, so I might not as well speak. I mentioned about Nuke, and that's the first one that we see as the ban, but Ancient being left as the decider. All right, so I'll be brutally honest, according to these maps, I think so God's Reign might have a slight edge.
I mean, God's Reign, as I mentioned, we've seen them play on the map of Anubis in the past. They were performing quite nicely, and in my opinion, I'm a happy man. I'm seeing Anubis on the board, and I believe it's one of my favorite maps as well. I like Anubis. I like the design as well, and I just love the fact that you've got so many places where you can hide on and play that cheeky angle like a cheeky man. But in general, once again, as I mentioned this before the tournament or before the Super 6 even started as well, one thing is for sure, we will see a lot of those funny moments inside of the game. Of course, it will be a serious affair. It's India versus Pakistan, but at the same time, these players will also be enjoying their time inside of the game in the first place. So I just want to see the game being kicked off. I just want to see Anubis being kicked off soon enough. It will be there on our screens, but what are your predictions going to be, my friend?
My prediction is going to be, I hope we don't have any tech difficulties out there. But yes, if we're just talking about the predictions, I was pretty surprised that God's Reign were banning Nuke, because I thought that would be a map they would really want to pull off on. But just the ones that we got in front of us, I think so Wawa should get one. The matchup should be close, but I think it's going to be God's Reign 2-1. And that is on Mirage and Ancient.
I would say interesting. Why did you go with God's Reign? What makes you think that Wawa won't be able to win this series?
Just because of the fact how come mid were able to dominate the side of Wawa. That's the only reason why I feel that might be the situation. And again, God's Reign, the only other team to pull a map off from True Rippers. Now, it's all speculation based on the results that they have shown, but that's what I feel the stats could potentially tell us.
I mean, hey, we've also got some audience just sitting down over there, and I'm pretty sure even they will be enjoying their time. Yeah, I hope they're enjoying our cast as well, you know, while we're talking to each other. But once again, as you made your speculations, as you made your prediction as well, you said that God's Dream, they will probably be able to dominate the players of Wawa, but you said all 3 maps will be played from the series, which I completely agree on. Makes a lot of sense, too, considering God's Dream, they've got that upper momentum for now. They've got the momentum in general when they've faced off in the last match. And as you mentioned, they've also taken 1 map away from the best team in the region itself. So even that speaks volumes. That was a stark statement being made by God's Dream when they entered inside of the Super 6. So it makes a lot of sense. But then you speak about come mid, that will, of course, be there in the future. Even that team, that name is a name to be feared. We've seen CM play so many times inside of the group stage. Yeah, the first matchup when they played against Pack Boys, it was lost out 2-0. I'm not exactly sure what went wrong there. But then after that, it's been a complete steamroll.
Maybe just a small hiccup that you always have, and it's absolutely fine to kind of let go of 1 match or a couple of maps out there, specifically in the group stages, because it tells you the mistakes that you need to work on. It also tells you the weak points, because when you are in those playoffs, that's the time when you want your performance to be peak at the very best. So that's one of the reasons why I feel that there was that small hiccup which they were able to fix, but now the adaptations need to be done. Now the team who is able to adjust very quickly will be the one to prevail, because you develop those strats and you develop the counter to your opponent's strats on the go. You've got no other time to prepare. Yes, just a few timeouts maybe. That's about it.
I'm expecting a lot of jitters from these players. Not from the Legends, but definitely from these players from India and Pakistan region, because it will be the first matchup kicking off, and these guys haven't really played a lot of the lands. Yeah, especially at this such a high level. Agreed. It will definitely be a phase where these guys will face the jitters, at least in the first match, or at least in the first half. It will be there, but then once they start getting used to the aura, once they start getting used to these Legends and know exactly how the communication is going to look like, after the first map, it should be all smooth sailing, but you never know how it's going to look like. Maybe Anubis, they've got something prepared up. There's a reason why God's Dream picked that map against Wawa in the first place.
You don't usually see a lot of Anubis as compared to, of course, the Ancients and the Mirage. As compared to Nuke, maybe, yeah, just a bit, but not that much. So, of course, the teams might not have the idea about the major strategies of their opponents. Anubis being a map wherein I still feel you can show quite a decent amount of mid presence, but the area towards the A side, the water, boat, towards headshot, that's the part that you really want to keep your eye on, specifically if you're on the T side. So it threatens a very solid push towards the A, and also again, if you're moving towards the B, you need to have the control of Ruins, and I mean top mid also is some place that if you're a CT, you would want to kind of use up a few lineups to try and stop any kind of aggressive push down towards the mid from the T side. Now all of these things, they need to be carefully looked onto, and not just by the teams, of course, by the Legends. They've got their own strategies. They'll be able to pull off all of those amazing lineups that we normally see in those majors. But at the end of the day, how well would the team be able to capitalize on the back of it is going to be a mystery.
There's a lot of mysteries, and I'm pretty sure those mysteries will be answered once we jump inside of the game. And it does feel like the game's already booted up as well. We do see the players in the warm-up phase. And once again, you might as well get your warm-up done right now, because as I mentioned, the jitters will be there, and you do not really want to see some of those iffy sprays and some of those little bit of, you know, jitters and whiffs all across the board. We've seen them enough in the group stages. I would not like to see them over here in the land inside the Super 6. And it's been an absolute great affair in the group stages, but I'm pretty sure inside of the Super 6, it's going to be even better. Now, you brought up about Anubis. You had a full-blown talk about that. Once again, we cannot forget God's Dream's opponent, though. Wawa, they have been dominating the Pakistan region since the start. Yeah, later on, the momentum sort of lost away, but you can never forget the domination they showcased at the start of the group stage.
That is true, because the momentum was only lost to other team. That is basically the Pakistani table topper. That's come mid. That was the only team which went 2-0 against the side of Wawa. Apart from that, they have been just finishing against every team in such a stylish fashion that is sometimes doubt. I mean, if there is even a competition or not. But again, that's Wawa just being Wawa. The experience that this team has One of the reasons why they were invited to the group stages in the first place is because of the fact that they have been super solid on those maps. But it's not just about these teams, right? It's also about the other two teams that we will be witnessing, Marcos Gaming as well as Boyz. They've also shown a few jitters out there, but that matchup is going to be super intense as well.
Once again, every single region, it has that one single team who likes to rely on complete tactics and patience. And I feel like in the Pakistan region, it's Wawa, and in the Indian region, it's God's Reen. You speak about the pure mechanics-relying teams, then you've got Kammir, of course, from the side of Pakistan, and then you've also got Boyz, but then from the Indian side, you've got True Rippers without a doubt. They have been dominating teams left, right, and center with just off of basic mechanics from the game, and then you also move on forward with other team, which is going to be Marcos Gaming. I still remember when Elvis was not present inside of the game, it was a 4v5, and Marcos Gaming were still somehow coming out on top.
That's just Marcos Gaming being Marcos Gaming. Yes, we've seen, again, just as you mentioned, a few jitters left and right, but at the end of the day, it's all about how well you perform on that main stage. What do you do when you are out in the open in front of that audience? Because, again, for a few of these players, this might as well be a very new experience entirely, and whenever you're a LAN, we always talk about the LAN buff or the LAN nerf. I want to see how it's going to affect all of these players, because just as you previously mentioned as well, the Legends, it's like home to them. They've played on so many LANs. I was actually checking a few of those stats as well. And the amount of LANs that they have played, it's more than the games of a lot of people that they play in CS.
Of course, man. I mean, these Legends, they've been across even all the way from the old times, from CS 1.6 times.
True.
So they have been over here inside of the scene for a long time. You might as well call them ancient. That's how long it's been for them since they have been playing this game, and in general, the entire Counter-Strike franchise. That's why I said Counter-Strike Legends. They are the legends of the entire game, Counter-Strike itself. They've been here for the long time. They've seen a lot of ups and downs in their entire career. They know how to deal with every single circumstance, and that's why I mentioned this as well. When the day's going to start off, we might see the jitters being faced by the players, but not by the legends. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The first map of the series kicks off as we move on forward towards Anubis, and we've got Wawa starting things off on CT, and God's Reen kicking things off on T. And off the bat, we're going to see a quick push towards the site. Once again, Crazy Gamer all the way in the back lines, being the ideal. He's going to be the one to sort of smoke a couple of things out. But then Olaf Meister towards mid, even he's getting gushed quite a bit, needs to fall back. The bridge control is going to be taken away, but a full stop towards that as well by the CTs. Wow. What a beautiful way to shut down that push. And just like that, the entire push comes crashing down. And now towards the site, even OK will get the final collection.
That's the strength of this team. Again, I was mentioning how important it is to establish that mid control, and that is exactly what we've seen early on in the round. A quick push down mid, which was stopped by the CTs perfectly. A brilliant maneuver indeed. Now I want to see a few lineups being put down specifically towards the double doors, or maybe directly towards the bridge entirely, so that you push this very solid push from CTs, because they're able to push down that mid area very quickly. So maybe a couple of mollies might do the trick next time.
A little bit of a slow approach from the T's this time, because they have learned their lesson towards bridge. Things being smoked off as well. We're finally seeing some slow-paced gameplay. Off the bat, I thought the players inside of the pistol round, they were going towards the site, but then we saw that full stop from Wawa. It was a great stop from them. A man all the way back towards Arches. It's quite an awkward fight, because no one's able to find that connection. Just jiggling around the corner, going for some blind shots, and finally he gets found. So that's going to be the first man down from the side of Blues. Once again, considering it's an anti-eco for the opposition, they're probably going to prevail.
Just a few pistols out in the hands, and that's about it. Lost as well into the mix. Definitely helped them out, but again, everyone just seems to be falling. There's absolutely no control of the map whatsoever. Look towards the damn mid in the lockdown. That's a cracking shot.
Guardian, of course, starting things off, but not for long. He will be cooled down immediately. And as I mentioned, it was supposed to be an anti-eco. So, of course, they came out on top. So, Wawa, in general, a great way to kick things off. But now, we're going to have the equal buy on both the sides. Weaponry will be back in the hands of God's Reen. And for the side of WW, they're pretty much going to be playing on that bonus. So let's see how this one's going to be panning out. Now Godsreen, they will have the advantage stacked up with them. And for the players of Vava, things will be needed taken a little bit more slow and cautious.
Slow and cautious, definitely going to be their approach. But at the end of the day, just look at the amount of map space that Vava is taking. They've got the full B under lockdown, 3 people being listed there, and then they've shown early and aggressive presence towards the mid in the past couple of rounds. Now, they only need to invest just one, and where the pressure is coming in, a good molly by Ismuji, stopping the push of Finn for a few seconds while the rotation was being called.
Towards water, the player's quite chipped up. So I'm not exactly sure how that one's going to pan out.
Not well, at least.
Insmuji still passing now towards the water side. Gets caught. Beautiful shot by Fired Up. Great way to kick things off. Once again, it was an equal trade. Even Clouda was lost out from Godspeed. Beautiful split transfer from Executor. Shuffles on towards the Eagle and shuts another man down. And just like that, on the side, it's going to be mowed down with the MP9. And okay to collect those kills.
That was the bonus round of Vava, by the way. So they're going to have a solid economy in this one. But at the end of the day, it just seems that Godstrain were kind of confused out in the open. They had no solid clue as to where they wanted to go in for that execute. And that is one of the reasons that they're trying to work around the map for picks. But I think so if you really want to go for that playstyle, maybe put a AWP in the hands of Guardian and he would be able to find you few openings. And then on the back of it, in those slow rounds, you would be able to realize where the stack is and go to the other side. Again, that tactical approach needs to be there, but another pick, and Fred is the one who falls.
Ooh, but Guardian, he's fired up. He's able to find the first headshot. And now it's Mucci as well. He can clear the floodgates towards the site, but it's going to be a mowed down with the AK-47 in the hands of Executor. 2 kills back-to-back found. Still needs to worry about the main. There's a man present there. Crazy Gamer just sneaks it from the back, but it's completely fine. The trades are going to be there quite quick on the board. And once again, Wawa with 4 rounds back-to-back on the board. Now maybe the panic might just start to settle in the players of Godsreen.
It would potentially be, but Executor is just feeling it. The man is going 10-1. He's just out of his mind, blowing up like anything. So taking down Executor should be the name of the game for Godsreen. They need to take that space yet again. Just as I was mentioning, you need to use up those lineups. If not now, then I don't know when. Because look at how much mid control again and again Baba are taking without any difficulties. A good flash coming in. Now they're trying to pressure mid, but the Molotov to stop any kind of push, any potential push as well. And even those control has been maintained. So Wawa not losing a lot of real estate. It's just Godsreen now trying to work their way towards the A, which was being left open for a while now. So I like this move.
One thing I've noticed, and that is Godsreen, they're trying to showcase that presence towards Bridge a lot of the times. Good shot from Guardian. Already kick-starting things off in the favor of Godsreen once again. But the conversion needs to be there. A 4v5 on the board, Vava. Them losing out on the man numbers definitely going to be affecting them quite a lot. And Executor now slowly and steadily moving up. Even he gets caught. Executor is not going to be able to get a lot done. It's a 3v4 on the board. Olaf was able to catch one player from the side of Godsreen. But okay, a beautiful snap towards the player. Shuts down another man.
Oh,
3v3. Fired up. He's found a beautiful angle on these players. And just like that, the B site folds in the hands of Godsreen.
I was expecting them to potentially rotate towards the field as they left one player. That should be a good mow down. Crazy Gamer as well with that final finish. Yeah, I hope that after getting the pick on towards the B, I was hoping them to move towards the A because they already had one player anchored towards there and there was no rotation up out front in A-Long. So I thought that maybe after that noise they're going to end up, but again, my presumption was pretty wrong. There were a few more exchanges out in the mid where Executor getting a little too heated up, but it eventually went down to that 1v1, which he was not able to win. And at the end of the day, Godsreen getting their first one after dropping 4 should be good for their momentum boost. And the AWP again in the hands of Guardian.
Finally, the first round on the board for Godsreen. Should be a big side relief. It's Muche trying to be a little bit proactive towards the B main side. Cat control is going to be essential for the teams if they do want to go for B. once again, main being smoked out. It's blocking off a lot of that information, that valuable intel that he can't gain. But this one single M1 towards the site, it's stopping the entire entry gates for A. 2 players taken down instantly. Finn and Clouda out of the game. Not a good news at all. Once again, Guardian and Fired Up, they will need to take matters in their own hands. That op needs to be the win condition. It needs to find a lot of strikes. A 3v3 where Crazy Gamer's quite chipped up. It's not a good news for Godsreen at all. And they still need to find a breach towards the site.
Indeed. Now, previously, Godsreen were able to quickly utilize the opening that they found towards the corner as well as in the B long. They went in from B long towards the gate and then rotated just towards the back of the site. And that area seems to be open even now, or at least the player anchoring the site is potentially open. Fired Up. Slowly moves to get the attention that the B long players will be able to move in. And a quick plant might come in the way as Guardian gets a pick. And it's invincibly down to just a 1v3.
From the waters, the last man smoothing up with a lot of hopes. Ooh. He gets the first. Another man's close up, but he finds him as well. Beautiful stuff from Bullet. You've already found a 2K. He can feel himself, but the op's going to catch him. Guardian to find the closure, and just like that, Godsreen once again starting to make that slow and steady comeback on the scoreboard.
Guardian's feeling it. A 3K with the op. That's all you need from this man. But again, it should not have gotten this close either way. It's just 39 HP on Bullet. Yet he was able to get 2. That is worrying for Godsreen because Bava, just as you mentioned, they're feeling it right now. Now their economy has gone broke. All of them just down to the pistols. So even the slightest bit of damage that they do to Godsreen economy is going to be brutal for them.
Still just trying to settle down. You see the similar stuff being repeated, a same pattern being repeated by the players of Godsreen, where you find one man trying to push up close and personal from the water lines. Oof. And this time Finn's able to find the reward. And maybe considering they've also found the opening towards B, they will probably try and press upon that, and that's what they're doing. Fired Up gets one instantly. And considering it's an eco round for the players of Baba, it should be an easy mode down for Godsreen, without a doubt.
I love how they're playing kind of slow and not just pushing all in. And this is the reason why I was about to say that. But again, look at Clouda finally going in for that wrap-up. Losing still a couple of rifles. It's not the best potential way to win the round. I think so Wawa were able to get as much as they potentially could in this one. But again, just as you mentioned, we are again and again seeing the approach towards the B. But one thing that I really love is that how that approach is changing. Because this time around, they knew that there would be one player at least playing in towards that connector. So they just smoked off the stairs in that connector. And then they realized one must be up out front. And they were going in for that spray down. But yes, there were quite a lot of utilities being invested. A couple of mollies, smoke, flashes, frags.
Yeah. Time being quite quick. And while it's going to be a roll down on the site, it's a meat grinder. You try to step in the site, you will be grinded apart. And now it's all down to Guardian. Guardian's like, oh no, well the round has started, I'm already all by myself. With the AWP in the hands, yeah, just trying to look out if anyone's going to be all the way in the back lines, looking forward to wrap around. He will need to try and save this op. I mean, he's got a decent amount of economy in his hands too. Even if he does get taken down, he will be able to get the guns up in the hand in the upcoming round. But still, you might as well try to go for a save and maybe a clutch if possible, considering he's still got 1 minute and 5 seconds on the clock. That's a lot of time.
Oh, the jump has made the noise, and he realizes the player there. A pixel apart, that's all he needs. Now it's just making a run for it. And look at the pressure. No one from Wawa want to go in for any kind of chase now. There still is one player towards the CT. I believe it's Bullet. Oh, he should be able to hear all the commotion. He's in the back of his head. Yep, should be able to take him down. That's another big win. Guardian being taken out as well. No AWP being carried forward. Should be able to buy, just as you said. Got a decent economy. But Wawa, on the meantime, 5 and 3. The fast approach has been shut down every single time.
Yeah, we've seen that mode down happen. So once again, maybe it's a sign for the players of God's Ring to take things a little bit more slow and cautious. And Guardian, once again, pulling out that op. Interesting, when his teammates are pro, he decides to pull out that op. And off the bat, I mean, Crazy Gamer loses out on his lifeline. That's not a good news at all. Wow, they're starting to gain that confidence in the map. And it's starting to be a real problem for the players of God's Ring. And as long as the team's gaining the confidence, there's a chance that we'll also be going through those individual peaks. And if they're in these individual fights, it's a big issue. And they're actually able to win those fights as well. And once again, even the last man gets taken down just like that. Yeah, now it's starting to be a real problem. They're just maintaining that constant lead. And that's why God's Ring, for them to catch up, it's not going to be that easy.
It's going to be difficult, yes. And again, Olaf just being the support that a team needs. Executor is the one who's popping off. And G, Bullet, having those 8 kills in their arsenal. They're all just having as much fun as they potentially could. So God's Ring would really need to play this one round smart. Otherwise, it could potentially be an 8-4, and that's the first pick already. Guardian not being able to hit one. Okay. Puts him back.
Bullet. Back towards the site. Meister as well. Just looking forward towards mid. They've given up the bridge control completely. They're okay with the T's having the bridge control, but giving up the mid control would be too much. And that's why you see the CTs just falling back a little bit towards mid. And now slow and steady approach towards the B side, going forward with that cat control. Interesting. Bullet still on that same angle. Just waiting for someone to peek out in his crosshairs. And finally, the first engagement happens. Towards Ninja is Executor, but he will be flushed out because of that Molotov.
No.
The smoke will save his life for now. But once again, the constant pepper off the bullets is really able to find these picks. And even towards A, Bullet's going to find the full stop. And just like that, God's Ring, they just come crumbling down.
I'm still pretty surprised as to, I wanted them to go towards the A because they've only invested one defender, Wawa. They're not investing a lot of people towards the A. And God's Ring, again and again, going towards the B is where they've been taken down time and time again. But 1-on-1 peaks, these are not exactly the way to try and go for the Executor. Specifically, the first player was not even watching that angle. The one who entered was watching towards the left. That was either heaven or maybe towards the plateau. No one was watching towards the front. It's the best way to the rounds, but again, those spray downs.
Oh. Well, this round's down the drain. The amount of utility we've seen being thrown out towards that side, yeah, it's next to impossible to find a breaching point from there, considering you will be funneling in one after one, and that's where the players of Wow will be getting the advantage.
This is the map pick of God's Ring. And that's Wawa performing onto that one. And that's something, I predicted that maybe Wawa would be able to win the first one. But not in this fashion. 8-3. What a crazy domination. Really shows the amount of experience this team has. And they're not scared to give up the water control at all. They're giving the water control. They're just keeping the connector theirs. And every single time they've been having a very humongous success out there. But those haven't smoked. Gates is where we see a few people of God's Ring. Smoked off, no information whatsoever. Again, the little exchange in connector. Just some presence being shown. That's it.
Didn't you go with God's Ring, saying that God's Ring won't be able to win the matchup?
2-1, but I mentioned that maybe not the first map.
Okay, buddy. Anyways, fired up now this time. We're seeing that change in the opper. True. Fired up is the man with the op, and now Guardian, he's switched on over towards the AK. Executor once again, just looking forward towards the water lines. Finn caught in a really bad spot, even from the arches. There's going to be a push, and Finn is still just trapped in the corner. He gets caught finally. Now it's all down to Guardian once again. And what can he do? A 1v3 upcoming maybe, but it might just be too much to ask for considering the amount of map knowledge and the amount of intel the players of Wawa had. It's quite a lot. And even Olaf Meister's still alive, so yeah, to pull off this 1v3 is going to be a little bit more difficult. He's got that experience. He can tell the players how to play in these type of scenarios, to hold on to a crossfire, play for the intel, and already Guardian's positions compromised towards the arches. They know he's there, and just one single shot will seal the deal.
9 and 3 is where we end at the CT side. Yes, I would still say it is a CT-centric map, so but you always need at least 4 rounds whenever you're on the T side. And we already know how solid Wawa has been on their T, so I'm not quite sure how well Gosden would be able to pull this one off. But one thing is for sure, this pistol is detrimental for their comeback. If they're not able to do it, then it potentially would be an 11-3. And bringing a comeback from that point seems next to impossible.
Second half begins. Sides being switched up. Now this time Wawa on the T side. And we're seeing quite a scattered approach from Wawa inside of this pistol round. Interesting. While if you compare this to what Godspeed did, all the players, they try to funnel in through the bridge area. They got caught off guard. Yeah, that's a whole nother story, but this scattered approach, it's interesting. They're able to find the gush onto Fired Up, which can be huge. And once again, with these Glocks, in my opinion, you should just straight up gun down a sight. Unless if the CTs are able to somehow find the crucial connections, and then yeah, it can be a whole different storyline. But you can see one of the players as well just sneaking in towards the bridge lines, trying to explore the middle a little bit more. Guardians in the back lines, looking towards the double doors. Olaf Meister, he's got some evil things cooking up in his head. He finds the first engagement, but not able to convert that just yet. Equal trades on both the sides, and Olaf Meister still just looking to find that first single pick from him. He's not going to be able to do so. The T's have already flooded in the side itself. Site control's taken away by the players of Wawa, and even the C4 gets planted. That's huge. It's a 3v4, man advantage in the hands of Wawa. And for the players of Godspeed now to stop these players in the tracks, it's looking a little bit too tough. Guardian, he's there, but his teammate Crazy Gamer is able to find first, and that can be huge.
Yes, that's the opening that they needed, but still not being able to find the follow-up picks is where Wawa has now won this pistol as well. And just as I was saying, pistol was detrimental for God's Reign, and that has also been stolen away. Forced by potentially coming up, I don't think so if that would be a good idea or not. They don't even have that economy. Only able to get a couple of those players and nothing apart from that. It just seems at this point that God's Reign are not feeling themselves on this map. And I like the slow approach from Wawa. They wanted to find out where the stack would be rather than making a 50-50 gamble. And it worked out wonders, but so is this pick.
Off the bat, Olaf just finds a tap. Wawa. Oh man, just peeking out one after one. And Olaf is able to find those haircuts. Just rips him apart. A 3v5. Considering it's an eco round for Godspeed, yeah, the chances of them falling down are quite a lot as well. And yeah, it's going to be slow and steady, just kills. Oh, went for the Zeus as well, interesting. Didn't really come through, that's a whole other thing, but I'd like to see some variety.
Variety is what you will see. But maybe from the side of Wawa now. The D side. I mean, again, the experience both Olaf and Guardian are bringing on the table. It just seems that Olaf is the one who's been having the better hand right now in terms of the synergy with his team. It's been working out really well, and also Wawa just winning every single duel that they're fighting. Look at the amount of control! And what a nasty flash on the back of which Bullet was able to get that pick.
Just a quick fadeaway headshot. Fired Up's going to be pissed.
Oh, he will be.
He did not even have a single fighting chance in that duel. The man was just trying to toss out a smoke, or I'm not exactly sure what the game plan was for him. But he got caught in that one single instant. now towards heaven. Oh, we thought Finn could have been able to find at least a couple of more,
What?
but unfortunately, it's going to be a quick shutdown towards the site. And once again, even all of Meister towards mid, he's able to also explore quite a bit. And out of nowhere, Wawa, the amount of disrespect we're seeing from this team, it's crazy. God's Reen, they're not even standing a chance against Wawa on this map. It's not a good sign for the upcoming maps as well. Mirage is going to be the upcoming map now.
That's again the situation that we were discussing. Anubis, yes, maybe Pakistani teams not playing on those maps a lot clearly shows that they've got an ace up their sleeve, and that has been the case. Let's look at the way that they were establishing connector control, right? The way Fired Up was taken down in the previous one really shows how quickly Wawa are able to move down towards water and then also get ready for that fight. That is something that God's was just not being able to do. The smoke off coming in towards the connector again, denying a lot of information, allowing the T's to either scale up towards that or maybe move towards the boat and then go towards the A side. Still seeing a 2-1-2 stack coming in from God's Rain. People towards B pushing out. One of them has been caught.
Executor kicks things off. Once again, Executor's been a big kick in the foot. Gotcha. But yeah, I mean, if this is what got at stake for us as well, then it's not good news at all. The players are getting shot at through the smoke as well. Good find. And look at the amount of confidence they've got. Just going for these solo peaks all the way towards heaven. Even in Smooth G, he's got the information. And once again, considering he's got the automatic weapon, he's probably going to go for the peak, and that's what happens. Now, 1v5. No chance Fired Up's going to be able to clutch it out. That's it. First map be taken by the players of Wawa. A great way to kick things off inside of the series. And once again, smiles all across the board. And of course, fist bumps too to top it off.
That's all you need specifically from such a solid lineup. We knew why they were one of the most feared teams in the Pakistani region, and they're depicting that in Malaysia as well. What a way to start things off, just as you mentioned. And this was the map pick of God's Rain themselves, demolishing them, only dropping 3 rounds. That is a feat to achieve.
Indeed it is. Even the op on the T side, finding picks with that's going to be a little bit tough. We saw Guardian trying his best to find the picks, but unfortunately he was just not able to do so. Then later on we also saw that switch up in the op as well, where we saw Fired Up, then taking the op, but even he was not really able to get a lot done. In general, towards the side, it just felt like they were like an impenetrable wall. The site was not easy to move on forward with. They were just mowing down the players if they tried to do so. We saw the scattered approach from the side of God's Rain too. Even that did not work out. When they tried to just straight up rush towards the side, all 5 players together, even that did not work out for God's Rain. They were just proven unparalleled on Anubis.
I still feel that there were a couple of situations when the slow round in which they were able to get the first few picks. Yes, it did potentially went down to the last 1v1, but God's Rain were able to take that site and they were able to go in for the plant as well. Now that's still one thing that I feel they need to be working on, their T site specifically. Because yes, those fast push not working out, and one of the main reason for that is because you always need those lineups whenever you're going for the fast execute. There are always those set plays. Whenever you're executing towards the side, you need those smokes to go down in those choke points, and you also need your flashes just before your players peak.
I mean, with how the previous game went, it was a complete one-sided affair, right? So I'm not exactly sure if they've got a few things to work on or maybe a lot of things to work on, but from what we saw, there's clearly a lot of things they need to work on because they were just not really able to get their hands on the site, and that's the main concern. If you're not able to even breach inside of the site for the most of the rounds on the T side, then that's a big problem. Even when they try to bring a little bit of switcheroo towards the A side, even that's when they were getting shut down. So once again, it's a big sign of concern. Then, as I mentioned, we also saw that shuffle between the offers, where for a while Guardian was the one playing with it. Then later phases, we saw Fired Up taking things in his own hands. But in general, with how Wawa were playing, it just felt like they had a bit more confidence inside of the series.
We saw entirety of God's Rain investing at least one player towards the A where he was taking the boat control. But no success was coming out of that, and once they decided to switch things up, that is when we saw Wawa pushing the entire A main towards the board to try and pinch the players who were playing in water.
I mean, we've got the scoreboard and look at Executor stats. 19 kills with only 6 deaths. And with the ADR of 122, Executor, he went ham in the previous game. But then even Aim Smooth G is not that far away. Bullet with 15 as well. Olaf Meister with 12. OK with 9. OK was the man who was playing with the AWP. But then you look at God's Reen side. Yeah, I mean, they haven't even crossed the double digit there.
I mean, it's just fired up at 6. Guardian with 7. The man who was finding success with the AWP in the first initial contacts. Yes, for the last 2, he was not able to win his own duels, but that's obviously it's fine. But one of the main things, when Fired Up took that AWP, he was on site, and then he tried to fight in the connector, and he tried to make a nasty flick, and it's very difficult to make those flicks. He was pretty close to making it though. So that's one thing I personally feel that this one was potentially a warm-up for God's Reign. Maybe in the next one, they would be able to pull a few things off. But again, it's about the momentum, and Wawa have that. And it's always fun to see a team performing so very good, and that too on a LAN, working with a new legend. It has been working out perfectly for Wawa.
Exactly. That's the exact dream start the players of Wawa wanted, and they have got that dream start in the hands. The upcoming map is going to be the map of Mirage, where a lot of question marks have already been raised. We do not exactly know what the performance is going to look like from the side of Kotsreen, because Mirage is once again a lot of the times it's like a puggish map in general. It's one of the most OG maps out there. Everyone's quite familiar to that map. They know how to adjust. They know how to play as well. So in general, Mirage might just be an all-out war zone, or we might see some tactical approach being taken as well, because as I mentioned, since we saw these legends, at least in the first game of Anubis, we definitely saw some different defaulting from both the sides. We saw some difference in the playstyle. So maybe the same difference can be seen even better on the side of Mirage, or maybe we can see a complete gun game where they're just moving on forward and barrel stuffing each other down.
That is highly possible, because just as you mentioned, Mirage, one of the most OG maps, the maps that has so many lineups that you can't even end up counting it on all of your fingers. So again, those set plays become the key. Those areas that you're able to take away from your opponent, they always become the key. Since we are talking about Mirage, Arches, one of the plays that you need to always watch out for. If you're a CT, you will every single time have one of your player play in the Arches area, so that they can provide any quick support in towards mid if need be. Or if in towards the B side, you want someone to always create that crossfire with the player playing in towards the bench, that's the place you always look at. So these are the key points on a map, and also the set plays need to be there. If you're on Mirage, there are only a few places that you can execute your side from. If you're playing it slow, yes, you can walk up mid towards the connector, or maybe walk up on the cat towards the arches. But if it's a fast approach, you got from either Palace or maybe from the B main, so you need to bring those lineups.
Man, you've got a lot of speculations that you're making. You're saying a lot of stuff, but I'm pretty sure we've already feed a lot of information to the viewers. Before now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back up with Mirage after this short break. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen. After that short break, we saw the map of Anubis with quite interesting things being unfolded in front of us. And now it's going to be the map of Mirage. But we're also having a little bit of change in the panel. Now, Johnny will be John alongside with me, and Chaishan, who's on a break a little bit. I see him in the back lines just having a sip on his coffee. But, Johnny, how you feeling, man? First map done.
Yeah, but I'm super excited to be here. I mean, it's a big day for all of us, especially everyone who loves South Asian Counter-Strike. I mean, we see those legends finally on stage. And I believe that might have actually played a big part in what just happened to God's Reign, because every single round we saw them take away from WoW, I would always look in Guardian's cabin in the back. You could see Fired Up go, huh? Did you see that?
I mean, one thing is for sure, considering when you're playing with a legend in your team, when you're playing with the OG players in your team, automatically you as a newer player, you would want to impress them with the plays that you make. And even if you do mess up, the first thing that you would look at is the face of the players of the OGs. And that's why we saw the players just looking towards his face whenever they lost a round, right? Makes a lot of sense. You're pretty much conscious at that point. You do not really want that person to be a little bit, you know, not that unhappy with you or your performance. So you will be that conscious. You will be nervous as well. And maybe that's something that caught the players of God's Reign off guard in the first map. But now the upcoming one's going to be Mirage, the comfort zone.
Exactly. I was just about to come to that. I mean, Mirage is their comfort zone. We've seen them play Mirage quite a lot during the group stage as well. And I think that is one of the reasons why we can expect this to be a little bit more closer affair than what just happened on Anubis. But let's see how things are going to turn out. We have God's Reign starting on the CT side, and Wawa, they're going to be on the B side.
Exactly. And off the bat, we might just see a quick B rush. Wawa doing the classic strat, just B rush towards the apartments. Oh, but maybe a slow and steady approach as well is on the way. Just hiding their footsteps. Do not really want to give the intentions away, but a quick pop flash towards the site to make the entrance. There's a man towards Shard as well, but InSmoothG has already found the site control just like that in their hands. But if the headshots will connect in such a good way from the side of God's Reign, then we might see a full stop, maybe towards the side, and the retake should be much more easier. Executor taking down the playmaker for this entire squad is not going to be in there.
And complete control initially given by the side of God's Reign, but the heavy stack coming from B short, they thought it was going to work out, but also kind of forced all the players into a choke point. Last man, Clouder, left towards Market. And I think just the amount of space that was given to the side of Wawa in the initial round itself made it extremely easy for them to play that post plant.
It just feels like Wawa are much more mechanically sharper for some reason. With the way they're able to connect the headshots, with the way they're able to shut down the players of God's Reign, they're just not standing a chance in these duels.
A little bit more than mechanics, I would say. I mean, if your CT is almost all the way towards Cat on B short, I mean, he was basically in ladder room, and the B side is completely empty. The Ts are already there. What can you do about it? Especially in the pistol round.
But once again, you've got the USPs versus the Glock in the long range, though.
At this point, it doesn't even matter.
Well, I guess, you know, I've always thought the Glocks are kind of underrated in the pistol round. Considering you can run and gun with that weapon. The accuracy is crazy with Glock. I love it. But once again, there's a downside as well. As we mentioned, if you're on the long range, the USP will always have the advantage, that one tap that you need.
We saw that as well. Short to bench.
Slow and steady approach. Taking their time. Scout towards connector. Can be the win condition as well. But not that easy. I mean, they have invested quite a lot, or a decent amount of money inside this round. 2 MP9s, 1 scout. The scout misses the initial shot. InSmoothG is the man who's been taken down, but then another headshot connection found as well. God's Reign finally sort of rising up from the ashes, but once again, they will be put down 6 feet under.
Look at mid. There's a late look coming from Finn, but I don't think they can extract a lot of value from this. One more player still on site, and he still managed to stay hidden. The name in will manage to catch the planter off guard. That's an important kill onto Olaf Meister, brings the round down to 2v2. An Executor, he does not have a lot of HP on him, so holding stairs is going to be extremely difficult. A shot to the leg basically to end his life.
Oh no.
Nice round from God's Reign.
Yeah. Finn collects that kill. 1v2 up and coming. The players got a hands on the MAC-10. Still the C4's not planted. Time is of the essence. And he finds the first headshot. Now it's all down to wasting the time, and that's what he does perfectly as well. And just like that, Godsreen, they get a crucial round in their hands. But once again, it's all about the momentum.
Exactly.
Now, Godsreen, they have found the momentum. Can they carry on forward with this one? Because if Wawa is able to convert this eco round, then once again, all the momentum that Godsreen has will be lost.
Oh man, we have seen that before. Back and forth right off the bat. No one gets an opportunity to stabilize themselves economically and just continuously being reset. It's so brutal to deal with situations like that when you can't really get a strong foot in the game. But let's see. Again, back to the re-execute from the side of Wawa. Not a lot of investment, just that one SMG. X9s. In terms of utility as well, just a few flashes to work with. Extremely important to make sure that those are popped perfectly. But the nade is going to slow down the initial assault, and Olaf, there's a lot of pressure on him, finds the opening. Two traded back from the side of Godsreen. Make that 3.
Good flashes on the board. And once again, from the short, these M1s are really starting to stick now. Good shot. One found and returned by Insmooth G, but it's a 1v3 while he's only got an AK in his hands with only 11 HP. That's a lot. Another headshot found. Hold on. But not for long. He does not stay alive.
It's never only AK. Never only an AK. AKs do a lot of damage. Especially what we just saw. I mean, a shot to the head, instant death.
Yeah.
This was a nice little opening found by the side of Wawa on this B side initially, but I think Clouda just returning 2 kills, instantly shutting down the initial momentum that Wawa wanted to rely on, take that B side as quickly as possible, get the C4 planted, was not made possible because of Clouda. And again, forced on an eco. All down to Guardian, finds 2 important kills, looks for the 3rd, and it's in the bag.
Easy mow down. This time it's Godsreen on the map of Mirage, just mowing down Wawa. Seems like deja vu, but with the opposite team now.
It's Mirage. Godsreen on Mirage. I mean, they've proved to be a little too strong for anyone to deal with as far as the Indian group stages were concerned. And this is one thing that Necro, you and I, we were always having a conversation about what would happen when the Indian teams will face off against the teams from Pakistan with the legends involved in the lineups, of course. And finally, we're witnessing, I mean, what the differences are. First of what happened on Anubis, because as far as the Indian group stages were considered, Anubis was one on Godsreen's go-to map. But now, I think today might have been an eye-opener for them as well, that they can't really underestimate anyone from the Pakistani side as well. And Mirage, I think, again, extremely important. It's very puggy map. Still the early stages, but important buy from the side of Wawa. Crucial bit of information covered by Fired Up in B apps.
Much. Another hit tossed in, but a beautiful shot from Executor. Another one to follow up as well. This is not a good start for Godsreen at all inside of the map. I mean, 2v5 upcoming, and just like that, Executor, when he finds those kills, when he finds those openers, it's really tough to stop him. And just look at the amount of space he gained as well, with just such less time.
I mean, he's been on fire today. That previous performance on Anubis as well, absolutely flawless. And now it seems like it might have taken time for him to click on Mirage, but finally he's here. A little bit of a reset. Handed to Godsreen, not a lot invested. Well, yeah, they are lacking a lot of utility, so they will have to be extremely careful and very precise with how much value they draw from it. Olaf in A main, everyone else trying to gain some control in mid and B apps.
Oh, Executor once again executes one player towards B. Great start, Guardian out of the gate, off the bat. B site was opened up, Insmooth G wanted to capitalize, but he's a little bit too late on the trail. And now he'll just hold back for a while. The players boosted up towards short. He finds the first. Once again, even mid's on a lockdown. The players of Wawa slowly and steadily are starting to crumble down now.
I think as soon as Executor was on site and he got killed off, Wawa, they realized it was time for them to switch up, and the plan was to collapse on that A side from mid and the A main position, clear up mid, take control of Nest, deny any rotation from the CT side, from Market or B short, and Olaf getting picked off just shuts down any momentum that Wawa might have had. Now it's down to its Mujay. If he can draw a lot of attention from the side of God's Reign on this B side, that A side execute is going to be made very easy, but Mujay is going to get shut down. Bullet trying to draw pressure, will find the kill on Finn, on towards Ticket. The sequence will be planted. Now that is important, bringing the round down to a 2v2.
And the scoreline's not that far away too. Okay, chipped up, bruised up a bit. Crazy Gamer and Clouda, both of them seem quite healthy. Moves in all the way from the CT. Clouda is able to get the first, but OK instantly returns back with the trade. 1v1. OK just needs to burn some time, and that's what he's doing. Just jiggling around the corner. Does not have a lot of bullets in the AK, but he might have just squeezed that round away for his team. But no, it's going to be the answer. He's got the kit.
Yeah. He had the kit, quite an easy defuse for him, but a very, very close round for either sides, and an important one for the sides of Godsrin as well. It almost slipped away, so much invested when they came in. They had the op, 2 M4s bought, and even though Crazy Gamer started off with just a Deagle, was able to recover an AK later on in the round. Just the back and forth from the side of Wawa. I believe they want to play a little bit more reactive. They got early control of that B side, Executor right on side, but then he gets killed off from B short, and that just changed everything. Wawa started to second guess themselves where they actually want to make a play for B or switch up to A. The switch up came, but it was a little too late. But now let's see, can they secure a few more rounds early on in this first half of the match? Up all of the players from the T side right outside of A, one waiting Palace, 2 in A main.
Oh, a little bit more quicker this time. Guardian finds one, an instant return as well by his own teammate. And Wawa, they're trying their best to equalize the number, but it's going to be way too tough. Even from the back now, Clouda is starting to close up close. But Bullet, he's got some different plans. Moving in towards short, slowly and steadily. His position is uncompromised, so that's a good news. It's to look at the A side, catches a man just lacking. Had no clue that he's going to be moving in from the mid itself. Found the shot control, but not for long. Executor, he knows where the player is too. And Executor is not a man he would want to give these 1v1s to as well. He's been killing himself so far in these fights, but he gets shut down finally.
This time as well, I mean, again, trying to take things as slow as possible, not really working out for the side of Wawa, but I think more than Wawa's mistake, it was God's Reign just holding on quite nicely, especially those 2 early kills on A main. And it's Mujay just falling. We've already made sure that Wawa, it was going to be extremely difficult for them to bring themselves back into that previous round, but now the hero AK, and it's going to be the first thing that goes out of their hands. Bullet getting shut down in top mid. We have one more player from the CT side playing Flash quite aggressively. I mean, why not? You know you have a man who is called the Guardian himself watching over you. You can be as aggressive as you want.
I mean, they found the opener. Yeah, the follow-up as well from mid. Towards mid, there's one more man. And at this point, wow, they're just getting mowed down. Towards B once again. Executor was there. Executor has been lurking towards B from the start of the game. He has been there towards apartments. And the rest of the players, they're quite scattered up. And that's why when you see Executor finding the first kill towards the B side, the trail comes in a little bit too late.
I think along with that, from the side of Wawa, we haven't really seen them make any plays from mid. It's always been, as you mentioned, I mean, Executor majority of the times finding the opening on B apps. It's either fired up or Finn who goes down, and then they simply just push in. It's as simple as that for them. And to be fair, they've only got 2 rounds on the board so far. It's 6-2. God's Reign leading the charge. Oh, fired up. He gets a little too aggressive in T-Apps and could lead to an interesting opportunity for God's Reign if they manage to find that opening kill. Complete control of underpass can be gained from this.
Oh! You're trying to go for that cheeky strat, but it does not work out this time. And Wawa with just an uppercut to the head. They start things off in a great pace this time. Olaf Meister looking to squeeze himself through the connector. It's going to be tough to find that squeeze. Okay, he's got the ladder room control. Will be peeking out all the way towards Nest. But he's not going aggressive just yet. He could find an off angle on the player that's right in the Nest itself. But Finn, he's playing this one quite safe. Even he knows the ladder room control's gone. You cannot be too confident.
It's kind of a hilarious situation between the two individuals. Whoever loses patience first is the one who gives away the info, but Smooja needs to be careful. He has Finn waiting for him on the other side, and Finn gets a nice little shutdown. But it's still a 3v4, and Wawa, they have side control. Okay, the late lurk from B short. Important kill found. Olaf on side as well, finds one more. Last man left. It's going to be the anchor on the B side, fired up, and he's stuck in market.
Yeah, it's just waiting for someone to peek out in his crosshairs.
So that is the third one on the board for Wawa, I guess. Can't really do much.
Yeah, for God's Reign, at least they're maintaining that constant lead that is needed. Once again, as I mentioned, it just seems like deja vu, but with the opposite team. The scoreline is pretty much the same. This is what it was exactly happening in the previous map of Anubis as well. Instead of God's Reign, it was Wawa, and instead of Wawa, it was God's Reign. So yeah, still that 3 rounds lead is keeping the players of God's Reign in a good touch.
Ooh, but this is where things can get very interesting now. Let's look at the buy from the side of God's Reign. Back utility. No utility, in fact, on Crazy Gamer Guardian with smoke. There's Finn. Clouder just lobbing everything in the early round. Fired up with a Molotov remaining. So utility is where God's Reign could have actually faced a lot of problem. But no, look at that. Early control of underpass. So much aggression coming in from the CTs. They find the opening. They find the second kill of the round. And they have so much map control already. It's going to be so difficult for Wawa to find any space on this map now. The T's are stuck in TV room and top mid.
Guardian still with the op. Just waiting. But then Finn, he finds a pick. And that's a crucial one. Somewhere down the line, the speculations are now starting to come true where the players are once again looking for the flood towards the B site. And Guardian, a quick repositioning from him as well.
I think it's over.
Yeah,
Final call of this round, save the op.
pretty much is. Okay, yeah, he needs to go for the save. And then maybe in the upcoming round, go towards mid, try and find a pick, because Finn has always been going for those dry peaks from connector.
Yeah, true. But this was very cheeky from the side of God's Reign. I mean, a round where you know you're already struggling in terms of money. They just go hyper aggressive. 2 players dropping an underpass, securing control of T-Apps early. And now they have that double op online.
Oh no. This just makes things even worse for Wawa.
I can't even imagine how happy Fired Up would be right now.
Yeah.
It's him and Guardian from his team that are hopping.
It's time for me to impress Guardian, baby.
Let's go.
But that would also make him a little bit nervous, considering...
Yes!
Yeah, I mean, technically, if you see...
Now, Guardian himself is going to judge you and how you play.
Exactly. The judgment will definitely be there, and you need to impress the old dog. Is that going to happen?
Oh.
Good Molotov, actually. Will flush the player out. All the control that you had in your hands is once again just taken away. The op shot connects, but the confirmation does not come through. Fired up. He's able to chip a lot of damage away on that player. OK is barely surviving. This nade would have been able to find the confirmation, but the players, they instantly look forward to back away because they know the op is towards the B entrance, just looking down. It's next to impossible to pass through. So you might as well try to reroute towards mid, try and go for those up close and personal combats. That's why you see them moving in from the underpass towards connector. They have a better shot over there.
I do agree with that, but they have that smoke already set up to cross on towards B short. They're setting up utility to take mid control, but Finn, he's all set.
Yeah.
Finds a more down, 3 kills secured.
So that was desperation right there, because they did not have a lot of utils left anymore. So they needed to make something out of nothing, and those smokes that were already laid down, somewhere down the line, Godsreen knew that they would try to utilize that smoke and move in. So a good read from Godsreen.
I mean, yeah, it was a good read, but from the side of Wawa, I think they could have just moved in a little bit quicker.
That's what they try to do. I mean, yeah, they got screwed up.
I think they just spent too much time. So once the crossing smoke was laid out, I think they just spent too much time having the player from underpass rotate and set up utility on mid so they could push B short. But as you said, by the time they did that, I think God's Rain, they realized, all right, we have a little bit of control on T-Apps as well. So we know no one's coming from T-Apps. Maybe they're going to try push A through A main or mid. And Finn just lining up those first 3 kills, completely shut down any momentum for the sides of Wawa in that previous round. But last round of the first half, so this is where I think God's Rain can establish themselves as the winning side of this map already, since it is 8-3. And if they win this, 9-3 swap gives complete control of this map to God's Rain. Wawa, they win this, and then they win the pistol in the second half. Then there's an opportunity that they can bring themselves back. What do you think? Oh, nice shot.
I'm not exactly sure why he went for that re-peek over there, even though he knows there's double up on the board. And it's just chaos from the ops. It's an absolute massacre towards the A site. Even Guardian's ops able to find a lot of connections. Even Fired Up's ops able to find that full stop. And just like that, we are done with the first half, and God's Rain with a 9-3 half in their hands. That means Wawa for this pistol round, this upcoming pistol round, is going to mean quite a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it means a lot. It either makes or breaks Mirage for the side of Wawa. God's Rain, they have a big round difference working out in their favor, so there's a nice little safety cushion for them to work with, and I think that will still keep the team's mentality in check. Wawa on the other side, they're going to be feeling the pressure now, because it's not just Mirage, Ancient as well has been one of the go-to maps for God's Rain, but it's an all-out mid-rush coming in from the side of God's Rain this time. And is Wawa prepared for this? I don't think so. Seems like they have it caught off guard already.
I love this. Using the Glock to its fullest potential. Just barrel stuff your opponents down. Pushing them right on their faces, and they know in up close and personal combats, Glocks are always going to prevail. And that's why they're just able to win these duels. Just look at the amount of accuracy that you can find. The man's going for jump shots as well, and he's still finding those connections.
And, I mean, especially the only long-range position they had to worry about was while crossing from mid and taking mid control. And over there as well, I think they just overwhelmed the players of Wawa with sheer numbers. 5 players just peeking in together.
And you're all by yourself towards Nest, looking down. What are you going to do? Yeah, maybe you find the first one, but then still there's 4 guns looking at you.
But to be fair, you can only do that in the pistol round.
Yeah.
If it was a proper buy, I think anyone from the side of Wawa would have at least tried to go for that first initial kill.
Oh, Zeus in the hands. Interesting. And somewhere down line, they're already able to get the read on the play. Yeah, that was a little bit far away as well for the Zeus connection, so I highly doubt he would have been able to find a confirmed kill. But awkward engagement. Fired Up, unfortunately, switched up to a Glock. I'm not exactly sure why he did so, but hey, at least he got the kill.
Yeah, at least he finds the kill. Did you check out the new Zeus skin though?
I did. I'm not sure how I feel about it though.
You have the same skin.
I do, but okay. If you try to speak of as a player perspective, as a normal casual player-based perspective, right? Do you really want a Zeus skin?
Yes.
No, man.
Why not?
I mean, I'm good with my knives and gloves, even though I don't have them.
No. I think, Necro, you specifically need that Zeus skin on you.
Let's be honest. How often do you actually buy a Zeus in the round? It's super rare.
I mean, yeah.
Exactly. So do you really need a Zeus skin?
See, now that it has a skin and it comes back online every 30 seconds, I'm going to use it a lot
That's what
more.
Valve thought. Valve
Yeah.
were like, okay, you know what? We know the players are going to buy the skins anyway, so you might as well try to. What's the thing that has no skins? Oh, Zeus. Let's make a skin for that.
Oh, look at this. Oh, nice little peek from Olaf, and he
Okay.
gets 3. Makes it look so easy. That's target practice right there.
Yeah, I mean, for a moment we think, wow, they're just getting dominated, and then Olaf pulls off plays like that. And just like that, an easy stop in the tracks. Godsreen, you really got to question your thought process there.
You know how in the early days when we were learning the game, you would go into a map and just practice peeking angles. That's what he made it look like.
Yeah, Aimbot's one of the most, or one of the best maps that is out there. Remember?
Yeah,
The workshop map? Yeah,
I think we still have it.
we still do, yeah. I mean, I don't really practice on it anymore, considering, you know, back in the day, we all had a dream to become a professional players ourselves.
Yeah, now we've
and
just
then,
given up.
Yeah, and then I used to look at Scream, the headshot machine, you know, he was super famous, and he used to
Ooh.
practice on that map, so even I try to copy him. Yeah, it's a whole other story that I've become like him before now. I mean, towards mid, they found a lot of explore points. They're able to explore as well. A 3v4. Unfortunately, Smooth G and Olaf Meister taking down a big problem for Wawa, and also a match point in the makings for Godsreen.
Crazy gamer, like always, living up to his name. The man is crazy indeed. Just shift walks past market window, takes a few shots to his face, and repeats the same angle. Trying to find another duel, but a 3v3 between Godsrain and Wawa. And Godsrain just a few steps away from closing out a Mirage with a win. Crazy, there's going to be a lot of pressure on him. He's right on site, finds the opening, execute out of the picture. There's the trade. Wawa, we're looking for 2v2 now.
Crazy Gamer's chipped up, but from the short, he's still able to get away with a pick. Crazy Gamer, he's indeed crazy. With the amount of HP he's got, he's still playing with quite a bold approach. He went for the flash, went for the defuse, but then in the end gets knifed from the back. Yeah, the defuse does not really come through, but for Godsreen, that was the match point.
Yeah, and look at how crazy Gamer is. Doesn't even react. Gets a 3k, had like 8 HP when he found the last 3 kills of the round. And he's like, alright, it's just another day at work.
Yeah, but he was still able to instill that fear in the opponent's heart. Maybe a little bit of a communication error. Maybe he was not communicated properly. That one man towards
What?
who's Crazy Gamer's quite chipped up. He disrespects the Molotov, peeks out, gets the kill, finds the opener, and then his teammates just follow up. Just like that, the site control's lost, and now Godsreen, the amount of confidence they've got inside of this round, it's incredible. Yeah, it's impossible for Executor to pull the round back once again, ladies and gentlemen. That's going to be Godsreen to close off the map of Mirage in a complete one-sided affair. None of us saw this coming, but Godsreen, in one of the most buggish map, in one of the most known maps, Godsreen, they close things off in a great way.
Fired Up is finally happy. He has finally gotten the recognition he was hoping for from Guardian. And there he is in the back, Crazy Gamer, just all relaxed. He's like, alright, this is done now. What's next? It's Ancient.
Yep, Ancient's going to be the upcoming map, ladies and gentlemen. Now that Mirage is done, once again, we will be moving on forward to the Ancient.
Yeah, and I love what Clouder did there in the last round as well. He made Fire look like ice, just slid right on top of that Molotov through A main and just found that initial opening. It was very important, but you have to say, Godsrain, they're very good at adapting.
They indeed are. I mean, we've seen quite a lot of those plays in the group stage as well, where the players are just respecting Molotov, straight up jumping inside of the site. And sometimes as a T, you might as well do that, because it's really tough to find the pick, especially when the defensive side is playing a little bit too defensive in general, or maybe playing a little bit too passive. Oh, man.
Yeah, I'm going to need a lot of energy. I mean, this was an intense map. It went by very quickly, and I believe Godsrain, very impressive performance coming in from them, but Ancient is going to be a little bit tougher.
Of course, I feel like Ancient's going to be like the middle ground. Both these teams have been sort of on equal footing on the map of Ancient.
Exactly.
So Ancient's probably going to be like that proper meeting point where we might just see a really close scoreline coming in, maybe possibly a OT as well.
But to be honest, that's what we were hoping from the start of the day.
That
right?
is true, yeah.
It hasn't happened yet.
I mean, God's Reen on Anubis, they were also quite impeccable, but unfortunately, then Wawa just completely steamrolled them, and then we moved on forward inside Mirage. We thought the Mirage is one of the OG maps,
Yeah.
everyone's comfort zone. We thought this might go OT, but then no, it's God's Reen to completely steamroll through. It feels like a script at this point.
I mean, but this is the best case scenario for us because now, as we mentioned, this event itself is pretty big for South Asian Counter-Strike, right? India and Pakistan, both the countries. And it has been a very long time since we saw them play against each other, play together on the same servers. But now finally seeing them compete, and especially with the legends included in these lineups, I mean, it's a whole different experience. Although we are loving a few individual performances from the South Asian boys, I mean, Executor, as you mentioned in the previous map, on this map in particular from the side of Wawa, I have to say, Ismuje stepped up quite nicely, especially in the earlier rounds. The first 3 rounds that Wawa was able to win in the first half, he was one of the key players in every single round, one of those. And apart from that, I think it came down to a lot of map control being gained by God's Reign in the first half itself. When they were playing the CT side, absolutely no presence from the side of Wawa on mid as well was one of the reasons why I felt God's Reign were able to get a massive advantage going on earlier on in the game.
I mean, I just feel a little bit bad for Wawa, considering the start was a little bit too dicey for them. Then later on, even towards the end, we saw a bit of that glimmer of hope, but then instantly that was even taken away from them. But as we move on towards the scoreboard, in Smooth G, if the players of Wawa were not even able to touch the double digits other than Bullet himself, who got 10 kills. But then you look at God's Reign, kills are equally distributed on the board.
Man, God's Reign Guardian, I like the ring of that.
God's Reign Guardian. Oh yeah, that sounds super cool.
And he was definitely their Guardian a lot of the times on that CT side, especially as soon as that op came online for him. Because we saw, as soon as Guardian was positioned in that sniper's nest, watching top mid, Clouda, for some reason, along with Crazy Gamer, I mean, his name is Crazy Gamer. We know, we got used to his underpass pushes, that aggressive mid-top push every single time on the CT side on Mirage. But Clouda today looked extremely confident. Pushing anti-flashes towards mid, getting aggressive, taking map control away from Wawa every single time. I think, again, that extra little bit of pressure in a few rounds was important for God's Reign to actually walk away with this win. And a one-sided win, in fact.
Now, in the current competitive pool, which is your favorite map? I'm going to give you 2 choices.
Ancient.
One more?
One more. I mean, I'm a little bit split between Overpass and Inferno.
I would say Anubis and Ancient.
Anubis and Ancient? I don't like Anubis.
Those are my favorite maps.
Anubis,
why do you not like Anubis?
It hurts my eyes.
It's too bright for you? Too much sun?
Yeah. That is one of the reasons I like Inferno. It's like a little bit mellow.
Well, interesting way to dislike a map. But ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for us to toss to a short break, because after this one is going to be the last matchup of this series.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the draft brought to you guys by Blast and Nordwind Gaming. The Super 6 stage is underway. Match number 1 is where we are at right now. This is Super Johnny joined by CS2 right next to me. And first 2 maps done and dusted. We are all the way towards the decider, Ancient. What are your thoughts so far?
Honestly, I was doing this nerdy thing, trying to figure out the win rates of Ancient, and I found out that God's Reign only played the map of Ancient 2 times.
Yes.
They have won once and they have lost once. It's a 50% win rate. While on the other side, you're looking at Wawa. They played it at 4 times right now and winning 3 times out of that. So the stats do seem to be favoring them.
I mean, the stats, yeah, as far as the numbers just for the group stages go, it does favor Wawa a little bit. But God's Reign, I mean, we've been seeing Ancient from their side for a long time as far as the domestic circuit is considered. So I think that is that one thing that they're going in their favor. But again, it's a totally different team they face today. From a totally different region that has a completely different playstyle. And along with that, they've already lost the first map itself to their hands. So God's Reign, they're going to be feeling a little bit of pressure for sure. But let's see, anything can happen.
That is indeed true. And the fun fact is, both the teams stole away the map of their opponents.
Yeah, that's always exciting. Whenever that happens, I'm happy.
It's super fun to watch indeed. But at the end of the day, yes, it's going to come down to Ancient. I made my predictions long way back, mentioning it's going to be a 2-1, potentially favoring God's Reign, and they would drop the first map. The things have been going in that exact manner till now.
Yeah, as Necro likes to call it. It's all scripted, ladies and gentlemen. But, yeah, that's just a joke between us. Anyways, bring the conversation back to how things are going so far. I mean, as we mentioned, it was the first map, Anubis, picked by God's Reign, won by Wawa. We move on to Mirage, picked by Wawa, won by God's Reign. And it wasn't just a close game or anything of that sort between these 2 spots. No. Both the wins were completely one-sided by the teams that won respectively. And now heading into this deciding match, I think it does put them on even grounds completely. But God's Reign, considering it is going to be 2 maps in a row if they win this, have a slight little momentum going for them. They're going to be feeling a little bit more confident on the other side. I wonder what the discussions would have been like from the side of Wawa. I think this is where having an experienced player like Olaf Meister with you comes in handy, because as soon as the team starts to panic a little bit and just fail to realize, like, alright, we also have 1 map in the bag, Olaf can step in like, alright guys, calm down. I mean, it's 1-1 right now. It's just the last map. We focus on this, we win. Easy.
You've got the 2-time major win out right with you. So why do you even worry about that? But at the end of the day, yes, God's Reign up against Wawa. We'll be kicking things off on the map of Ancient. It's going to be God's Reign on the CT side, Wawa on the T side.
Well, exciting start. I mean, hoping a lot from God's Reign on this map, especially in the first half, considering, as you mentioned, that CT start of theirs has been a lot of talk around the town as far as the Indian qualifiers were considered. But Wawa as well on this map look extremely solid right off the bat. We have a little bit of... Alright, a knife round in mid. Is this where we are starting?
Oh my god!
We start from side select, I guess. Not side select, the knife round for the last round. And it God's Reign. So now they have the choice of where they want to start. I think they're going to start off CT.
I guess so.
Yeah. It's Ancient. Why would you want to change?
Maybe it's a best of 3 for the side select.
No, it's always what you want.
Yeah, I know. Maybe I just wanted to make that joke.
Knife round. No one feels bad if they get knife killed in knife round. That's the only time it's okay. But anyways, as I said, as we expected, they are going to stick to the CT side, and Wawa, they're going to start off on T. Alright, enough utility for that B execute.
Starting to go solid again. 3 people by Wawa invested towards the B ramp, over towards the cat as well. While we're seeing a couple of players from God's Reign, Finn is watching down in the cat room. I like the positioning. Again, Ancient is the map wherein if you're a CT, you can play the retake on towards the A. It's pretty, yes, I wouldn't call it simple, but easy as compared to the B side. So you want more people sticking towards the B, trying to stop any kind of potential execute, but a slow approach from Wawa of what they're known for.
Yeah, I mean, especially as you mentioned, on B as well, initially we see Finn playing the back of Sunroom. And I think the plan would be to find the initial duel. If he gets the first kill, it's fine. If he doesn't, he needs to fall back, join his teammates on site, and then try and block that sunroom control for Wawa as long as possible. But look at this. Utility lobbed, smoked, to cover up the back alleys, and Guardian, he's going to be forced back. But Cloud is sticking in a corner, needs to land those shots, fails to connect. Olaf and Bullet in tandem, finding 3 important kills for their team. 2v4. God's Reign, this pistol round has already slipped out of their hands. It's going to be extremely difficult to bring it back.
There's also this mid lurk coming in as well. They've got to be worried about it. 3 people on side, Executor towards back.
No one knows he's there.
Oh, they actually do, and now the fight in. It's going to be 2 trades in favor of GDR,
Last
but
man
again,
in CT.
yes, exactly. The lurk finally comes into play. In Smudgy fires a few shots still. Now his position known. Jumps up front and finds. No, he does not. What?
Oh man, the idea from the side of Wawa was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. But the execution from God's Reign was even better, and especially Finn and Fired Up. These 2 individuals, the moment it was just the 2 of them left inside of the round, I thought it was done. Wawa, they had 4 players, 3 on side, 1 man lurking all the way from CT, and yet they failed to connect shots when it was important. Just whiffing those bullets is what they are going to regret in this particular round. It's Smooje over there in the last moment. I think he was just a little bit confused as to what he was supposed to do or what he was required to do to bring it back. As 1 man defusing the C4 on site, has 1 more man standing, pushing him from the back lines. But this round, I think, force coming in from Wawa. We see those Galils online.
Yeah.
Not too much risk, I guess.
They were able to get the plant out. It's kind of obvious. They're going to go and force into this one. 5 Galils, yes, on board. Could, of course, be pretty solid for them too. I mean, yeah, it's a high-risk, high-reward move at the end of the day, but Fired Up, he needs to be the best anchor.
Oh, finds the first. Looks for the second, and he gets it. Guardian. 1 kill for him as well. Ooh. I'll try to anchor down the A side a little bit more, and as you mentioned, I mean, the intention for the side of Wawa is to get the C4 down. But if they win this, that's more than they were asking for already, and it's down to a 2v2, the C4 being planted on that A side. And we have the CTs with control of Donut and A main. T post plant, it will be extremely important to see where they position themselves, and they're moving towards CT spawn and cave.
What a timing shot from Finn. Gets the shot right in the head of Olaf. It's down to a 1v2. Insmudge needs to clutch this one. Deja vu for the previous one. Tap on the bomb, only to bait out a few shots. Maybe he peeks in, and that's a double peek, and Insmudge wins it.
What a clutch! What an important clutch from Insmudge. Important round being brought back, and a reset being handed to the sides of God's Reign. It was Fired Up, kicking things off brilliantly. Guardian as well on that A side, finding the 3rd kill of the round. And the CTs, they had so much control, but isolated peaks given to Insmudge. They peeked him 1 by 1, and well, that's how he took them out.
Unfortunate stuff for God's Reign, but again, on the back of that clutch, Wawa now have a pretty decent economy. Again, investing in 3 Guardians. Not Guardians, 3 Galils. And there's 1 AK in the hand. Yeah, I mean,
They'd be happy if they had 3 Guardians along with Olaf in their team.
that would have been an overkill though.
True.
Alright. But yes, on the other side,
Everyone just gets 1 legend, not 3.
I mean, the way Olaf pulled off in that first one, it seemed that he had 3. What? I mean, yeah. He was getting 3 Ks, not just once. He got it a couple of times, even in the map of Mirage.
Yeah, true. Oh, but let's see, okay. Towards Donut. Again, no attempt to fight for mid control from the side of God's Reign, because they lack utility, they lack weapons to find those engagements. The only way they could have actually played this one out was try and overwhelm Wawa in one position of the map with sheer numbers, but now even that seems risky. 42 seconds on the clock. Wawa, they have the opening kill, and they have access to that B side in their hands, but still 2 important kills being traded out. Guardian with that scout. Okay, out of the picture, and now it's Finn. It's Muja taken care of. Executor finding the trade, but he has lost a lot of HP, and Bullet is also extremely low. And look at that crazy gamer. He's recovered a Galil. Fired up. If he can recover another weapon, maybe the two of them, they can make this retake work, but... behind pillar. Crazy gamer, important kill. Oh, the trigger discipline. He holds on. And it's going to be important if he connects both the shots, takes the diffuser out first, and then Crazy gamer hits the floor. Just patience, man. That is why it is important to be patient in life and in game.
Best trigger discipline that we have seen yet in this entire series. The best trigger discipline moment. You just waited for both of them. And the fact that no one had the defusal kit, they had to stick. There was absolutely no way apart from that. But that was, again, previous round was forced by God's Reign. So they are down to their pistols now. Nothing in the bag. They will have to in the next one.
I love rounds like this. I love rounds like this. It's just a 5-stack mid from God's Reign. Nothing but pistols and a dream. And they get 2 kills off of that as well. So 2 weapons recovered. But it's going to take a miracle to bring this round back in the bag, to be honest.
Yeah, that is true. B-side is lost retaking is pretty difficult, specifically when there is a Galil up front, 2 AKs as well. In your hands, you only have an AK in the hands of Guardian with 45 HP.
I think it's just going to be save the AK now.
I guess
But if they find a few exits, maybe that is what they're hoping for. But Fired Up, he's been blocked by Olaf, and in fact, he's going to be killed off as well. And Guardian, he's all the way towards CT spawn, hoping to see a T player, hear a T-side player head towards him. If found an exit, would have just helped God's Reign out in the future rounds. They would have denied Wawa stabler economy. Even that doesn't happen. So 3-1, Wawa off to a start that they wanted, and God's Reign, it seems like, have been caught off guard on Ancient.
When you're playing on Ancient, yes, you can say it's a map wherein you can get either number of rounds that you want on your T side, 6, 7, depending on how well the calling is, how well those shots hit. But at the end of the day, you really would want to end up at a 6-6 scenario.
I mean, that would be the best, considering we, majority of the time, we see teams do quite well for themselves on that CT side. And look at this, nice amount of utility to cut off any aggression from the T side on mid, and it does help God's Reign convert 2 kills off of that play. A nice little trade working out in their favor. And Olaf is getting very aggressive. Scout out more information on towards Catwalk, but needs to be careful as Clouda in the back. Towards Cave, and earlier on Clouda, he might have held on to an off angle, but now repositioning towards Sunroom.
Good smoke.
Feels like he is aware of where Olaf might be, but Guardian jump peeking from Sniper's Nest and Finn holding on to that B ramp. So no map control has been taken by Wawa as of now, but they still have a lot of time to work with.
True.
And I wonder how they're going to set up these fights, especially on mid. Because they're trying to choke Guardian on this.
It's true, and there's support from Donut as well now from Fired Up. So you know mid is basically a death trap for Wawa. They will be looking to converge towards the B yet again. They have the ramp control, and they would potentially take away the sunroom as well, which has been left open. So any amount of utils being used there should be a win for God's Reign. And at the end of the day, they actually gave the entire B-side control. Now that is pretty worrying.
They were hoping. Whoa! Not for this. I think the hope from the side of God's Reign was to have Wawa take the site, get that early pick, deny the plant if possible, and then try and steal the round. But Wawa still have the C4 planted. It's a 1v2 for Bullet. His position all the way in Sunroom doesn't really have any utility left to help out with this retake. Oh, the timing. The timing on that peak working out in Bullet's favor, but he needs to find his first kill, and he does. Denies the defuse. Fired Up, getting a little aggressive, lands the headshot, but it's their time.
Yeah, he picked the kit.
Oh.
Smart move indeed. Guardian had the kit in his hand and Fired Up needed to pick it up, but at the end of the day, I love the process of elimination from their side.
Yeah.
Made sure that one player comes from ramp, clears all the angles, specifically the ninja angle, which lost them one of the previous rounds. And in the meantime, Guardian was clearing the entirety of the backside, were able to quickly pinpoint the position. That was in the cave.
I think but a good move. Props to Bullet for that previous round and finding those 2 kills onto that B side. Extremely important.
True.
Otherwise, they wouldn't have even gotten that C4 planted.
Agreed. It's Bullet popping off at this point.
Yeah, but let's see. I mean, still extremely close between both these teams. It's 3-2.
It's ancient, man. That's all you. That's what you'll always
There's
see.
something going on with
Yeah.
Crazy Gamer.
Yeah, there was a disconnect from
Oh,
God's
no.
Rain. So we always have to have these tech pauses. Come on.
No, not always. I mean, the preferred option would be to have 0 tech pauses in a day.
You don't have that leverage here. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's fine. You know, it gives them the time to talk about a few things that they personally would need to fix up for the next few rounds.
Yeah, that's what tactical timeouts are for.
I mean, you're going to take every timeout that you can potentially get, even the technical ones. So they're not going to talk about that. Either ways, yes, since we also mentioned previously how Fired Up was getting pretty solid on the AWP, I really want to see the investment. As soon as I was hoping, Guardian has pulled it off.
Exactly. I mean, it's not Fired Up we're going to see as the first opper for the team.
Second at least.
Yeah, he's going to be the second opper. So normally, Fired Up is the primary opper for God's Rain, but hey, it's Guardian now that you have in your team. If if a man like Guardian appears, you automatically drop the op to him.
Yes.
That's a rule in CS.
Drop him 2 ops.
That's a rule of the game. It says right there.
Would 100% agree with you on that one. And I personally feel that the same thing is going to happen with the True Rippers lineup
Okay,
too.
this is going to be a very weird question for you now. Who do you think is having a little bit more fun with their team, Olaf or Guardian?
Ooh. Just depending on their player camp. I think so.
I think Guardian, yeah.
Yeah, Guardian. Just depending on that Guardian. He even raised his hand for that.
Especially, I think so. I have been friends with Crazy Gamer, not for a long time, but recently we started getting acquainted, and we have been speaking to each other. Clouda I've been following for a long time. I've been a huge fan of his. Been following his career for a long time. Him and Fired Up. Finn I got recently introduced. And I know for a fact these lads are extremely fun to be around with. So I assume that there's a lot of chill conversation happening on the God's Rain side of things. Over on the Wawa booth, though, it seems there's like intensity has taken a whole new name. These players, these lads, including Olaf himself, all of them have game faces on now.
So here's
They
the
are
thing.
prepared.
It's extremely prepared at this point, because here's the thing. When you win the first map in a very dominating fashion, you're going to have a very chill mood for the map too. And if in case you lose that map to a scoreline of 4-13, that switches up the momentum entirely. And now you are under pressure, and not just a little bit, it's a lot. Since it's the decider now, it's basically a best of 1.
Yeah.
So the momentum is for God's Rain side. And seeing the way how they're able to make the comeback in those last 1v1s as well, the pressure is just going to mount up on the side of Wawa, and that is what's happening.
A lot of discussion happening between Bullet and Olaf.
True. Wonder what they'd be talking about.
I mean, so again, as I said, I've been saying this from day one of when this event began. I mean, such a huge opportunity for every single lover of Counter-Strike in South Asia, and especially for all of these players that are there, all of these 6 teams that have made it to the Super 6. We've been watching these players since we started the game. I mean, I started playing CS because of these players, right? Kenny S was one of my favorite. He was one of my idols back in the days, and still is, to be very honest. All of them are. And now, for these individuals to share that stage with them, play complete series, in fact, basically the playoffs of this entire tournament with these legends, you're going to learn so much about how the players at the top of the Counter-Strike scene view the game, how they view their matches and their sets. And I believe all of these teams are going to leave with a lot more experience and a completely different insight of how they themselves are supposed to think about their series. But let's see, we're back into the action. And this time, It's a very quick B hit coming from the side of Wawa, but God's Rain, they were prepared, and Clouder, he goes big. 2 important kills right on that B side.
Now Guardian has joined in the mix. That we normally do not see, but at the end of the day, Finn was there to go in for that wrap up and wrap around. Just one corner, not checked by Olaf, and that is exactly where Clouder was sitting. Look at those smiles coming in on the faces of God's Rain. On the back of that technical timeout, it seems that they are now literally fired up.
I mean, they have fired up on their team, so they need to be fired up always. But as you're talking about it, yeah, I mean, they took it. It was a technical issue, but as soon as that got fixed, God's Rain, I believe, they are a little bit more relaxed, a little bit more composed now, and even more in this round than before, considering Wawa, they've been reset, completely economically, no investment in this round. Should be easy for God's Rain to ignore this and put this in the bag. They already have the first kill. Not a lot Wawa can actually do. Even in terms of map control, look at how deep God's Rain, they've gotten themselves in mid, pushing all the way to connector.
Finn.
Yeah, this is an extremely off angle. No one's gonna.
Oh, what? All right. He was able to find 2 in that. Yes, it's a completely off angle, but you may never know, man. Just one crazy flick, that's all you need.
Exactly. I mean, that's why it's very impressive when shots like that connect, because it is a crazy flick indeed. But Finn, I think they had the read as well that there's going to be no rifles on the side of Wawa. They did not have even SMGs, so they aren't going to spam those smokes. Even if they start shooting with pistols, unless it's like an insane headshot through the smoke, you still have a chance of walking away alive. And as soon as you see that shot, you see that gap inside of the smoke, you have the rifle, you're going to spray it down. So they had the advantage in terms of how that duel was set up and everything, but this is where things get intense, because from here, either Wawa brings themselves back in the first half and takes control of this first half, or God's Rain have an opportunity to get a nice little lead going. And again, the next round is going to be an economical reset for Wawa, so God's Rain can actually take complete control of this first half from here on out, just steamroll over Wawa.
That is true. If I'm not wrong, they've already had a streak of 3 rounds for themselves, and I love the upfront push in towards the mid that they've been using again and again. Takes away a lot of control from Wawa, but a good spray down. Bullet wins out the duel towards...
Oh! Wait, what? I thought Finn was going to get a little aggressive towards Cat.
Nope.
And maybe God's Rain would try to put pressure on Wawa right in mid, but that isn't the case. It seems like it is going to be take a mid from the side of Wawa, but fired up. Yanker on that A side, strong as ever. Shuts the door down.
Oh, okay. He looked up way too far ahead and gets 2, but not the third. Guardian is there to guard the site with the AWP in his hand. Just one last man lurking up. All they need to do is find that person. Executor, though, he could potentially be able to take 1. His position seems to be noted down. Yeah, he's taken down.
Yeah. From a setup like that, the only way you find those kills if the CTEs get very aggressive and very eager to take those fights against you. True. And I think with how both the CTs had positioned themselves, it was quite clear they were going to hold back for ages and ages. But in this round, I think one of the most critical plays was from Fired Up, anchoring that A side, finding the first 2 kills, and then Guardian finding that trade and denying site control instantly. The moment Wawa thought, all right, at least we can get the C4 planted, Guardian steps in, finds the kill, denies the site, and then the last T-side player had no option. He knew for a fact that one player was playing Sniper's Nest or CT spawn, and then Guardian was going to be towards Cave. And need to check, clear both those positions, or at least take control of Cave first and foremost if you want to get the C4 down. So no options for Wawa, but let's see. Economy reset. We see 2 Tech 9s, well 3 Tech 9s, a Deagle and an SMG on Wawa. They are going forward split.
That's potentially where a couple of players are coming in. Sunroom gets, oh my goodness, a more down. That is just phenomenal play. Yes, you would want to go up close and personal.
Yeah.
But man, oh man. Godstream were prepared.
I think in rounds like this, you don't really have a lot of hope to begin with. I think the intentions were to at least find 2 or maybe 3 kills best.
True.
C4 plant would have been absolutely the greatest for the side of Wawa, but even that wasn't allowed. And they instantly went for that sunroom control. The flash was a bit off, and I think that 3K had it just been even 1 or 2 kills, maybe things could have been manageable. But as we said, pistols can be quite tricky to make it work. Maybe just a straight up B ramp push could have worked out. We've seen that work quite a lot in the South Asian region, especially. On A.
Teams actually, you know, yeah, they love to go in for those full-on 5-minute push. Oh my goodness, Guardian. Love the fact how he was just peeking in with his knife out. Only to find the information now and is posted up with the AWP in his hand. 3 people invested again towards the ramp. But this time, God's Reign, they've got 3 of their own directly towards the A side.
I like the fact that you can clearly see the difference in how someone like Guardian Ops and what we've seen in the South Asian Counter-Strike. On Ancient, I mean, just comparing Opus positions on this map, we majority of the times are going to see Opus position in either Sniper's Nest, or they're going to try and be a little bit more aggressive on that B side. But Guardian, he's always playing towards that back halls. And that is one of the reasons, I believe, why Wawa have been so fearful of that B side. He had to take the fight, and he still finds the first. Fired up, forced into a corner, takes the duel, brings that opening kill, and Clouda. Oh! Trigger discipline put on display, but he still gets spotted. What?
That's a good awareness from Wawa. They realized that one corner was missing, checked it. Now it's all on to Guardian with the AWP in hand. And it's all off. Oh, what?
They're next to each other.
Oh my god. Hey, the corner was too shallow, I guess. But Guardian finally gets one. Swaps up the AK. So many corners to check and does not anticipate Olaf into his donut. Olaf is the one who is going to bring that one back and will take away the AWP as well.
Yeah, that was one of, that could have been very intense. Guardian versus Olaf Meister. Oh man, always fun to watch these two players, and now we have the pleasure of casting their games. Wow. But anyways, I mean, it was a very weird round from the side of God's Reign, to be honest. Wawa played that absolutely brilliantly. Fired up, needed a little bit more support in Donut, but now look at this. We have God's Reign getting very aggressive in mid again. And this time Clouda kicked things off. They needs to convert one. Oof, can't do anything about it. Fired up on that op.
Oh, he gets one. That's a good shot, but he needs to double it up as well. Finds a couple of them, and yes, he will connect the second two. Oh my goodness, that was just too many angles to check for him. Did not anticipate the move on. Crazy Gamer gets one as well. Down to a 3v1. And okay with the AWP in his hand. And he finds the opener.
Oh! Wow. Okay.
Alright. Now that was a shot I was not expecting him to land.
Yeah, I mean, I thought either Crazy or maybe whoever was on the B backhauls, especially after that nade, would have been able to kill him off. But seems like that wasn't the case. Very close round. Being snatched away by God's Reign yet again.
The buffs. Players are being hit with the buffs. Yeah, these were some good shots. Impressive as well from Fired Up.
I don't know why he moved in for the third. I mean, still, maybe not even overheat. I think, yeah, maybe. Started feeling himself a little too much, got a little too confident in that one moment, but had he held on for maybe just 2 more seconds, his teammates were almost in position to provide support from the rally. But Olaf getting a lot of control on B side. Ooh. And this time it's going to be Fired Up with 2 big kills. Finn finding 2 more, and Crazy ends it all. 8-4 is going to be the final score at the end of the first half. And a little bit of what we expected has come true. We have God's Reign leading the charge, 8 rounds on the board. But Wawa, even though it's just 4 rounds, they have made sure that God's Reign are not walking away with clean rounds every now and then. And that leads me to believe this CT side, maybe Wawa, they have something special prepared for this Ancient.
You know, at least 3 of the rounds were last 1v1s, which God's Reign won. So, indeed, they have pulled up their socks, and it's not easy for them to get even a single round away from their opponents that too easily. But that bait was absolutely phenomenal, sending one player in cave and the second one playing in the back alley. Perfect crossfire
this.
setup.
Slow scale up towards that A side from God's Rain. And this is going to be very important. They have one man lurking in mid as well, so the team need to be careful about this. But Clouder just runs in, picks off the man guarding Donut. Okay, out of the picture. And C4 will be planted on this A side, but post plants. Now, how is this post plant going to work? They need to have that lurker take control of Sniper's Nest and cut off the signals completely. But fired up through the smoke. And Crazy Gamer as well. He was flashed, still finds the kill. Smooje all alone in a 1v3. Not a lot of hope from this round. Finds one. Let's get 2 more kills, but Guardian, he's already in cave with that USP. And Finn positioned in Donut. Smooje, he's going to be cornered. And there it is. 2 hard angles to clear.
Indeed. It was Guardian who found the pick onto Olaf as well. So that's a small legend battle. He finally won. Apart from the previous one that happened with the AWP, but
there goes Crazy again.
Crazy Gamer, man.
The game's not over, man. There's still a few more rounds left.
His PC is doing some crazy stuff as well.
Or maybe he just thinks, all right, it's over. Map 3 done? Oh, it's not over? I'm back.
She's gone. I've got to hit the reset button for the PC itself. But yeah, at the end of the day, a good round indeed yet again from God's Rain, and denying this pistol means now they will have an advantage in this next one. A potential double digit. And there we go. Everyone just laughing about it.
Yeah, I think all of them are laughing on Crazy together. I mean, Guardian has joined in. Jeez. Who's cracking the jokes here?
Yeah.
It's Clouder.
Needs to be. It is either Clouder or Finn. One of them.
Yeah, I think Finn's just sitting there quietly. Fired Up is definitely having fun. Fired Up is for sure having a lot of fun.
Specifically after that map 2.
Yeah.
When he was connecting those.
And now the
shots.
last few rounds he's been very impressive.
Indeed.
I think again, I mean, we saw this during the Indian group stages as well, the Indian qualifiers themselves, that Fired Up, he's a good player on those rifles, but he's a scary player to go up against when he's on the op. And right now, I think he's definitely giving a lot of value for his team, but the big rounds are the ones where he is on that op again.
True.
And this time, I think this is that one added luxury that God's Rain have today, and at least for the next few days. Having Guardian on your team means that you have Fired Up and Guardian now. Guardian always, I mean, as long as he's there in their team, he is going to be that primary opper, but Fired Up has a little bit more flexibility to work with today.
And there's always the threat of the double op, right? We
Yeah, it's
saw
always
that in
gonna
the
be there.
previous one. Yes, it
There's
was.
going to be few more teams, by the way, that are going to run that setup.
Troopers.
Yeah, maybe.
With Kenny S. You know that he's getting the AWP no matter what.
He is definitely getting it, but from the side of True Rippers, it depends on who sets out.
That is true.
And if it is the opper that they are gonna swap for Kenny S, then is anyone willing to go for that second op? Now that is the question.
Nah, I don't
I think for
so.
Godsrin, this decision was very easy because Fired Up, he's a very experienced player as far as the Indian circuit is considered, and he's very versatile. You can put the man in any position, and he's gonna be okay.
That is true. Very versatile indeed. The experience, it speaks for itself.
Your Guardian is definitely having a lot of fun with God's Rain today.
Man, I just hope they're kind of, pulling the leg of one of their players. You always have that in the team. Whenever you're up, the new person. But on the other side now, just a little bit of a serious talk for Wawa, because they are down 9-4, and this is going to be their save round. They were not able to get some massive picks in the previous one, and that puts their economy in shambles.
Yeah, I think from here, God's Rain, it will be very easy for them to just steamroll over Wawa, at least in game 1. And it's going to be... Shouldn't be too difficult for them to actually close out this map, if I'm being honest.
Shouldn't be too difficult, but Wawa can definitely make it, and we have seen that on the map 1 itself. But here's the thing. The CT was pretty solid on that map 1. All they needed to do was, just give a few rounds away, and that was 3 that was stolen away on the map of Anubis. But at the same time, now since we're on Ancient, we know the executes work differently. We know that there are lineups as well that always come into play. But how good is the retake of Wawa? Because we have seen some pretty solid executes from the side of God's Reign themselves. Even in the previous pistol round, the slow walk up towards the A side, it worked out really well. They were able to catch the entirety of Wawa off guard. So how are they going to adjust to that play?
I think a little bit. Let's see. I think they're gonna have to wait for the buy round first and foremost. I think if they try to force it in the next one itself, things can get very difficult. Right now, it will be 9-4, and if they eco this, it's gonna be 10-4. If they force and lose, then at 10-4 is when they're gonna be forced on another eco. So 11-4 will become a much higher probability. From here, it just becomes a game of numbers a little bit more. And as you were mentioning about Wawa, I think we can clearly see the intensity on the faces of the players. In Smooje, he has been phenomenal throughout the day. All three maps, I think he has been one of the consistent players from the side of Wawa.
True.
To be honest, Executor, we saw him pop up on game 1, but then on Mirage and on Ancient, he's been extremely quiet till now. But let's see. Too much of a safety cushion for God's Reign to work with, if I'm being honest. I mean, 5 rounds in hand.
True.
They can afford to lose a few.
And this, this different kind of pressure when your opponent is just one away from the double digits and you're down to the eco.
True.
That it just does not seem to be a 5-round gap. It always seems to be such a humongous gap. 6-1, it's not equal to 9-4. I'll be brutally honest. Mentally, I mean to say, not mathematically. This round is going to be crucial, and we'll have to see how much economical damage would Wawa be able to do as they're going in for a mid and ace stack.
Look at this again, a heavy commitment from mid, from the CT side, and this time they won't deny any control to the players of God's Reign, but it's going to be Guardian leading the charge now. Sees one in Sniper's Nest, the instant nade to dish out early damage to anyone hiding in that corner. Needs to have the spray lined up, but only finds bullet. Olaf with a nice little trade, but trade comes in even quicker from God's Reign. They hold on to that numbers advantage, and Clouda looking quite solid.
Oh my god, nasty.
Make sure Olaf is going to be the last player left, and not anymore. Fired up with the cleanup, and there's the double-digit marker that God's Reign were hoping for. 10-4. And this is when we have Wawa on their most important round of this entire game. Buy round. They lose this, God's Reign. I think
that should be a 12-4.
Yeah, after this, it will be 11-4, and now on 11-4, it's going to be another eco, as we talked about it. So it should be an easy 12-4. But we have the op on Olaf. It's a big investment. No armor, no helmet. It's going to be a glass cannon op, and he converts the first. Clouda picked off. Olaf still survives, looking for another one on that A side, but it's going to be the nade from Guardian that takes down the legend from one to another. 4v4. And still God's Reign looking to take complete control of that A bomb site. They have the C4 there. It should be planted as well. 4v3 numbers advantage for Wawa though.
That is true, but look at the mid-late lurk. That's already coming in.
It's a counter lurk, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Crazy gamer. It's going to get the player at the donut. Equalizing the numbers now, and the AWP in the hands of Bullet. It was in the hands of OK, but now swapped up to Bullet.
Fired up, he saw one.
He did, but still need to check towards the donut. Crazy gamer taken down. That's the big Wawa needed, and now they can speed up this retake.
Oh, well, let's see how things are going to turn out. Hey, I mean, I want to watch the game, man. Where did that round go? Who won?
That's the kind of disconnect I was not hoping to see. Nah, man. No way.
This is Counter-Strike.
Come on. I mean,
Not a little movie.
PC restarts understandable, but this was something I wasn't expecting.
Unfortunate. Extremely unfortunate, but I think we're going to be back in the action soon. But from what was visible over there, I think God's Reign, yeah, nice round on the board. And it was pretty clear with Crazy Gamer that mid-round lurk that came in, clearing Donut up. for them, made things extremely easy. And Fired Up, he was waiting with that C4 on aim for so long, wanted to plant for Donut, and as soon as they had that under control, they just pushed forward, planted default, and then played the post plant for there on out. But let's see. Oh no, he has been spotted. Fired Up, only good for one.
How was he able to hit that flick is the question. Just show me that in the replay. He almost turned 180 out there, but Olaf being pushed back. The control has been taken. This is just A side now with the mow down. It's going to come in place as the C4 is planted.
Difficult for Wawa to retake this line. It's a very aggressive post-plant position that's been taken by God's Rain. Look at them, they're pushing CT. This is going to be risky, but this is what throws Wawa completely off. And they just run into the trap towards Cave. God's Rain on map point. And the series point, in fact, 12-4. They might have lost the first map, but I think that was just a warm-up game for them.
I just did not expect this kind of domination to happen.
Yeah.
Specifically from the side of God's Reign in the map of Ancient. And that to the one in which Wawa have played so many games throughout this entire season itself.
So, how honest do you want that?
Let's try this. Brutally honest.
Alright, brutally honest. True Rippers play the best Ancient in this entire tournament. And God's Reign is the only team other than Marcos that can actually, like, as far as the Indian circuit was considered, God's Reign was one of those teams that can actually challenge True Rippers a little bit on Ancient. From the Pakistani side, I have a lot of expectations from come mid. If Ancient is the only map we are talking about, and True Rippers on Ancient specifically, I think come mid might actually give them a tough fight and actually can take this map away. But yeah, God's Reign, they were supposed to be the stronger team. So the only way Wawa could have actually kept this map in check was to have their T side down as close as possible. But that wasn't the case. That first half lead just put so much confidence into the players from the side of God's Reign. They knew that they had this map already in the back. They were so comfortable. While the players on the other side, first of all, it's a CS LAN that these players are playing after a long time. An international LAN that too. They're facing off against teams from a totally different country. They're facing off players that they haven't played in years. And the players from either sides have involved. You add the mix of the legends from either teams, and it gets a little bit more exciting. The players a little bit more excited, but it adds a little bit more pressure for them to perform as well. And I think if you are down in terms of round, the game has been one-sided in the first half. A few times the pressure is going to get to you, and I think that is what might have happened to the players of Wawa, especially later on in Ancient. But overall, I have to say that first map looked pretty solid. That second one from God's Reign, it was an important win for them. And Ancient was a good map, but God's Reign looked extremely comfortable throughout the entire game.
It was a good map for the starting few rounds when the adjustment was not there, when God's Reign were being caught off guard again and again with those executes, because we have been talking about how solid the T side has been for all the Pakistani teams. They tend to get more rounds on their T side. So yes, it caught God's Reign off guard for the first few rounds, but after that, when they got the ball rolling in their court, they just did not let the steering wheel go, and they kept their feet on that pedal or that accelerator. Just ended up on continuous straight rounds. If I'm not wrong, those are 13 straight rounds for them.
Yeah, and it was impressive how they actually made it happen. I mean, but I mean, as you were talking about the TCT advantage, I think it's a little bit more of the teams being underprepared on the CT side that has been the result for the T side advantage. Not map-wise, just what the results have been if we talk about rounds one on which side of these particular maps. And especially on Ancient, feels like today is when we saw God's Reign a little bit more rigid. Not rigid is not the right word. Let me rephrase it. Today is the first day we saw God's Reign with proper setups, pre-decided or predetermined setups for that CT side. And I think that planning, that pre-planning was one of the reasons why that first half looked extremely comfortable. Plus, there were few key moments. I mean, I wouldn't lie about this. I mean, there were few moments there where there was just like brilliant individual pop-off, either from the side of Fired Up or
from the side of Finn or Cloud or Guardian or Crazy Gamer, one of these players would just like individually pop off and then bring the round back for their team, and those moments are also extremely important.
Very crucial indeed, because again, apart from the legend, you need your other players to pop off as well, just like they were doing in those group stages. But at the end of the day, it's going to be yet again God's Reign getting their win, and we're going to have one of the dream matchup, Johnny. We are going to have Guardian up against Kenny in the third best of 3 today.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that is gonna be fun. Hey man, I mean, I love all of these players.
know, right?
Who are we rooting for now? No one, right?
We're not rooting for no
We're not
favorites.
rooting for
no
anyone.
favorites. No favorites.
We're rooting for South Asian Counter-Strike. Yeah.
Exactly. And again, as we're talking about booming things, we also have the scoreboard up in front of us. Insmut J with 16 frags. You were mentioning about how consistent he was and showing that consistency in all 3 maps. Doing a brilliant job. Okay, again, not being very comfortable out here on now. He was dying 17 times. That is way too much for a player to be going in for those engagements. But at the end of the day, we've got the MVP, and it's none other than the man himself, fired up with a 1.22 KD ratio with an ADR of 249.
Look at that smile. I mean, that smile itself is enough to make you love this man. And he was quite phenomenal throughout the day. As you mentioned, I mean, it was a similar story for almost the entirety of the God's Reign squad. They started off extremely slow at the start on Anubis, but they picked up extremely nicely on Mirage and on Ancient, and fired up extremely critical on both those maps. Even in this one, I think he dropped like 22 kills. In terms of KD ratio 1.22, looks extremely nice. ADR of 250. That is very impressive, to be honest. And average kills per map 13. All I think this number was low, all because of Anubis. That Anubis did not go how God's Reign thought it would.
I would 100% agree with you in that fact. But on the other side, Insmut G as well with 279 average damage ratio. That is brilliant. Topping the MVP of the series. So that's absolutely phenomenal. On the other side, though, he also had 14 kills per map.
Exactly. And I think it's Mujay. He has been very impressive from the players from Pakistan. All of the players that we have seen during the group stages, he was one of the impressive players. Executor from the side of Wawa. Right. What a performance on Anubis from that man. Absolutely impressive, and it made it look extremely easy. But I think there's one thing that we can do very easily as well, and that is look at the updated brackets. Because as you mentioned, I mean, we have God's Reign moving forward with a 2-1 win after this BO3 series is done and dusted. And as you mentioned, later on in the day, we will have that True Rippers versus God's Reign matchup. But Park Boys and Marcos Gaming, now this is also another interesting game we have to watch.
Okay, so I'm gonna, get into my nerdy getup yet again. Yeah. But before that, I guess we've got some kind of special thing for the audience out there.
This is going to be a very special moment for us, and we are pretty sure it's going to be for you guys as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a legend with us joining us for an interview. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Guardian on the draft. Guardian, welcome to the draft. How are you doing? First of all, it's such a pleasure to have you.
Thank you very much. It feels good. I love the event and everything here, so it's been fun, so it's good.
Yeah, we saw you having a fun time with the entire God's Reign squad during the game as well. A lot of laughs shared with you, Crazy Gamer, and Fired Up. Can you tell us a little bit about how your time has been with God's Reign?
I mean, the guys are very friendly. I mean, it's been kind of natural. I wouldn't say they take me as someone more than them, so that's how I love it. So we had some fun. We were joking around, and yeah, it felt a little bit natural. Like I've been playing with them for some time. So yeah, we were having fun, and that's the most important thing.
That is so lovely to hear. And again, there were a few things that we were wondering. One of them was, after what happened on the map of Anubis, how was the team able to bounce back? How were you all able to discuss? And what was basically the discussion and mood?
Well, the first map is always, especially when you play with, I would call it a random team for me. Basically, I'm in a random team for me. So first map was kind of warm up and getting to know how they play, their communication and stuff like that. And after the first map, I told them a few things that can win us the games, and it was much easier to play off the other two maps. So they were listening to me, and I took a little initiative just in the communication and how to play the game to win. So they listened to me, and I think that's why we won the other two maps. So it felt good, and I'm happy that I could I could help to win the game.
And I think this is your first experience with the South Asian Counter-Strike players as well. So overall, as far as the South Asian talent is considered, what have your views been on the players, both from the Indian teams and the teams from Pakistan so far into this draft?
I mean, there's talented players, of course, that could get even better in the future, but the communication, for example, in game is completely different from like the top tier, But that's probably because of the nature and how the countries are. So it was a little bit chaotic, like little bit shouting that I'm not used to from Pro CS. But I think if there are like the right people to tell them how to communicate properly, they could learn it and it could get even better. But in general, it was pretty good. I felt like they know what they are doing and they practiced before, so it was not hard to play. It was not hard to adapt to them. So it's pretty good.
And I think with you and the other legends around over the next few days, you can definitely help the teams evolve and take their gameplay to the next level. Guardian, thank you so much for joining us for this lovely interview. Best of luck for your next game.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I mean, this is again what we were talking about. I mean, so much experience, and it might be just a few small details that all of these legends can share to the players about communication, about calmness, maintaining calmness during the series. But it is those small little elements that define the best from the rest, basically.
That is true. I mean, communication, a very well mentioned point as well, because we have seen in so many interviews and so many times how all the players they talk about that we just worked on our communication.
Yeah, I love the fact that he mentioned it was a lot more shouting, and I was like, yeah, that is very relatable. It happens to all of us in our matches whenever we are either playing the ladder or maybe a pub game on some other service. But it is going to be an exciting day ahead of us, ladies and gentlemen. That was just the first series of the 3 we had lined up for you at the start of the match. 2 more series left, but we're going to continue our journey after a very short break.
After the first series, now it's time for us to move on to the second, where Pack Boys will be facing off their opponents, Marcos Gaming. Once again, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Blast, the draft presented by Nodvin Gaming. I'm going to be your host, Caster Necro. John alongside with me on the panel will once again be Shai Shanu. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned, now it's time to move on forward to the second series of the day.
Looking really forward to it because I was digging deep into the map pool and everything about these teams, and it seems actually pretty solid, I'll be brutally honest. Though
Okay.
I still have an idea that there are a couple of maps we might potentially see, but before that, we're going to have a look at the schedule as well, because that's what we all have been waiting for. But at the same time, you know, right before we jump into schedule, there's been just some fun talks out that has been going around. What if we see Park Boys actually taking the series?
That will be an interesting one as well. But once again, right now, there's still a big question mark on who's going to be winning. So we do not exactly know. Is it going to be Marcos Gaming? Is it going to be Pack Boys? Because we cannot really underestimate Pack Boys. They have been the table toppers in their region for a long time. But then even Marcos Gaming, they have showcased a lot of promising performance. And speaking of Marcos Gaming, you've got the entire roster in front of us. And the legend that will be joining alongside the players of Marcos Gaming will be Shocks. Bobby as the IGL, Ember as the entry, Elvis as the lurk, and of course B2 as the entry. We've seen B2 perform in such a phenomenal fashion once. In that 4v5 especially, B2 had the most amount of kills.
I mean, this player, his nickname could potentially be one of the best highlight players out there, because you always see him in certain situations where you do not expect him to come out on top, and even after that, you always see him winning, prevailing, moving forward. That's the kind of player he has been. But the question is still going to remain. We've got Shocks now, so how well is he going to synergize with the team? That is going to be a big question.
As I mentioned, there's always going to be that language barrier, and once you find a way to break that barrier, things will be quite okay. Even in the interview, Guardian himself said that communication, yes, it's a little bit different compared to the pro circuit that I've been in playing. People over here yell a little bit more, which is, of course, a little bit off for Guardian. But as we move on forward with Pack Boys roster, the legend that will be joining these guys will be Freiburg. Freiburg, an absolute legend. I've known him for a really long time. Since I was like 15, I've been following this man, playing all the way back in Ninjas and Pajamas. Freiburg has had a long history. But then Angelo as well, one of the young players, the young prodigy, Scarfake as well as the support. Angelo, especially, we've seen this man on the up, and he has been astonishing to all of us.
Absolutely. All he needs is just those couple of early frags, and after that, he just pops off like anything else. And you really do not want to mess up with this guy. Whenever he's got the AWP in his hands and there's some part of map he's holding, you will never beat him. He will finish you off. Now, that again has to be brought into play with Freiburg being in the roster. That's a change, because we'll hit the synergy a little bit. We've seen in the previous series as well, it takes at least one game for the legend to synergize with all the remaining players. So it's going to be the key, and first map is where Angelo, you know, he tends to build up that confidence. So it's going to be crucial.
Yeah, I mean, Guardian said it perfectly, right? For him, these are 4 random players that he's going to be playing with. The first game's pretty much going to be the game to get the lay of the land, and then the second game will be the game where they will really start playing well. First game, you do not exactly know how the communication's going to look like. You don't know how the players will be positioning themselves on what side of the map. So there will be a lot of the question marks when you're going to be entering inside of the game. But once the first game's done, you would know what the designated role is for the player and how he's going to be playing and how you can guide that team to even perform a little bit more better in the upcoming maps. And as you mentioned, when it comes to the map pool, you're making a lot of the speculations, assumptions. And inside of the 4v5, we also saw Overpass being played. And Marcos Gaming was actually performing really well in that 4v5.
Yes, you stole the words out of my mouth out there. Yes, Overpass, it's a map wherein that was the first time we saw True Rippers as well going on an overtime. Yes, it was a True Rippers win, but Marcos were the one to push them to their limits. And Overpass has again been a map where every single time Marcos comes across it, they are winning it no matter what. So that's the kind of point I am looking forward for Park Boys to see it too, and basically ban out that map. You would not want to challenge Marcos on the map of Overpass. On the other side though, on the flip side, there's again the map of Ancient, which Park Boys seem to be very well versed with.
Exactly. Pack Boys, as I mentioned, you can never underestimate this team. But then once again, Marcos Gaming, these guys have been proving themselves mechanically all the time. They have been taking those aim duels a lot of the times. Them coming out on top in those aim duels has been quite a big big stuff as well. Especially Elvis, this man was facing some communication issues, and not just that, even the connection issues were over there. But now that he's over here on the LAN itself, maybe those issues are going to fade away, and Elvis will be playing quite smoothly inside of the game. So Marcos Gaming in general, they've got the momentum. If you speak about Pack Boys, they had the momentum at the initial phase of the tournament because they were the table toppers, but then later on, that top position came on fading away down, which was not really that great for Pack Boys.
Absolutely true, because again it was stolen by none other than first Wawa, and then it was stolen from them as well, from the team come mid. And the winner of this match will be playing come mid. Not today though, but maybe tomorrow. That's something we'll reveal in the schedule later on, so you might as well want to stick around for that. But in the meantime, yes, you know that the winner is since going to play come mid, you also have to prepare for that, and we will be coming on to that question. Yes, there's a best of 3 right now in front of you. There's a legend up in front. We've been talking about what kind of idea would these teams go on and play with. But the same thing arises. The first and the foremost step in every series is going to be the map veto itself.
Map veto is going to be a big question mark and also an icebreaker. And I'm pretty sure in a while the map veto will be revealed as well in front of our screens. But what are your speculations? Which map do you think will be picked? Overpass? I think so. You are pretty much locked in on that.
Yeah, if in case it's not banned out by Park Boys, I'm 100% sure it's going to be picked up and right away by Marcos Gaming. But at the same time, Ancient, I personally feel it's a bit shaky. Now, Johnny was here. He was mentioning that True Rippers, they will go potentially unbeaten on that map. The only team that can basically rival them would be come mid. And apart from that, I still feel looking at the stats, Ancient could be the map where we will see Park Boys prevail. But the decider is someone that I'm still confused about.
Maybe an Anubis, maybe a Mirage. Nuke can be played as well, considering Nuke as well. We have seen it being played a lot of the times. There's also seen Marcos Gaming play on Nuke a lot of the times, and even they have been looking quite comfy. So Nuke is sort of like the middle ground for these teams. If they do one, they can move on forward. Anubis can be a little bit of an off card being pulled out inside of this map veto, so we don't exactly know how Anubis can be played out because we just haven't seen these two teams play that much of Anubis in general.
But there's one map that we have seen Park Boys play on, and that's going to be Inferno. And Marcos have not pulled that one out, at least in this series. Yes, we know that they're a very experienced roster. They've been playing for a while now, and they must have played onto those maps. But the question again relies on the same thing. If you've not played on that map in this series, do you really want to pull that off, specifically in the playoffs?
Now, once again, we saw Shox as well siding alongside Marcos Gaming, and considering Shox, he's been for such a long time in the scene as well. I've seen this man. Shox is kind of like a flex player for the team.
Right.
Majority of the times, you will see him play with the ARs, of course, M4s and the AK, but I've also seen him play with the AWP. He's quite phenomenal with that weapon as well. In general, he's a flex player. Now, I just want to see how the adjustment, how that piece of the puzzle is going to fit in, and how Shox is going to try to, make himself a little bit more comfortable around the players. Because, as I mentioned, language barrier is going to be massive. Indian players as well, they're not that comfortable when it comes to the English side. So, it will be a bit of a struggle at the first map, at least, from the side of Marcos Gaming. But you never know. Maybe in the second map, that's where things will start to get smoothed out a little bit.
Highly possible, because perfectly mentioned, the language barrier comes into play whenever you are in a very heated moment. You know that your emotions will come out, and emotions tend to come out in the regional language itself. So yes, you might be giving out the calls which are not perfectly in those English, but we'll just have to wait and see how that is going to be played out. But we've got a fun start coming right up now, and I'm really happy, specifically the nerdy me, about that start.
Exactly. I mean, this is where we'll be figuring how many maps they have played, what map they have played a lot of the times. All the stats will be on your screens right now. I mean, if you look at Pack Boys, their win ratio on the map of Ancient has been 50%. They've played it 2 times. But if you look at Marcos Gaming, it's only been 25%. You spoke about Ancient. For Marcos Gaming, this can be the danger zone.
True, because they haven't looked very convincing on that map. Also, the one that they won was not that great. On the other side, though, again, watching Overpass, 66% win rate for Marcos.
But then for Pack Boys, it's 0% because they have never played Overpass. So for the best bet for Pack Boys has to be to ban out Overpass off the bat. If they're not going to ban out Overpass, one thing is for sure, Marcos Gaming will have a swift glide off the bat to start off the series. But then if you move on forward towards Anubis, both of the teams have not played Anubis at all.
That's just both of the teams not picking out that map at all. Yes, perfectly mentioned. But on the other side, on the flip side, you talk about Nuke. Yes, Marcos have had a lot of experience previously prior to this series. But in this one, we've seen Nuke being pulled off a couple of times from Park
Yeah.
Boys, and they have had a win rate of 66%, basically rivaling the win rate of Marcos on the map of Overpass. It's going to be a fun series, but I'm still pretty confused as to who will come out on top.
Even Mirage was 100% win for the side of Marcos Gaming. But let's move on forward towards the stage and watch the players walk out, because we're getting quite close to the matchup of this series. I mean, as we see the players of Marcos Gaming walking out to the right side, they have got a couple of smiles on their faces as well. We just want to see these players have a great time.
Absolutely, specifically talking about the legend, and they also walk out on stage. It's going to be super fun to watch and very exciting as well. Marcos Gaming with Shocks, the man himself.
Exactly, Shocks just wearing that Vitality jersey and just standing on the stage. Yeah, I mean, look, he's having a great time already. I can tell. Shocks, he's going to enjoy his time in that booth playing the game. Marcos Gaming, they do seem a little bit nervous. It's understandable, especially when you're playing with the legend. You would try your best to impress that person because you consider him as your idol. But now, as you do see the opposition walk out as well, Pack Boys, the players as well, they walk out on towards the stage. I want to see how Freiburg's looking like as well. It's been a while.
It's been a long while indeed. I wish he would be in the NIP jersey as well himself, but might be too presumptuous out there. There we go. The entirety of Park Boys along with Freiburg, the legend himself.
Exactly, and Freiburg too. I mean, it seems like he's over here to have a great time inside of the game. We're just still a step away from finding out the map, Vito. That will be the big icebreaker, and as I mentioned, even Angelo, the young prodigy himself, we've seen this man on the op. He has impressed to all of us. I want to see him play the same way once again on the LAN itself. It will be a big experience for this man, considering it will be his first time, if I'm not wrong, to step on such a big stage. So let's see if Angelo is able to impress every single person that's sitting in the arena itself and the viewers that are currently watching at home.
I mean, playing with a legend in the booth yourself, yes, that definitely is going to be an experience of its own. It's going to count and super important. But again, it's all going to come down to the synergy of the players, how well you're able to adjust to the legend, how well the legend is able to adjust with your own playstyle. We're very vocal South Asians, you know, there are going to be a lot of comms being given, but the main part is how will they catch out the important communications.
And when it comes to emotions as well, we show that a lot. That's what we're known for, South Asians. We show a lot of emotions inside of the game and outside of the game as well. So, I mean, clearly Guardian mentioned this in the interview as well. We are quite vocal, we're quite loud when it comes to the communication as well. Maybe we need to tone it down a little bit. But the map Vito in front of us, off the bat, it's going to be Vertigo banned out from Pack Boys, and then Marcos Gaming to ban out Nuke, but then the pick is going to be Mirage from Pack Boys. Once again, now Marcos Gaming has to go with Overpass, and that's what they do. Mirage and Overpass will be the maps we'll kick things off with, and then Decider will be decided soon.
Inferno taken away. That was understandable, but Park Boys taking it away is something that I did not expect. I am expecting an Ancient probably. Yep, it was an Anubis that was banned out by Marco, so we will be jumping onto Ancient for the Decider. Okay, how honest you want me to be this time?
I think so. It's going to be a 2-0.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to say the same thing. I feel it might potentially be a 2-0. It's difficult for Park Boys.
According to stats, Mirage can be a super close game, and Overpass should be a one-sided game, according to stats. Because Pack Boys, they were sticking to their comfort zone. There's a chance they can be punished heavily on Overpass, so they need to book it all on Mirage itself. But that comfort zone might just sting you later on, because a lot of legends have said in the past as well, it's better to step out of your comfort zone.
I mean, Mirage is a map that every single team is comfortable on. And it eventually boils down to how well those lineups are. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Marcos Gaming on the CT side up against Park Boys on the T side. In Mirage, here we go.
And off the bat, probably, it's going to be Pack Boys to sort of take things a little bit too quick. But no, instead, they were still on the spawn for at least a couple of seconds off the bat. Scattered approach, Angelo still just on the spawn. I guess he's facing some issues. I'm not sure why is he still there, but if he's facing some issues, I hope they are fixed up as soon as possible. And already 2 players moving up from the underpass. Pavi towards short. Looking forward to catch at least 1 player off guard. And the players from Pack Boys maybe just wanting to take a boost towards Nest, and that's what they have done. They've found a lot of map control. Jungle control taken away as well from the players of Marco's Gaming, but they're still able to get those kills. And as long as that happens, that's all that matters. Even Pavi catches a man towards jungle. Instant reposition came in towards mid, but he was not really able to get the man down towards mid. And maybe the entry to B will be down.
Possible, but look at the wrap-up. My goodness, Marco's Gaming. The adjustment from them has been absolutely phenomenal. Sharpshooter needs to land the shots, finally being able to get a bullet to the skull. But basically fired a lot of those bullets now, and he will be pinched. Elvis is waiting out there. Going in for the jiggle peaks, jumps up, spots the player. Now would potentially give the comms, and we will see a run down, a mow down. The question is, how many can Sharpshooter get?
I mean, considering he's got his hands on the P250, it's going to deal a lot of damage even on the chest. Gotta watch out. Yeah, nicely done. Last kill collected. Elvis is the man to get the closure. First round in the hands of Marco's Gaming, the ideal start they wanted to have. They have got that. That means even the upcoming round should be easily in their hands, considering PB could not really get the plant down, so it's not going to be a force at all.
Full-on save indeed. With the amount of map space that they were taking, I honestly thought they would be able to go in for a solid execute. But again, the mow down of Marco. I've seen quite a few times how they do not mind giving up some early map control, only to take it away later. But as of now, the presence towards mid being shown by both the teams, and it's understandable from the side of Marcos. You want to take the long-range fights as much as possible.
Shocks towards mid. Dishes out a lot of damage. It's taken down at just 3 HP. Freiberg, he can't do a lot, but still his teammates got his back. A crucial headshot found inside of the game. Big one. A big man, a big threat neutralized off the bat. Elvis not inside of the game anymore, but then Ember, even he strikes down a couple of more players. Pavi towards under Palace. Compromised. MP9 explosive skill will always prevail. Considering the opponents, they do not really have the better weaponry. Yeah, they don't really stand that much of a chance to sort of come out on top, but they will still get the C4 down, and it's a big sign of concern now.
Oh. As soon as it was planted, the shot connected, and Shocks wrapping all the things up with B2 himself, who was playing in that connector. The defusal is going to come in, but I would still say it was a very good round from Park Boys, taking away 3 of the weaponries and also getting the C4 planted. That's all you need. You're going to have a decent economy for the next one.
Indeed you will. If you look at the replay, Sharpshooter, beautiful shot. Then Ember as well. I mean, in general, I would say it was a decent eco round from the side of PB. Not bad.
True.
Not bad at all.
To have flip side though. Buy round, AWP invested by Shocks. A close and personal fight towards the stairs.
Ooh. A lot of damage though. But good smoke as well in return. The amount of space Shocks has found towards Palace is huge. Elvis towards short. Every single person, every single player from Marco's Gaming at this point, they're just playing for the assurity. Making sure that the map control has not been taken away a lot by the opponents. While Pack Boys, still looking forward to find that breaching point. Pavi was the only man who was scratched up and bruised up, but they lost out on one of their main key players. It was Dynamite. Turn frag once again. Shocks with the op as well from the backs, now starting to strike down the players. As I mentioned, I've seen him play with the op a lot of the times. He's quite a good flex player, but a quick return from PB as well. The return's not going to be as strong as you expected, but at least they're able to find the entry on the site. And Pack Boys, that's all they really needed. Elvis is taken down way too low HP, but there's a flank on the way as well. And B2 wrapping all the way from the back lines might be something that can catch these players off guard. B2 should be able to get at least one, but oh no, he misses the opportunity. But the MP9 from the front regains the control back on the side, and just like that, it should be around, but no! What? BB, they steal it away at the last moment.
Freiburg with a 4K in this one. An absolute beast.
I didn't even see that coming.
Exactly, neither did Marcos at that time because yes, they were going in for that pincer maneuver, but the way Freiburg was just so very ready. Those first shots needed to be connected by B2 and he only connected it to the body and the leg, not the head. That's where it all just bit them back, but what an adjustment by Freiburg.
Nervousness starting to hit him. He could have gotten that kill easily as well, but B2 this time. He's on the path for redemption. He finds a quick 2-piece on the board. With the help of his teammate. 2 players down. They've got such a big advantage, and the follow-up's quite strong as well. And yeah, at this point, he might as well just conclude the round. It's a 2v4. This seems next to impossible to be done. I don't know, over Marcos Gaming, they've bounced back in such a phenomenal fashion. B2 with that aggressive push towards mid was able to catch some crucial kills. And now 5-7 up close and personal. Angelo getting pushed on. Yeah, the only option he's got is to back away and play with his teammate.
That is indeed true. But Angelo, he's got the AWP in his hands. If they're able to get a couple of frags, but maybe when Marcos trying to be a little more proactive, they could potentially bring it back, but I'm just getting too optimistic at this point.
Patience is the key to success. Yeah, he spotted that glimmer. He's waiting for him to peek out once again, but Elvis in the ladder room just collects both of them walking by. Too easy for Elvis with just a 5-7 finding both of them. They lined up, unfortunately. Yeah, well, that's classic 5-7 for you, and they also got some better weaponry in their hands.
It's all you love to see. And again, there were 3 pistols for Marcos in the previous one. Just a couple of rifles that they invested. And one of them with B2 finding an immense value out there in mid. So it was absolutely great performance from them, but that now has moved us to the tactical timeout. And I think so it's a very good time for the side of Park Boys to take it. Because the momentum has been shifting to Marcos and they need to break it.
I want to know how old Angelo is.
Should be pretty young, to be honest.
Yeah, it looks pretty young. On the other side, look at Marcos Gaming. Meanwhile, these guys are just having fun. Look at Bobby. Smiles on the face, even B2 enjoying his time. And Jocks, I mean, neutral expressions. For him, it's another day at the office.
Yeah. Seems like you when you're on the casting desk.
Oh, I mean, I'm not sure how I'm supposed to respond to that. But, yeah, I mean, Marcos Gaming, for them, the start has been quite wobbly, in my opinion, considering they started things off on a fantastic note. We thought that maybe they should be at least able to get 3 rounds back-to-back on the board, but unfortunately, they did lose out on that single round. It might be a sting later on, but let's see.
True.
It all really comes down to that recovery.
Recovery needs to be the key, and again, it's a save round, and everyone's moving towards the palace as well as the stairs. Molly to block off their entrance for a while, but now there's no smoke. And Ember has repositioned in the under palace position.
All the players towards Palace, just looking to funnel out. There's a man towards under Palace, and he's like a wall that is unbreakable. Ember, with the help of his teammate all the way from Ticket Booth, they just mop the floor on the A side.
There's some eco frags being collected from them. And
Yeah.
it was a good read as well. The reposition, even brilliant. Because we normally see whenever the teams are usually on a save, they end up going in for a fast B hit. It has basically been the trend for almost all the Pakistani teams out there. But Marcos getting this stack towards the A, realizing it could very well be A push drop down from Palace itself. And now is going to be a crucial round for Park Boys because we've had similar storylines across the board in the series, seeing the 4-1 scoreline. And if in case Park Boys are able to win, we potentially see an equalizer as well. But if not, then we'll see Marcos at least taking half of the rounds.
Yeah. 4-1 being the scoreline. Marcos having that 3 rounds lead. A little bit of a tech pause as well. Hopefully the issues will be sorted as soon as possible before Pack Boys. This can also give them a little bit of a time to settle their nerves.
True.
And talk to each other a little bit more and figure out what exactly is going wrong. So once again, there's 2 ways to a tech pause. But it's not going to be for that long as the game resumes once again. And the 6th round's going to be on the board.
Lineups just need to be there. That's the main part. You always would want to smoke off all the points that you're going to get to go from. And there we go, Shocks. Frag peak, dissipate the smoke. Catching anyone though.
Towards mid. Everyone's present. Emperor can't find a big angle. He could have as well. He almost astonished both those players. But unfortunately, he wasn't really able to get any of the kills. Instead, he just softened him up. But then a push towards main, was able to catch one as well. So at least equal traits. B2 towards ladder room. Even B-side's going to be on a lockdown considering Elvis. He's playing there. And somewhere down line, Elvis is probably going to see this push coming as well. But this patience being showcased from the side of Dynamite. And Skofik all the way with the flank from the market itself. He is left undetected. Trigger discipline on the board. Finally, Skofik clears out the site with that headshot to the dome. But he gets caught on the way as well. As long as the trades are going to be on the board, everything is going to be okay. But now it's a 2v3. And which Shocks is able to find the neutralizer.
That is indeed true. But they've got to go in and also go in for the defuse. Will Pavi anticipate this one close off angle? No, he does not. A bullet to the back of the skull. Shocks now with pistol in hand is good to get one, but not anything more than that. Will be shut down and the AWP should be lost. Yep. It's going to be picked up by Park Boys again. A good round from Park Boys, I would say.
Yeah. Way too close to comfort, though. Him being able to find so much map control, moving all the way from Market itself towards the B site. Yeah, it was a big red flag. But then B2 was at least able to catch him on the cross. So even that was quite a big catch. Shocks, once again, being aggressive towards main, holding an aggressive angle. Ember pushing a closer personal all the way from mid. He just got one. I'm not exactly sure what the answer is behind this aggression from Ember, but they must have got something cooking up.
But again, you can do it once, maybe twice. Protection! Pretty scrappy fight still being won by Pavi. Good one indeed. Team needed that lead. But yeah, coming back to the same point, if in every single round you're going to make that play, then it will be anticipated by your opponent and they will be ready for a counter. And that is exactly what happened. A 1-for-1 was the best that Ember could get because he moved out of the smoke himself.
But I guess at least he got away with murder. So you can't say, yeah, it was a 1-4 trade, but it's something that they needed at that point.
Possibly, I guess. Yeah,
2v4. Oh no. Looking down towards short, and yeah, the Ops can collect the kill. Easily, Marcos Gaming is able to convert this round as well in their hands. And Shock so far, he's proven out to be a great asset to this team, of course.
I would agree with you. Skofik has been. That was a good flank, and I've seen a couple of times how he's always ready with those flanks. But when would Marcos Gaming patch up that hole in the defense? And how many more times would Boyz be able to utilize that for their advantage is the question. Full on B rush though.
Towards the apps, it's going to be the players just funneling out slowly and steadily. But it's an absolute mow down towards the side. This is what you call a meat grinder. And once you step inside of it, you just have no chance to stand still.
The move kind of looked a little bit desperate, I would say.
Yeah, it was.
Everyone running in from the apps. Yeah, it's understandable it's a save round, but I was hoping for a couple of flashes and a smoke to be used up. Because you know that every single time you get so many footsteps in the apps, there's going to be a Molotov under your feet. And then you're just forced to make a decision. Either quickly move forward or to take a step back.
Beautiful nade that was. A quick peek as well from Shox. Gets away with a kill, but then an instant trade hit the deck as well. And from the short, the man moves up. He finds that crucial headshot, and he keeps on pressing W. B-site control's taken away by the players, and Shox now on his way to get the site back in their hands. But now he's left with just 2 players, himself included in that. A 2v3, Freiburg's up on the board for PB. This seems like a PB round, unless something wrong goes on and they somehow mess it up, then it can be a whole nother scenario. And if that happens, it will be a big blunder. But I highly doubt that's going to happen. Now Ember's the last man alive. Probably is going to go for the save.
Will he be allowed? Yeah, he's going to run away now.
Oh no! It's caught.
Said a bit too soon. A bit too soon indeed. The moment Shox was taken down in that 2v4 situation, if I'm not wrong, that was the moment when I thought, alright, now I don't think so they're going to be able to win out this one. The best thing they could do, save the AWP. Fortunately, even that was denied. A good round this time around coming in from Boyz. And I have mentioned it throughout the season, multiple times, how important it is to take the Arches control whenever you want to execute towards the B. Because Arches is a very strong position. And Boyz realizing that, this time approaching directly from that, I just love the play.
Freiburg. This time towards B. A little bit of a variation in the pace and in the defaults as well. And Ember once again pushed up from mid. I'm not sure what Ember's been trying to cook here, but he has pushed mid majority of these rounds.
Anti-flash.
Yeah. And he's probably going to be expected this time as well. That's why I see Skofik just pre-aiming over there. Shox. He looks away at the bad time, but his teammates got his back. Ember saves the day for Shox. And that's why Shox will be able to stay alive at least for a couple of more seconds. And B2, even he gets away with crime. A 3v2 on the board now. B-side's taken away. Angelo going for the plant. With just these 2 players, it's a post-plant scenario. It is convertible for PB.
But they need to get the open. Oh
my God.
the damage.
Okay. Yeah. It's just going to be an easy strike down for them. Not even an issue. Yeah, Marco's Gaming, they're getting these back-to-back rounds now. And it's starting to make the players of PB even more desperate.
Would PB be able to take this to a 7-5? Looking at their buy, it says otherwise.
Yeah. If they do take it to 7-5, it'll be a good note because they won't need to rely on the second half pistol round too much.
Yep.
But if it is going to be 8-4 or 9-3, then they would need to rely on the pistol round way too much. That pistol round will pretty much be dictating their lifeline inside of this match.
Oh, now the lifeline is going to be this upfront push coming in from mid, where already seen a couple players now fall. It's a mow down yet again. B-side under lockdown. Oh, wait a second. Nah.
Oh, he's just pinned down towards shore. Eagle's primed, but it's of no use. Marco's Gaming, another round on the board. PB. Oh no, now the lead's starting to extend too much out of PB's hands.
They should potentially have a Scrappy buy in this one as well. Oh my god, they invested in the previous one. I thought maybe they saved on a couple of players. But no, that was not the case. Scrappy buy, and now we are back again to another Scrappy buy.
Especially when Shox once again pulling out the same strategy from the book, and he finds the pick once again. Shox is now being a big pain in the foot for these players. They need to find the kill onto Shox. If Shox keeps on getting away with murder like these, then it's a big problem. And then once again, repositioning towards the A main, yeah. I mean, you start to gain a lot of confidence against PB.
The mid is under lock.
Yeah, we'll get caught off guard there. Yeah, pretty much a cleanup at the end. 9-3 is going to be the first half, ladies and gentlemen. Now it's time to switch the sides in the second half, where PB will be on the CT and Marcos Gaming will be on the T. But once again, as I mentioned, for PB, this pistol round will be the dictator for them inside of this map of Mirage.
Is it just me, or do the games feel they're going way too fast?
They are actually going way too fast. They indeed are. Because imagine this. Even the first BO3 series that we saw, the first matchup in Anubis, it was one-sided. Mirage was one-sided. Last game was one-sided. And now even this game, it seems like it's going to be a complete one-sided affair. If MG is able to win this pistol round, though.
I have mentioned that the Pakistani side, they need to work on their CT side. And now they are on the CT side itself. Though we've seen it multiple times, as of now, we can first let it sit. The cooking that's going towards mid. Kind of missed the lineup, I guess.
Oh, Freiburg, he spots all the players. This is big. Freiburg has probably given the call away that they're moving in all the way from the connectors area. And yeah, it's going to catch the first player. Of course, the second one found as well. Freiburg, that 2K was massive. And now it's going to only leave 3 players in the hands of Marcos Gaming. And that too, B2 is quite softened up. These 3 players, they're going to be feeling a lot of that pressure. And unfortunately, the planner gets caught. Shox, he finds the first dink on the player all the way back towards CT. And now he also recovers that C4 in his hands. Looking forward to back away. There's a man towards jungle as well. And Shox, there's no chance he will be winning this duel.
Doubling up together. I thought that maybe that last player of Marcos had an opportunity to go in for a long flank from mid, but they just did not have enough time. Because again, the planter was caught and Shox had to make a play to move towards the bomb and take it, at least retrieve the bomb at the bare minimum. And there was a cavalry on the other side of it. It's quite understandable. He might potentially get one maybe, but nothing more than that. So a good round from Park Boys indeed. And now they've got the weaponry advantage, potentially looking at a 5-9.
Oh. This could have been dicey. Off the bat, moving in, and yeah, I knew it. Someone's going to be able to find that first kill. Oh, Elvis. A little gush. Instantly backs away. B2. Even he sort of tasted that blood. And the deagles are really starting to click in now. From the A side, it's going to be the M1's mowing the lawns. And Shox, even he gets his hands on that M1. He's holding an off angle, probably looking for to catch the player off guard, and that's what he does. A big kill in the hands of Shox. Also restores the lifeline in the hands of Marcos Gaming once again. The nade was a little bit of an overshoot, but it's completely okay as long as they're able to get those kills. Now even the last man's position's compromised towards triple. Ooh, Shox get taken down instantly, but he also deals a lot of damage onto Freiburg, so it's completely okay. As long as B2 does not miss his initial bullet, it should be all good in the hood.
Where is he going to go? Okay!
Oh!
That is the legend for you, Freiburg, on 3 HP.
Have you noticed the crosshair placement these guys have? Precise. So good. That in itself just showcases the amount of experience they've had.
And the realization where the player would potentially go.
Yeah.
The understanding of the small mechanic of the game. It's like mind reading your opponent and then being one step ahead. The game of chess. Oh.
But in this game of chess, you've got guns in your hands. Hobby towards mid, and as long as you're able to find picks like that and get side in your hands, you should be okay. Shocks once again just rolling through these players, moving it all the way towards CT. He finds another one on the board. Oh no, this is not good for PB. Shocks is gaining too much confidence, and now it's a 3v2. Shocks has already found such a big entry towards the A side. All the players of Marcos Gaming need to do is move in and go for the plant. And if I'm not wrong, there's one man all the way towards the flank, but he's closed on in towards connector, so the flank's going to be cancelled out.
Oh, maybe double re-clear?
Ooh! Cannot afford that. And now both of them, they need to play for the post-plant Shaishanu. One single mess up. If you go for solo peaks, that's it. It's done. Good flash. Wanted to go for a flash and peek right there. Bobby, all he's doing is just waiting out for shots! And a big blunder! This should not have been this way in the first place. Elvis loses his life, and then Bobby was tucked in the corner. As I mentioned, if you're going to go for one-on-one peaks, it will be bad. You need to play together. It's a 2v2. Team play should be the dream play.
I love the play in the starting, which Shocks made when he moved directly towards the CT to catch the rotators off guard, and he was able to find one quickly. It was just that off-angle wide position through which he was finally taken down, and not before dishing out a lot of damage, because you would normally not expect that. When the site is taken, you would expect all the attackers to kind of be around the site and take these positions on the site, not push up front, specifically when they have the numbers advantage. But he made a solid play, but on the back of that last one, I really thought that a flank directly back towards the CT would have been the key, but they just decided to quickly hold the jungle and the mid connector position. And yes, going in for the solo peaks, not the way to go.
PB, they're bouncing back. 9-6. The equalizer's not that far away. Ember 2, slowly and steadily just creeping and crawling their way into the connector. Once again, equal trades on both the sides, but straight to quickly started on the players of PB. Another pick on board, and PB once again, the A side crumbles down in the hands of Marcos Gaming. So far, they've been quite phenomenal on the retake, and maybe there's a chance this retake can be pulled off once again, but it was a desperate move, which did not pay off at all. And now it's going to leave Skofik in a 1v3. And all the players of Marcos Gaming need to do is just play with patience. And that's what they're doing. And Skofik realizes the exact same thing. It's better to go for the save. But it will be double digits on the board for Marcos Gaming.
The economy for Park Boys does not seem to be very good either. So the hard decision to make. Yes, give the double digits away, but at least save that one, so that you'd have something to play around, maybe a hero rifle for the next one. There's M4A. Terrorists win. Around by B2 and Bhavi. Not being able to find that last player. On the other side, 10-6. Just a 4-round difference though. Couple of rounds for Park Boys, and the economy for Marcos would be reset. They would be able to bring it back from the edge.
I mean, PB. Broken buys. Famas and one M1. And the rest of the players have got their hands on the deeks. While Marcos Gaming, they've realized the exact same thing, and now they're looking for to move in towards the A site. If Marcos Gaming do want a successful hit, they might as well just start barrel stuffing the players down. W key should be the way to go, in my opinion, considering the opponent's on a broken buy. It's better to just W key and just move it side to the side, and that's what they're slowly and steadily doing. First pick will almost be found, and they have already done so. A 4v4 in which Sox is a little bit softened up, but it's okay, as long as they've got the site control in the hand, and the constant damage is being dealt on the players of PB. This flank can be huge from Dynamite. He catches the first man and instantly retrieves an AK in his hands. And this flank now is probably going to work as a crossfire with Freiburg on stairs. And they're able to get so many kills with that. Shocks can be holding this off angle, but it does not work out at all.
What a beautiful retake from Park Boys. It all started from a point where Shocks, yes, out from that palace position, wanted to throw the bomb directly into the player that was on the side. But it just bounced off the ball and went back to him. So he had to throw it again. This gave crucial time to the side of Park Boys for that flank to come in on time and get that first crucial pick, which eventually gave them an opportunity to flood in from the connector as well, and the person who was playing in somewhere around jungle area. That was such a well-oriented retake from them. This is the kind of Park Boys that I was looking forward to see.
Classics. 2-1-2. One player playing towards Nest, the other man towards connector. Sharpshooter. He's starting to lose out on his patience and move up. Pack Boys, they're able to get away with these kills, which is quite good for them. As long as they do keep on finding the advantage, that's awesome. 4v3, still Pack Boys on the upper hand. And now Shocks, he needs to take matters in his own hands. He needs to find at least one more opening. His position gets compromised because the man was going for the jump shots. Shocks looking to back away. Sharpshooter, he will find another one. A big mistake being made from these players.
Moving into the smoke, he wanted to find a timing on that player. Fortunately for him, player was just vigilant.
Freiburg. I mean, yeah, they're getting the information, but those two players from MG, they're playing this really safe. This has been the closest game so far we've witnessed.
Right, there's the flash. No one needs the back of it, and a good peek coming in from the player in Arches. And that's the site already taken.
A return. That too a swift one. 1v2. Shocks going for the plant. And yeah, he gets caught. Unfortunate stuff. Shocks wanted to get the C4 down, but just couldn't in time. And that's when the op really found the striking advantage. 10-8 being the scoreline. PB slowly and steadily once again just looking forward to find that neutralizer and neutralize the lead that Marcos Gaming has created. And so far they're successfully able to do so as well.
That was such an impressive op shot. Look at this. Oh my god. He knew that Shocks would stick. He just realized it, and what a crazy shot coming in from Angelo. It's got to repeat it multiple times now. On the other side for Marcos Gaming. Wanted to play for a push potentially in the apps. But no one from Park Boys is going for that push. Just holding that space. I love their idea. They want to take those long range fights. To wait for Marcos to make a move.
Oh, there is a man towards main. They're just waiting for Shocks to get the first contact. And as soon as Shocks finds that, the main push will start to come through. It does, but the Opper's now really stopping them. Shocks, he was able to find a 2K. And that gives the site control sort of away to the players of Marcos Gaming, but that one single Opper towards Ticket Booth, it's really starting to cause a lot of trouble for them.
Still got a smoke. Utilized it just now. Are they going to commit to the A hit because the bomb is moving towards B? That is where the rotations of the CTs are as well.
Oh no. Should have realized that he's probably going to get pushed on and forced on. Yeah, once again, the CT is just regaining the site control back in their hands, but the Tech-9 with a 2K. That too, a big one. Emperor almost could have found the third one as well. This Tech-9's going huge. Angelo with the op in his hands against the Tech-9 up close and personal. But that shot was brilliant from Ember. Just do not stop pressing the strafe key. just kept on moving, just pressed that D key and did not even stop.
Even Shox is shocked by that play because, yes, Tech9 not exactly the weapon that you would think.
Oh my god. Look at this. Oh, he just keeps on running.
Yeesh.
That's the first bullet accuracy for you, ladies and gentlemen.
While running and gunning. Absolutely brilliant play indeed. And now, Shox has the AWP on the back. Oh, what a push up front. What a play!
Oh! Shox! Shut down! A complete shutdown on that proactive push from PB. And yeah, with Elvis and Ember backing him up just like that, easily the site falls in their hands. And Shox once again! He pulls the same stuff off. Oh, this has to be a jump. I mean, Shox, he finds the first quick peek, and then the second no-scope, then he moves in towards stairs, and then he just jumps down and no-scopes another man towards connector. Look at this. Oh, man.
That no scope was just mind-blowing. The classic Shox play. Phenomenal play indeed, and on the back of it now, just as you mentioned, Marcos Gaming just 1 point away from claiming the map for themselves. Oh my goodness, a scrappy fight and a lot of damage being done. Marcos losing one of their members.
Yeah. 12-8 being the scoreline. Marcos Gaming. If Marcos Gaming do end up winning on Mirage, the upcoming map is going to be Overpass. There's a chance we might see a 2-0, but we never know. Maybe PB, they're ready for this Overpass. Even Overpass has been a map that's been out there for a long time. So you never know, maybe PB are ready. But yeah, statistically speaking, that should not be the case. But, speak of the present, Marcos Gaming, they've lost out on one of their dudes, which is Pavi. The IGL is now out of contention. And Shox slowly and steadily moving in from the short. All it needs is the first peek from the CTs, and Shox being able to get his hands on that kill. As soon as the blood is being tasted by the op, it's all that matters. Shox needs to turn around, but it's okay. His teammates found the trade. A man towards Nest, catches Shox off guard. Sharpshooter finds that perfect timing.
Such a small window, and I mean it metaphorically, before that smoke bloomed. That is when we saw Sharpshooter peeking.
A 2v4 seems next to impossible to be converted, and yeah, it will not be. 12-9 is the scoreline, and PB somewhere down line, even they realize the fact that they need to win this Mirage game. And once again, yeah, we know Marcos Gaming, they've been way too stronger on the map of Overpass, but once again, you need to realize there's a legend playing on the opposite team as well. And maybe he can sort of help out the players, iron out a couple of more things on the map of Overpass, and maybe we might see that bounce back. You always got to be a little bit hopeful.
But again, at the same time, you need all the players from Park Boys to step up. Because I was seeing the synergy being kicked in by Marcos, I'll be brutally honest. Specifically on the one where Sharpshooter got those 3 Ks with the AWP in his hand. And it was on the back of the teammates' flashes. So you can clearly see how well they are synergizing. While on the other side, Park Boys still looking for their footing with Freiburg in the roster.
Sharpshooter. Oh, he's going to have a date with Destiny soon. Good Molotov, though. Oh, he's going to find a lot of burn damage. Freiburg chipped out on the site, but he still catches the man off guard. Elvis taken down. That's a big pick for PB. Now Freiburg just looking forward to press the charges, but the man was ready with his crosses trained. Sight control taken in the hand. It's a 4v2. And it feels like PB now just do not really stand a chance anymore to get this retake done. But maybe they still do. One more kill is required to equalize the man number. And the man towards jungle is the only man who can pull it off. Dynamite on the site. He's got an off angle. He's got a surprising effect. And if he's able to catch Ember off guard, this can be huge. But Ember instead, he cuts off his lifeline. Skofik moving in towards B. His position's compromised as well. Summer down line, they know he's going to be there. And Shocks with the op might just find the closure. He misses the first shot. Quick repositioning. And he still just keeps on going for the info. Now the man is towards bench. And Shocks, he's just going for the no-scopes. He misses the opportunity. A 1v1 in the making. Both the players quite softened up. All it takes is one single bullet. And it's going to be Skofik to come out on top. And he keeps his team alive inside of the round. What a big clutch that was.
Potentially the best clutch of this map. And if in case on the back of it, Park Boys are able to pull it in the overtime, then they would have a chance. Still, we are seeing a couple of more chances for Marcos Gaming to close it out. But not just two, they only have one. But at the same time, we'll be just seeing a small tech issue. That is saddening to see. The moment when you saw the momentum shifting in for the side of Park Boys, had to be hit them. But yeah, on the other side though, this was still on the back of a clutch by Skofik. How many more times would it take for the team to finally pull their socks together?
Well, I mean, once again, relying on hero plays is not the way to go as a team.
Exactly.
It is a team game. You're supposed to play together, and every single person is supposed to be on the equal page, on the equal footing. And over there, Skofik was the man who sort of saved the day. But you never know. Maybe that clutch is probably the one to give the team confidence.
True.
And they might just rise up from the ashes. They're not that far away to get the equalizer. Not that far away from the OT as well. But never know.
There's one thing that I really love that Park Boys are doing. And it's the fact that Marcos, yes, they are making the mistakes. And Park Boys are capitalizing on the back of it. Those mistakes are not going unpunished. And all the rounds that Marcos have been able to pull together, yes, a few of them were the ecos of Park Boys. But at the same time, quite a lot of them were the ones wherein they had to go for a full-fledged, proper execute, work around the map, find out the information where the players were being stacked, in a couple of times, sell a fake on towards one part, and then take that space away. Because their T side, it has been looking shaky for Marcos. They ended at a 9-3, and they've only been able to put together 3 rounds.
And once again, to let you know, the upcoming matchup or the upcoming series is going to be between True Rippers and God's Reen.
Exactly.
That'll be even more interesting. Just can't wait. Kenny S is going to be back in the action, baby.
And
oh, the op criminal.
yes, that's going to be the Guardian and Kenny S of battle. But that's for the last BO3 of the evening.
Yeah,
Before
that's,
that, we still
you got to have the main course. No, you got to have the desert in the end.
Exactly.
Yeah. Main course is right here, right now. Oh. Come on. Yeah. Shot whiffed. Capitalization was there, but yeah, it's just straight. It's all across the board. 1 for 1 on each side. And we're left with 3v3. B2 still up, so maybe the ray of hope for Marcos Gaming to convert this round into a victory is still there as well. But then if Sharpshooter finds himself in such a great form, maybe that will be stolen away as well. Angelo and Sharpshooter looking forward to play together, but B2, crisp headshot found. And once again, B2 is not a man to mess around with. Once he really finds himself in that groove, it's tough to take him down. We've seen him perform once in the past. I think so he was the one to get over 50 kills.
Yes.
So yeah, I mean, he has pulled off a monstrous play. For him to pull off this clutch, it shouldn't be that tough, but the time's ticking away. He's still got 40 seconds in the hands. He needs to go for the C4 plant.
Has no idea about the position of Angelo. And Angelo's got to pull out a hero play yet again now with the AWP in his hands.
Oh, spots him.
Exactly. I was about to say at some point B2 would be paranoid about the backstab, but no, that's going to be B2. Finishing things off in style for Marcos Gaming.
Just like that, Marcos Gaming, they win the first map of the series. Mirage taken in their hands, and now the upcoming map is going to be the map of Warpass, where Marcos Gaming, they have been looking undefeated. Yeah, they still got the 69% win ratio, but in general, They have been phenomenal on the map of Overpass. If you speak of the opponents, we've never seen them play on Overpass so far in this tournament itself. So we do not exactly know what's going to be on the line from the side of PB. Still question marks, but this Mirage being lost out by PB is really going to sting them later on in the upcoming matchup.
That's highly possible, but at the same time, we might not know. It could be the ace up their sleeve that we were mentioning, but the way you mentioned about B2 in the starting before this series even began, you were mentioning about the player, how important and crucial he is, basically a pillar for Marcos Gaming. And it worked out exactly in the same way, because he was the one to close things out, and he was also popping off in those rounds, along with Snaps.
Exactly. Even Sharpshooter from the opposition was playing really good.
Exactly.
Yeah, unfortunately, Freiburg, not that he was not really able to play to his fullest potential, but we know in the future, in the upcoming matchup, Freiburg, once he adjusts down to that team properly enough, he's probably going to start popping off once again. But in general, as you mentioned, Shox was able to get those crucial entry points. He was able to get so many kills wrapped up. He was just moving inside of the side, disrespecting all the CTs on the D side itself. So yeah, Shox, he was having a lot of confidence moving inside of this matchup.
He was playing for the highlights, I'll tell you that, because the way he got that 3K, the classic Shox play out there in the wild. That no-scope, it was one of the most brilliant no-scopes that we have seen. And the best part about that entire play was the fact that it was on the back of flash being provided by the member of Marcos Gaming itself. That clearly shows that they were synergizing very solidly, because whenever you're on the T side, you always need that synergy to kick in for those set plays, and that happened in that play.
And speaking of the set plays, Shox was always pulling off one of those plays where he would nade in nest and get rid of that smoke, and then peek out once again on the back of that and get a kill. And he was able to do that 3 times back to back. So once again, those type of plays was really keeping the players of Marcos Gaming in the race, and they were doing quite good. And Shox in general, as I mentioned, he was of course the playmaker. He was of course the player in the limelight, playing with the op a lot of the times. Usually, as I mentioned, you've seen Shox play a lot of the times with the assault rifles, but this time we saw Shox opting out for the op, which worked out phenomenally.
Absolutely. I mean, what else do you need from the legend on your team who's very well versed with all those ARs? Even with the pistols, he was very solid. And then you give him the AWP, he is going to pop off like no one else. And it clearly shows in the leaderboards as well.
Exactly. Sharpshooter on the side of Pack Boys with 14 kills, and then Shox with 24 kills. Ember as well, not that far away, with 24 of his own. Speaking of Ember, we saw Ember push up close and personal in mid so many times. He was going for the same play over and over again. Yeah, it was a whole nother story that sometimes it did not really work out, but he was still doing the same thing over and over again, and that requires a lot of confidence. Ember definitely had that, but as we do have the head-to-head comparison between Freiburg and Shox, Shox's results and his stats are unmatched.
Unmatched indeed, but again, on the other side, Freiburg, he was doing such a phenomenal job because there were multiple rounds on the back of his 3Ks which were being brought back from the brink of defeat. And if Freiburg is there on the side, you clearly know that he is going down by at least taking 1, maybe 2 of the enemies. And that was happening so many times. It clearly shows how well versed these legends are with the game, with the map itself, and with the realization when their opponent would try to strike. And that kind of readiness is what is needed whenever you want to come out on top in a clutch.
Especially that one round, if you remember, where Freiburg only had a sliver of HP and he was still able to win that round and get the clutch secured for his team. It was such a crucial round, but he still came out on top with his teammates. But ladies and gentlemen, there's still so much more to talk about. The upcoming map is going to be the map of Overpass, but after this short break. barrage is now done. It's time to move on towards Overpass, where Marcos Gaming has been dominating time and time. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after the short break. Of course, I'm your host, Caster Necro, and John alongside with me. This time will be Johnny once again. Johnny, how do you feel? You feel great to be back?
Yes, I mean, it's always great to be back and get an opportunity to talk about the matches, and especially with where we are. I mean, the excitement just goes up every single time we see these legends drop into the server.
Man, I'm not gonna lie, I wish I was over there in the
Exactly.
arena itself. I wanted to talk to these guys. For me, it's a fanboy moment to sit down
Exactly.
here and cast these players that I was looking at since I was like 12, man.
Exactly. I mean, for you, 12. For me, I was a little bit older. But, I mean, again, these lads have been playing this game for longer that, I mean, I can remember myself ever being there. We watched learning. We learned the game by watching them perform every single time along those old tournaments. But finally, here we are. And as you said, really wish we could have been there, speaking to them, seeing how the players are interacting with each other, and the conversation that we had an opportunity to have with Guardian a few moments ago, and where he was telling, like, all right, the play style, it's not that different. It's much easier to adapt. It's just the communication. Things get extremely chaotic with the South Asian teams, and I think it is believable that that might be the case, because we have seen players on LAN and it can get extremely loud sometimes.
I mean, we spoke about the language barrier as well. It's going to be there, right? As I mentioned, English is not that comfortable language for a lot of these players, and once again, to be able to communicate in English, give those fluid call-outs, it can be a bit of a problem sometimes because you need to think what you're saying. So once again, there's always two ways to look at it.
I think majority of them are comfortable communicating in English. It might just be one or two players, but yeah, I think majority of them are, because they have been playing this game for a long time, and majority of the time,
the basic calls are like, yeah, he's on the A side, he's on pillar. As long as you say that, everyone gets it, right?
Yeah, exactly. Not just that. I think, especially with South Asian Counter-Strike, you're forced to share servers a lot. And that gets you used to not just communicating, but like speaking English in general. So I think that that can be an issue, but I think moreover it's going to be controlled communication, just not letting too much information out unnecessarily, and just relevant information being relayed to the player to allow him an opportunity to analyze the situation from his own perspective, and also allow him the freedom to decide what he wants to what move he wants to make, how he wants to play out in a particular scenario. But apart from that, I think one more thing, as we mentioned, I mean, from the open qualifiers to the group stages till now, the players have played in their own set lineups. Now you have a player who plays on a different caliber, who has a lot more experience, ages of experience under their belt, introduced in your team. So the synergy, while that might be a little bit more off, you allow these individuals, you set them up for success, and they will deliver. We saw a lot of that in map one itself, as you pointed out. A lot of those key rounds from the side of Marcos Gaming were there because Shox just hit it out of the park.
Yeah, he was just gunning the players down, disrespecting anyone that stood in his path, and he was just able to get those first bullet headshot. And as long as you're able to connect the first headshot, that's all that matters, right? You get the kill in your hand, especially if you're on the T side. But once again, some of these pro players, some of these legends that we're speaking of, they go all the way back towards 1.6 era.
Yeah.
And that, whenever you remember the game 1.6, it's just a nostalgia that starts hitting you. You've seen some of the great legends, for example, Spawn, right? I mean, he goes all the way in the back. I'm pretty sure some of the people that are currently watching, they might not even know him, but...
I'm surprised you know him.
Hey, come on, man. I mean, I've been a big fan of CS. And another legend, I mean, of course, he wasn't really exactly the pro player to speak of, but another man that when I speak of 1.6, I get reminded of is Food.
Really? Really? Wow. Yeah, I mean, goes to show how young Necro really is.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of players
1.6 is older than you by a lot of years.
I know.
More than a couple, I guess.
I know. I mean, it's quite an old game, but, you know, sometimes, once actually, a couple of months back, I installed 1.6, and I was trying to play that game, right? I was like, you know what, it's been a long time. Let's try 1.6 once again. And I forgot my mouse was on 1000 hertz, and that game cannot capture 1000 hertz. And I was trying to play, I was going for the off flicks, and I was like, wait, why is my mouse misbehaving?
Yeah.
And I was like, oh no. But yeah, you need to tune down the hertz a little bit.
I think let's come back to CS2 now, since it's been years and years and the game just kept on evolving. We had to wait, but CS2 is finally here. And so far it's been enjoyable. We were discussing the new update that came out, especially with the Zeus.
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't know why are you so obsessed with that.
I don't know. I mean, Zeus was one of the most annoying weapons in game. Every single time you get killed with a player holding an angle with the Zeus, you start to question your fundamentals. You start to question whether your eyes are working or not. And your brain as well.
It's just suspecting.
Yeah,
If
so
you get Zeus.
imagine now, Zeus recharges every 30 seconds.
Yeah,
So you get to do that more than once in every round.
that is true, but
Also, cash farming.
Johnny, come on, like, let's be realistic. In a pro game using Zeus, it's a little bit too tough. We saw an attempt in Anubis. It happened inside a connector, which did not really work out that well. Before now,
Yeah.
this game of Overpass is on the way. As we step our foot in the Overpass, we see PB kicking things off on CT and Marcos gaming on T. And yes, now we can continue the
I was just
conversation.
gonna say we also saw a man take an op, push, aim in, get 3 kills, 2 of them
Yeah.
no scopes, 1 in Tetris and 1 in connector. And he pushed all the way to connector from aim in on Mirage with just an op. So that level of freedom has been given to players, and players are definitely making use of it. But let's see, pistol round underway, good Z connector control from Marcos Gaming, and the transition into a B execute. I think that first kill from Park Boys came towards that A side, and they expect a lot of pressure on A, but that rotation, that over rotation, let me correct myself, has backfired, and the C4 has been planted from Marcos Gaming on that B side.
Angelo slowly and steadily moving in towards that
Oh,
spot.
nice!
But yeah, that's classic Glock for you. Just running and gunning on his face. How does that feel? Not great, huh? And then even the burst mode coming in. This time he misses that opportunity to find the haircut. But then Bobby's still towards Graffiti. Even he gets compromised. And just like that, a quick take on the site. PB to kick things off.
Also like the fact that Park Boys, they have made a little bit of a change. Bloody has been brought back into the team. So I think good on the team's part, allowing everyone from the original playing 5 to sort of spend some time in the server with Freiburg, get some time on stage, get that experience, what it is like to play with one of the best CS players of all time.
Bloody's deserving to play in this playing 5 as well.
That is true.
He has proven himself time and time in the group stages. Bloody has had some bloody impressive moments.
Well said. And I was looking backstage, so I was sitting in the control room and just looking at all of the different camera feeds that were coming to production. And I was watching him. Bloody was sitting there in the audience, in the arena with the audience and the viewers. He was just so tense, so excited. I think he was just waiting to get an opportunity to drop into the server and show us what he's made of. But this time it's going to be Freiburg. Finds 2 quick kills on Party. Considering, I think Marcos Gaming, they went for a force. And it has already been shut down. Unless we see a miracle, this round is already done.
Oh no. Well, yeah, everybody get these
Oh.
kills. Yeah, unstoppable.
There's the miracle I was talking about.
I mean, he's just going for the peaks, and no one's even able to stop this man. He went for the same peak twice in the same angle, and he still got away with kills. So yeah, I mean, Ember
And they
feeling himself.
have a lot of time to rotate towards the B side if they want as well.
Yeah. A 2v2, Ember softened up, a little bit bruised up, but
Should
It's
be
fine.
okay. Yeah.
yeah, not that big of a deal.
One thing I'm worried about is, like always, utility. I mean, you have a lot on Bhavi, so he's going to have to set up Ember
Yeah.
for the side executes, but nothing left on the side of Park Boys. They have 1 smoke and a nade. Is that enough for a retake? Because that might be the only option. All right, moving towards the A side finally. Just 20 seconds on the clock. C4 can be planted, but transitioning to post plant is going to be a challenge considering Sharpshooter is very close.
And now especially that they're also getting the C4 down. There's a man moving in all the way from the bathroom. Oh, towards Train, he gets caught. Unfortunate stuff.
Oh, he knows.
Even Bobby moving in towards the smoke. He shrouded himself in the smoke, but he still catches him whatsoever. And just like that, at least they are able to stop the players of
Yeah.
PB in the tracks. And Marcos Gaming, they get the round in their hands.
But towards the end, it could have gone either way. Bloody, I think just the small little error was the fact that I think as soon as the trade came in, Bloody was in way too much hurry to take control of that site. So he just b-hopped his way 2 stairs and then just quickly went behind the smoke right next to truck. And Bhavi heard him. He knew where he was going to be. So he was set up to take that fight. In the meanwhile, Bloody was already assuming that Bhavi pushed banks. So a little bit of misjudgment in terms of calculation, but it forces Park Boys on that reset. Nothing but Deagles in their hands now for this one.
Oh my god. Jogs. Yeah, just toying with his food. But at least the Deagle's
they
able to
find
find
it first.
one. Yeah. And that too, it's a crucial one, by the way. That first pick is down, instant trades on the board. Mac 10's gonna deal a lot of damage, but the Deagles, they still reply back with 3. Shocks out of nowhere, he's been subtracted from the game. And now Freiburg, slowly and steadily just exploring the unexplored territories. B2 from the back lines finds the first. A quick haircut. And now B2 should be able to catch another man off guard as well. Freiburg in a 1v1 scenario against B2. B2 must be feeling his nerves. He's against the legend himself.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the nerves are going to kick in, but important thing for B2, he got that M4 out first, which was recovered by Dynamite. Then it was Bloody, I believe, who was shut down towards Bank. But Freiburg, one advantage he has is he sees that C4 right in front of him, and it's on B2 to step in, clear those angles, and then recover the C4. But Freiburg spotted out towards Z connector, and B2 knows exactly where he has gone. He's going to be prepared to take the fight. Is he expecting the aggression? He does,
Oh my
but
God.
Freiburg, the positioning, the crosshair placement, I mean, we saw instances of all that experience put on display on Mirage, and this was, again, one of them, prepared for that fight.
That was so brilliant of Freiburg. He moves it on the right, tucks himself in the corner, holds the off angle. I mean, I cannot even blame B2 at that point. Even if it was me, I would not have checked that.
No, I think he placed perfectly for that.
Yeah, no.
He just whiffed because he panicked, because it's Freiburg.
I mean, the crosshair placement just wasn't there. He was looking down the stairs. Instead, he should have looked on the closed left. But once again, it's like one of the common angles, right? You cannot really... But yeah, I mean, it's just well played from the side of Freiburg, actually. Good repositioning inside of that 1v1 instance. Bloody towards Monster, holding it down. They've got a smoke, just blocking the entrance. Towards short, you've got Bobby moved up as well.
Oh, look at the map control Marcos Gaming have taken towards A. They are all the way towards washroom, and there's just one player from the CT side on that A. Falling back through connector. They're going to need a few good flashes if they want to pick off that isolated CT. And they will be able to recover one weapon off of it. It's going to be just the FAMAS, but I think in a round where they just walked in with nothing but Tech 9s, it should be good. Here's the backup. Freiburg has arrived to anchor this A side down. Let's see if they succeed.
Struck his Freiburg. Yeah, it's going to be a straight down. Unfortunately, Freiburg's not able to fade away from that spot. Gets caught. It's all down to Elvis now. With just a Tech 9 in the hands, I highly doubt he can pull off anything. Yeah, he will be collected as well. Just like that.
I think, but a good showing from Angel in the previous round. He was down on site, right in the middle of everything. Kicked things off, first kill coming on A-Long, then transitions to support Freiburg on the players pushing toilets, and then goes back to Long, finds 3 important kills. The early momentum that Marcos Gaming were relying on completely shut down. And Park Boys, by the time Angel got picked off, all the CTs had rotated back to their A side. Quite an easy shutdown for them also. Again, nothing but Tech 9s in the hands of Marcos, and this time around as well, they're going to be forced on a hard eco. Not a lot of damage from that nade.
Yeah.
Doesn't really matter.
Buddy, towards site, catches Elvis. And then another man puts forward to sort of explore the territory as he gets softened up a bit too much. Cannot get away from that spot. Marcos Gaming, they're not getting picked off slowly and steadily. 1 after 1. Their numbers, their days are being counted. And yeah, just like that, Marcos Gaming, they're falling apart.
I thought they would at least get the C4 planted, but seems like they wanted to play slow, and even though it does work out for them, they do find 1 kill off of that. I think this might be the end. P2 looking for the second is going to get, well, first peek by Diana, who was holding that angle from mid. And then one more player pushing connector, just completing the shutdown. 4-1, now an important buy of the game for Marcos.
Who would have thought Marcos Gaming is going to start with this scoreline? Marcos Gaming is a team that has dominated on Overpass, and PB, they've never played Overpass in the group stage. Never. And still PB starting things off with a 4-1 scoreline. That's a fantastic start for them. One of the best starts they could ask for.
I mean, of course, and I think this might be Marcos Gaming a little too overconfident in their own abilities as well. It can be that. Because we've seen, even on the overpass wins that Marcos has, the performance was a little lackluster. And Pak Boyz, I mean, they are not a weak team by any means. They are quite strong. I mean, they were the ones who handed the top team from Pakistan, the top seed from Pakistan, come with their first defeat.
Yeah. Come in lost against PB 2-0. But then after that, it was on the uphill for CM.
Yeah.
And Dynamite down to work short.
No.
Oh, he just picks both of them off.
Feel bad for Bhavi over there.
Yeah, that's what you call an unbreakable wall. And Dynamite just explodes on their faces.
Oh man, 5-1 Marcos Gaming. This is such a tough position for them to be in. It's going to be such a vicious cycle unless they decide to break it. They have to win at least 2 rounds back to back. One thing they've done quite nicely, Marcos Gaming, is the fact that even in the rounds that they do lose, they do manage to pick off a few individuals from the side of Pak Boyz. So every single round they're forcing out those buys, investments into utility every single time, those kits again and again. That hasn't really allowed Pak Boyz to have their economy stabilize yet inside of this match. But Dynamite feeling a lot of pressure from the T's, pushing toilets, and he's going to fall back, try and see if he can take the fight from sight. And he does succeed. The first pick coming in, B2 shut out.
Big one. I'm scared of the Tech 9s, Johnny. I'm really scared. The run-and gun potential that the weapon has, it's crazy. So yeah, you better be cautious when you're facing off against Tech 9. Driver, the M4 still just bursting away. He hasn't found a single kill, but as I say that, he returns back to the 2-piece. And just like that, the entire Tech 9 setup, it just comes crashing down.
Did you see what happened on short?
Yeah.
Out of the smoke.
I mean, there was one CT available, just planted there. And all the players just moved past him.
Yeah, 3 Ts and 1 CT just cross each other inside of smoke, and no one... I mean, to be fair, I mean, it could have gotten extremely wrong for the side of Marcos Gaming had Dynamite just turned around instantly and sprayed all 3 of them down. But even he wasn't needed. He just stayed there, held back, and his teammates on side were able to clean things up. But now, finally, this is where things can get very interesting. Shocks, he has the up. Oh, and it's perfect. Sees a few pixels off his knees, and the second is even better. Dynamite also picked off.
Oh, the over-aggression, the overconfidence this time. Punished instantly. But then you cannot really ignore the fact that even PB was able to reply back with 2. So at least you can say the man number is sort of equalized here. 6-1 being the scoreline. Marcos Gaming, they're really facing a tough challenge on their own home ground, which is Overpass. What are your thoughts, Shawnee? 3v2. Freiburg is low. You think they can do it?
I think they can. Shouldn't be too difficult. Oh, there it is. The first one, Ember out of the picture.
Oh!
Shocks, as long as this op is in play, you have to be very cautious with what you do inside of the game.
Take it away from his hands right now. Just lock it out. If Shocks, this op just keeps on moving up, it's gonna make sure that you will dissipate in front of it. And Shocks, right now, just going for the plant. He's going to find that as well. There's a man towards heaven, but he should be caught off guard. And Elvis, he finds the perfect timing.
Hey, Elvis has finally entered the building in this round. I mean, a good round coming in from Elvis in the previous map. It felt like we went back to a similar situation where Marcos Gaming was just struggling with 4 players, but no, this time they were standing up. And Shocks definitely good start to this round. 2 important kills, as you mentioned, the over-aggression from the side of Pak Boyz. Definitely punished quite nicely. Although it could have backfired had Shock been the first man to go down in that situation and the op been taken out of play that early. This could have been very different for Marcos Gaming, although look at this. And the aggression takes control of Garden. Good trade. Freiburg picked off.
Molotov out towards connector. But oh no, these individual picks are really starting to hurt. Marcos Gaming, they're slowly and steadily once again recover from the slumbers. This off shot's not able to find the connection. Angelo, all it takes is one
Shox in
single
the back.
bullet, but unfortunately he moves away in the wrong time, and Angelo gets caught.
Can't blame him. There was too much pressure. There was Shox lurking in the back. They had information about him pushing that A ramp. Then you know one man's going to try and put pressure on you from connector. So Angel, he tried to make a play, tried to fall back, did get picked off, but now still the round has been brought down to a 2v2. And while they waited towards B for so long and they saw no movement over there, in the last few seconds they did pick off one T-side player on B short. The read from Boyz is maybe they rotated. The T's have rotated towards the A side, but look at the radar. The rotation has just been brought in through connector. Ember bringing the C4 through toilets, and the plant is going to go down on that A side. Shox, important first kill.
Oh no. First found, and Shox scoping it down. And yeah, a round collected, another one on the board for Marcos Gaming. Once again, as I mentioned, if the scoreline's going to be 9-3 or even 8-4, in the second half you would need to rely on that first pistol round too much. So it's better to at least make it 7-5.
I think, yeah, 7-5 would be perfect. I mean, even if you lose the pistol, you can try to force out in the second round, or maybe just hard eco, and in the third round with a buy, you can bring yourself back. And the advantage the other side will have by then, it's not going to be too big to cause any sort of panics or put you in a desperate situation. So 7-5 would be ideal. 8-4, I have to say, can be a little bit more manageable. 9-3 is just too much pressure on that pistol round. You lose that pistol round, it might as well be time to call it GG's. But what are you expecting, I think, in this game? I think I am expecting an 8-4.
9-3.
9-3?
Yeah.
There's going to
But
be a
no.
fourth one on the board already, by the way.
There's a chance, but
Right,
already he has one eco. He forgot. You never know. All it takes is that single headshot, and it's already been found. There's 4 players on the site, and you just cannot funnel through. Now the T's, they need to back away. There's an op in the front. It does find the pick. It's a 3v3. Already this eco round, it's been proven worth it for the players of Marcos Gaming.
And they recovered 2 AKs off of that.
Oh no, you cannot go for these picks at all. And yeah, for Shox, he's just collecting these kills. Why are you peeking out when you've got the advantage?
Why are you dry peeking an off at a massive distance?
Good question. The answer is
Yeah.
ego.
Yeah, I don't think I have a...
Oh, hold
yeah.
on. Hold on, Freiburg, can I? Okay. Maybe not.
Alright, that's a fourth. So 9-3 theory is out the window, Necro, already.
Yeah. I was too much of a believer, I guess.
What do you think Shox is saying right now to Bhavi? Like, alright, you clear out this one position, you clear out B shot, I'll take care of Monster, Toxic, everything myself.
Shox was saying no, they just kept on peeking me like this, one by one.
Yeah, that might have been the exact motion.
Well, I mean, even Shox would have been surprised at.
Shox would have been shocked.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it would have been shocked that why is someone peeking out or dry peeking like that to an opper. I mean, it's an eco round, understandable. You're not really going to be having those utilities to back you up, but still, I mean, you might as well just not peek at that point. Hold on, PB. This buy round they've got in their hands maybe can prove better for them. They've still got the op in the hands of Angelo, and Angelo so far, you can tell this man's facing some jitters.
Oh no.
Oh.
Angelo off lined up and Bhavi just walks right into his crosshairs. Now that is just patience. Holding that angle for a good 30 seconds, just waits and waits and waits. But also a 2v3 now for Marcos Gaming. Make that a 1v3.
Oh. And yeah. Last kill on the board. Yeah, I guess it is going to be an 8-4. Yeah. But still, if it is an 8-4, you will need to rely too much on that pistol round. And the pressure will be equally there. The first map
True.
of Mirage was close enough, but this could have been even closer if we see a 7-5 half. That means Marcos Gaming, they need to win this round, but unfortunately there's a disconnect, Johnny, so that means podcast hours, they begin once again.
Yeah, but not for long. I think that's the beauty
Yeah,
of
it's LAN.
LAN.
Yeah.
If anything happens, they fix it quickly. And I think even right now, we saw this in the series earlier as well with God's Rain. Crazy Gamer having a few technical difficulties, but they were able to get those fixed within a few minutes. And I believe even with Marcos Gaming, Elvis is going to be brought back in ASAP.
Oh no, it's
But
Elvis
it's-
once again.
It's Elvis. So we know for a fact that Marcos Gaming, they are used to it. They're used to Elvis leaving.
They can't pull off 4v5.
Yeah,
And it's Elvis usually.
it's always Elvis.
Even on LAN, it's Elvis. Even at home setup, it's Elvis. Man,
But yeah, I didn't realize even on LAN it is Elvis.
exactly. So yeah, maybe 4v5 upcoming. Shocks for him, it's not an issue.
I think Sharks might find it extremely weird that why do I have to suffer
It's
playing
not
a
gonna happen,
4v5?
though, let's
But
be honest.
I think Ember, B2, and Bhavi can probably tell him, like, yeah, it's always Elvis. We're used to it. He's always like this. Don't worry, we got this, though.
it's the Elvis curse.
Or the Elvis buff. They won that game.
Exactly, and the funny part was, whenever Elvis was reconnecting back inside,
would
the game,
lose
they would-
rounds.
Exactly, they would lose that round. So, yeah, I mean, whatsoever it is the Elvis curse. But anyways, I mean, we had those podcast hours before the game started. A long story all the
Wait,
way back
what?
to CS 1.6. Yeah, what happened?
Are they doing rock, paper, scissors?
Are they?
I think Freiburg, maybe. Or maybe just like a little bit of tips being given to Freiburg from Freiburg to Angel as to how they want to play the next few rounds or what exactly they want him to do. Because Dynamite is also very heavily involved, and I think this is the duo they have set up, the young prodigy and the veteran together.
I mean, I like a little bit of a mixture, right? If you've got the younger players, you know you've got that boiling blood, good reaction time. And if you've got the veterans, you know they will discipline that young player. So it's a good mixture.
But Angel, his name is Angel. I don't think he needs to be disciplined. And you
I
just
mean-
nicely ask him, like, all right, homie, can I have a flash over here? He's going to be like, all right, just call it for me.
I wish it was that easy in a team play.
Not with you. The man whose answer to everything is just ego.
I mean, there's been a game where I was just peeking all 13 rounds back to back towards mid, and I was getting killed over and over again, and I was like, I do not care if I lose this match, but I will just take that man down at whatever cost, whatever it takes, I will kill him in mid itself.
At least once.
At least once. Even
Before
if
the
that-
game ends.
Yeah, even if that happens, even once, like, it'll just, calm me down a little bit.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people in the chat as well that can relate to me. Come on. Like, there's
Reasons
no way I
like
can't
this
be the
is
only
probably
one.
why we aren't there, Necro.
Yeah. No, another reason is that we're actually trash.
There is no hiding it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fact.
Yeah.
I mean, I wanted to be a pro player. I'm not going to lie. When I used to look at these players, when I mentioned all the way back to 1.6 days, when I used to look at these players when I was like a little baby, at that time I decided I want to be a pro player. But then when I grew up, I realized that was trash.
Yeah, I
So
also
I settled down
realized.
for commentary.
Yeah, we have no talent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why we became commentators. Because even my parents used to say that I speak too much. So I was like, you know what?
Yeah, this is it.
Yeah, I was like, you know what? Over here, it's perfect for me. I need to speak a lot. But for now, Shocks. Oh, he's already found a lot of map control. He's also moved in towards the toilets. Now he's steadily starting to move up, but he gets caught. Unfortunate. Dyna able to find the opening.
Born big for the side of Marcos this time. And can help them convert the round as well. Although the T's, it feels like, are still undecided as to where they want to go. And now, since they've lost that first player, they can't really commit anything for info. They are going to try and play with numbers. Look at that. Two players looking to push. Z connector, and they get a little bit of control of toilets as well. But Angel falling back on A side. It's going to be very important. He finds the first kill, but it's going to be him shut down, and Elvis goes big with 2 important frags to control that A side.
Yeah, it's in their hands. Smokes out towards dumpsters. EV, they've lost the side control for now. It can be taken back once again, but they need to be a little bit more proactive. The utility usage should be good as well. The nade unfortunately bounced back towards himself. Luckily enough for him, it did not really do a lot of damage, so that's all good. A 2v3 in the makings. Elvis can be caught, but somewhere down line, considering it is the last round, he might as well try and go for it, and that's what they do. It was a double peek towards that close angle, and then even B2's position gets compromised, but B2, he still comes out on top. Marcos Gaming, they squeeze it away at the last moment.
And what a flick in the end to take out Bloody from B2. I mean, that was just insane. But props to Park Boys as well. I mean, I didn't think they were able to be able to bring it back so close in that last particular round. But as we said, Necro, first 9-3, that didn't happen. 8-4, that didn't happen. We have a 7-5 swap now. If Marcos Gaming, now they are on that CT side, which does give you a slight edge in terms of those rotation timings on this particular map. If they manage to win this pistol, they can get that equalizer in as well. And after that, Park Boys, they're going to be under so much pressure to bring this game back in their control. Otherwise, all of that momentum from the first half will have completely be siphoned out of them.
Yeah.
Oh
my god. Shocks. With the help of his teammate, they just lined 4 up back to back. And then Freiburg tune out from the back lines, looking for to move away towards Party. What can he do? It's all by himself. A 1v4 in the makings. Marcos Gaming, they've already redeemed themselves back in this round. And yeah, well, no chance.
Imagine by the time you get there, your team's gone. That's what happened to Freiburg in this round. He pushed A ramp all the way towards Party, and by the time he got to Party, all 4 of his players who were pushing Z connector were just wiped off the face of Overpass. And it was all thanks to this man and the crossfire setup as well.
Oh my god, he was just... All he was doing was strafing around the corner.
Micro adjustments.
Yeah, just strafing around the corner and just pressing the left click. That's it.
Left click too strong.
Yeah. A tap on the scope. But this time, Marcos Gaming, proactiveness, that's what we're seeing from them.
Bobby's walking into the trap.
Oh no, too many players, but he still mows down. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
It was a trap, but the trap untangled quite easily.
Yeah, I mean, he found 2 kills, and then the trades came in from the other lads from the CT side as well. Plus, Park Boys, no investment in that previous round. They just had the default pistols, and I think the plan was to just overwhelm and get 1 or 2 picks from the CT side. If they recover weapons, it gives them an advantage. Maybe they can get a few more and cause some damage for Marcos Gaming. If it doesn't, then again, as I said, no money invested means they don't lose a lot. But guess what? On the on the scoreboard, the equalizer is there for the side of Marcos Gaming. And Park Boys, if they lose this, if they give the advantage away from here on out, then things can definitely take a turn for the worst very quickly. One other flash. B2 is holding a very aggressive position now. This is very risky.
Oh, MP9. He can't. Okay. I mean, it felt like he was cooking to something good, but then that one single bullet just comes in and hits him on the head. And that's it. Well, the 2v4 up-and-coming. Marcos Gaming out of nowhere. They've lost all the advantage they had inside of the round. This is going to be such an awkward fight. But Shocks, with that quick readjustment, he catches the player. A 3v2 coming up. Elvis can hear all the players walk up through Monster. And Dynamite looking for to smoke off the short, but then instead he smokes off Graffiti. Or no, actually, the site. So the plant's going to go down. Elvis, oh, he gives his position away with that. What a big mess up that was. He could have had the X Factor in this entire round. And even Shock's position's now compromised. He stands no chance to instant peek to seal the deal. And Freiburg, he turns around and collects the second one too.
Freiburg, what was that? Takes both of them out. First it was Shocks who fell casualty towards Graffiti, and then Elvis just hiding in sandbags for so long. his position was compromised for the last 30 seconds, basically. They knew exactly where he was, and Freiburg just on top of those boxes on site stands like he owns the place.
Yeah.
And in that moment, he actually did. Very impressive 8-7. Park Boys again in the driving seat of this match, but look what's online. It Shocks with that op again.
That kind of rhymes. Shocks with that off. And this time, it also rings. First one found. Shocks with the advantage gifted to his team. There's a man towards Toxic. Smoke's gonna shroud him, at least keep him safe for a while, but then the amount of kills that are just flooding in towards the side itself, it's really a big problem. Overcommitment from these players, they will need to pay the price for that, and Shocks, a quick two-piece on the port, and once again the chance is now refilled to make this retake happen.
He bought himself time with that graffiti kill. That was the C4 drop.
Oh my god! Did not expect Shocks to rotate all the way towards heaven. A big blunder upcoming. I can't believe he's still looking forward to go for an open peek. With that smoke, he also gave his position away. Shocks somewhere down line. He knows where the last man is. What is he doing? A 1v4 easily executed.
That was an ace. It was an ace from him in that round. With an op as well. What a round from Shocks. What an impressive move. And I think, again, it all just completely went wrong for Park Boys when they tried to take control of Graffiti. Getting too aggressive against the monster that is Shocks. Here's the first, finds the second on Graffiti, and this is where it all changed. That was the C4. As soon as the C4 fell, he found another kill towards the man B-hopping on site from short, and then just switched up, went to heaven, and Park Boys, they had to pick up the C4 to get that round back. What is this man made of? I mean, his shoulders would hurt.
Yeah.
First on Mirage, he had to carry, and now there as well.
I mean, technically, when I knew that the Legends are going to be playing, that's what I thought. They're pretty much going to be like the carry.
Guardian and Olaf were having fun, though.
Yeah, they were. You know what? I mean, whenever I see Olaf,
Yeah.
you always see Olaf's like happy face in front of your, like, you know, like the vision that you have.
That is true.
Yeah. Like, he's always having a great time, a big smile on his face. And then the second thing that pops up is the overpass boost.
And the defuse as well.
I wish that existed even now.
And the defuse.
Yeah.
Two things on the same map.
Yeah.
Right, 8-9. Good utility towards Ram, but it's going to be connector where the action's going to be. B2.
No way he gets away.
Yeah.
No way he gets away with that. And that too, there were two players in the front and no one's able to stop him. He literally saw it.
Saw it bounce.
Bounce, yeah.
All right, let's see.
Couldn't even do anything. Couldn't even back away. It was too late. Yeah, he just traced the nade with his crosser. Ember, he's got a really nice offense. Catch the first, but yeah, instantly his lifeline will fade away. 1v2, maybe this time they can't pull it off. It's Elvis. To pull off this clutch, it sounds a bit too much. But still, Elvis, considering he's not going to have any connectivity issues on land, there's a chance.
He's already had one, Necro. Why do you want him to have another?
Imagine he just disconnects in the middle of the round.
Nah, I don't think that's going to be the case. But let's see. I mean, it's Elvis with the op, so it might be a little too risky to try and attempt this.
Oh, it's not.
Yeah, try and attempt this retake as well. So might as well just fall back, save the op, give it back to Shocks,
Yeah.
and hope he pulls off another miracle in the next round.
They've got a lot of hope and faith in Shocks.
Hey, it's Shocks, it's Freiburg, it's Olaf, it's Guardian. If these guys were on my team, I think every round I would just be like, all right, I'm going to buy you whatever you want.
Yeah, me too. A pistol round, I would be like, yeah, you can buy the half armor. I'll give you the deagle.
Yeah.
But I would still feel like a Glock is better in the pistol round. You can
Depends.
You can just run and gun.
Depends. Is it you or me with a Glock? Or is it one of these players with a Glock? In our hands, it would be pretty useless up close and personal.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, in our hands, even a Glock versus an AK against them would be a tough challenge.
Yeah, self roast taken to another level, but
Yeah.
I think bring it back to the game.
I mean, we've got no one else to roast. We're just right next to each other, so might as well roast each other.
Look at
right?
this though.
Oh.
It's a 5-man stack down mid from Park Boyz, and Marcos Gaming.
Oh!
You were expecting them long.
It was such a funny peek. He was just moving it slowly, and then he just gets taken down. Unfortunate.
Oh, but the Sharks can go big. Finds the second. Looking for the third. And he knows there are more players there. More bodies in toilet. Gets another one on the board. 2v4. Sharks, before he goes out every round, he makes sure that his team is there in the round with a heavy advantage. And here's the lurk from B2. Late round lurk. Control of toilet. Park Boyz, they're just completely pincered on this A side.
Yeah, Shox's op has been able to find way too much of that value. And still the problem is, PB, they haven't really found a way to stop that op.
Yeah.
It's been doing too much damage. The amount of value it's found, it's incredible. And now it's all down to that one last man, not anymore, because he's been taken down.
Alright, finally everything that they wanted has been recovered. All the AKs picked up. The op was the first thing they grabbed, and now they have the double digits for themselves as well. Marcos Gaming, ladies and gentlemen, getting that 10th round on the board. And again, it's such a back and forth right now into this game that neither of these teams have been able to solidify themselves in terms of money. So Park Boyz will be forced onto a reset. Economy was quite shattered. And this is again a very important round. As you said, Park Boyz, they won a lot of ecos, Necro. This is one of those ecos that they need to win. If they win this, they can force Marcos into a reset and take the advantage away on the overall scoreboard as well. If they don't, then Marcos will just get, well, more closer to the victory, of course. But I think the economy will also at least stabilize for a moment.
Oh. I mean, they've got Tech 9s in the hands, and when you have Tech 9s in your hands, you just need to gun down the opponent. All of them pushed together. A beautiful shot with the deagle. And also the off now being recovered by Freiburg. But unfortunately, there's a man that flows in personal. It's a little bit of an iffy moment. Such a scrappy moment. Off recovered by B2, and yes, he finds the closure. Oh no, that was, yeah, quite scrappy on the site.
Hey, it could have slipped out of B2's hands over there on site, as you mentioned. It was a scrappy fight. Both of the players were whiffing a lot of shots, but I think B2, the man was there closer to the weapons, definitely felt the pressure, because had Freiburg recovered a rifle in that situation, you never know what he can pull off, right? Anything can happen, especially in those 1v2s. We've seen those iconic clutches, but 9-11 now. And Park Boyz, this is a round where they have everything invested. Either they bring this game back, bring themselves back on this map, or Marcos Gaming will just close out the series with a quick 2-0.
Yeah. I mean, up in the hands of Sharks once again.
There's the first kill.
Yeah.
I know it's going to be.
Oh, no, he misses. That's the first shot I've seen him miss.
Hey, Caster's curse. I
Yeah,
can
I
make
guess.
Sharks whiff.
Oh, hold on, though. Emperor, he needs to get his teammates back, and he does. Marcos Gaming, some good recovery so far inside of the game. The scoreline, it felt like it was one-sided at the start for the players of PB, but then later on, Marcos Gaming, the recovery that we've seen from them, it's been quite incredible. Freiburg slowly and steadily moving up as well. And at this point, with the way that Freiburg is sort of able to find the amount of space towards the site, a quick headshot towards Graffiti. Another man falls down in water as well. And just like that, the site control's taken away. A good smoke towards heaven. There's no chance anyone's going to have any sort of line of sight towards the site directly. And now look at this. Last minute rotation. A good nade to fade away the smoke. And they also find the man on the lurk. Just like that, they've got the entire side in their hands and all the pieces to the puzzle.
It was very important for, I think, Marcos Gaming. There might have been a little bit of miscommunication over here, because the C4 was dropped outside Monster and they had control of back Monster for a long time. They spotted the C4, and yet Ember, for some reason, we saw him first move all the way from A to Heaven, and then I think he just ran to connector, but he still clutches it out.
Oh my
What a
God.
round for Ember. That rotation mistake, but doesn't matter.
Mistakes. Johnny, over here, communication was the mistake.
Yeah.
Both of the players, Freiburg and his teammate, they both were looking towards heaven. And unfortunately, it should have been that the man on the side should have looked towards short, and Freiburg would have looked at graffiti and heaven. That should have been the ideal way to play that. But miscommunication cost them that.
I think even Freiburg knew where Ember was coming from. It was just last 1v1 was, I mean, just Ember winning that duel. Oh, let's see. 9-12. A scrappy buy from Park Boys. Not a lot of utility for this round.
Oh no.
What has happened? Last few rounds, he's just been whiffing shots.
This is the second round. And both the times we caught him live in 4K.
It's always been easy shots as well.
Yeah. I mean, there's been some rounds towards B was able to catch the players in midair, and now, yeah, he's missing some easy shots.
I think you normally don't expect players to walk in like that, just grab walk into your crosshair. Oh, and he hits it through the smoke.
Okay, well, whatever rocks your boat, and as long as you get the advantage, that's all that matters. B2 exchanging position with the enemy here. This is not a good news at all, B2. Now he should finally realize that there's a lot of players towards the site. B2 wraps up from the back, and he finds a lot of kills too. And just like that, it's going to be Marcos Gaming to make this series a 2-0. As we expected, Overpass won and taken home by Marcos Gaming. That's why I kept on saying Mirage was the best bet for PB.
Yeah, I mean, Mirage was definitely the best bet, but Overpass, you have to say, I mean, kudos to PB. This was way too close for comfort, especially in that first half. Marcos Gaming, they brought themselves back in that second half quite nicely. But it happened twice, Necro.
Yeah.
Players just swapping positions inside that smoke. It seems like outside of toilet, I mean, has been a lot of confusion for a lot of these teams. But of course, I think the talk for this game is going to be that brilliant performance from Shocks.
Exactly. Shocks, the amount of confidence he had inside of both of the matches was crazy. And also we
moment,
saw
man.
Shocks just carrying the players as well. He had the most amount of kills. And yeah, Freiburg, he's having a great time talking to these players. You can see that big old smile on his face.
I have known Ember for the last 5 years almost, and I can't even tell you how big of a moment this might be for him personally. I mean, being there with Shocks, with Freiburg, and not just him, I mean, all of these players. He's the one I've known the longest out of this entire lineup, but I mean, it's such a big deal for everyone.
In general, for Indian players, in general for Pakistani players, it's a big moment, man. We mentioned this CS scene in our region. It's not that big.
It's getting... Hey,
it's getting there. It's getting
We're
there.
gonna make it big.
It's getting there slowly and steadily. But for all of them to meet someone that they idealize, that they have been looking forward to since they were kids, and to meet them in person, it's a big moment.
Yeah, it is definitely a big moment, and to play with them as well. As we mentioned, so much to learn from these individuals. I mean, we saw Freiburg and Shocks as well communicate a lot with their teams, and of course, Marcos Gaming, from their side, consistency was on display today. Elvis played quite nicely after his tech issue was sorted out. So I think maybe he was having maybe some sort of issues in Game 1 itself, because Game 1 the performance wasn't really there. Game 2 he stepped in quite nicely. From the side of Park Boys, Dynamite, always one of the consistent players. Today, one of the players who I wanted him to show up, but I mean, there was a little bit of struggle, was Angel. You and I both know Angel's performance on that new game where we saw him step in was just absolutely flawless during the Pakistan group stages. But today, it felt like we were watching a different player entirely.
Exactly. I mean, the amount of confidence Shocks showcased inside of both of these matches, it was crazy. I mean, even inside the map of Mirage, he was just able to gun down the opponents without any problems. On the map of Overpass, even his off was able to find some crucial picks. Until the end, Shocks was just carrying the team on the pack. As expected, Shocks sort of just delivered on all the expectations that we had.
Yeah, I was talking about Angel as well.
Yeah.
But again, I mean, as we mentioned, I mean, the performance that we wanted from him wasn't really there. And it might be one of the reasons, because Angel was one of the key players in Park Boys and their victories. Along with him, Sharpshooter as well, the experienced veteran on the lineup. Dynamite, being the IGL, he actually does quite a lot for his team. He's always one of the top fraggers for his team and also the in-game leader. So a lot for him to handle, but props to him. He's always consistent, man.
Exactly. I mean, consistency is something that is really required. But Shocks, in both the matches, in both the maps, he was the the heavy hitter for the Santa Marcos Gaming with 1.79 KD ratio, with the ADR of 221, and kills per map is going to be 25. That's the most amount of kills per map we've seen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most amount of kills per map we have seen yet. It's just game 2, Necro. We still have a lot more matches to witness.
Is true. That is true.
But here's a comparison of the performance from Freiburg and the performance from Shocks from playing on their respective teams in the first 2 games. And of course, I mean, Shocks, very, very critical for the win today. And of course, on overpass. But why don't we just speak to him about this? Why don't we speak to him about how it's going over for him with the players from the side of Marcos Gaming. So let's bring on Shocks on this broadcast, ladies and gentlemen. Here we have it. Shocks, thank you so much for joining us. It's such a pleasure to have you. How are you doing?
I'm doing super good. I mean, we just won, so I'm really happy for the guys. I'm really happy for the team. We had a lot of fun, so I'm feeling great. Thank you.
Oh, man, for me, it's a fan moment. I'm not going to lie, I'm kind of nervous because I'm someone who has been looking at you when you've been performing on the major stages since I was 15. So, yeah, for me, it's a fan moment. And now that you were playing with these Indian teams with Marcos Gaming, how was your experience?
Honestly, so far it's been really good. I think I've been kind of lucky, I would say, to get drafted in that team. I feel like the guys already is a good team. They got some good bases. They got some tactics. I really like their mood. They are chill. They are really super kind and super nice to me. We are having fun. So honestly, so far, I'm really enjoying it.
Yeah. One more thing I'd like to ask, though, Shocks. Now, once again, there are a couple of problems in the playstyle as well for these teams, right? What would you suggest for them to sort of improve a little bit more inside of the game?
It's really hard. It's really hard to say. But I will suggest that they maybe need to get more understanding about what is going on all over the map when they are playing. For example, when they're playing on A, on mid, depending on what's happening on B, imagining what are the rotation, what nades did you send, so what means for them, so you can understand it, you can play with it.
Yeah.
I feel you can compare it for sure, but this is the difference, for example, with the best teams in Europe. Because here I feel like they could be easily read. I mean, they are smart, but they just need to try to take the step ahead, I would say, and to start thinking really more, not only about them, but when they are doing something, it means that they are giving information to the enemy team. And so you need to use this,
Makes sense, makes sense.
Yeah, it does make a lot of sense. But I'm going to ask you a fun question. We saw a lot of insane op shots from you today. I want to know what was the reaction of your teammates after that happened, especially those 2 no-scopes on Mirage earlier.
Well, they were laughing and they were really hyped up, so that was really nice. I always said, all my career that if I could be a real sniper, I think I was doing pretty good. So, no, honestly, it's been really fun to play with AVP. And I don't know if it's because we're on LAN or if it's because of the big CS update, about the advantage pick.
Yeah.
But I feel honestly, playing with the AVP, it's so smooth. So I'm really curious with the biggest name all over the world, how they're gonna do with this new update, and maybe we might see some change about that AVP, because honestly, I'm feeling pretty good, and it's not only me, something changed, so it might be the update.
It feels a little bit more crispier, huh? I mean, the way we saw you play with the op, it was quite remarkable, and the amount of confidence you had as well when you stepped inside of the game, even that spoke volumes.
And with that, I think, Shocks, thank you so much for joining us for this lovely interview. It was a pleasure and an honor to speak to you.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh man,
man.
It was such a fanboy moment for me, man. I was getting nervous, Johnny. Oh man, I mean, these are the players that I've been looking at since I was 15, and I finally got a chance to talk to them, man.
Yeah,
I'm nervous.
It's surreal.
I'm sweating. I'm sweating. Like,
But-
I'm not even kidding. I'm sweating.
I mean, what he said about the aspect of
Yeah.
trading information, that is definitely
Yeah.
quite true. You and I, we've been speaking about this every single time you go for a peek, you lob a smoke, you lob a Molotov onto a site, even if it's to sell a fake, you have to figure out how it works out. And I think that is, again, one of the things that all of these teams can grasp onto this information while they are there with all of these players and playing with them as well. These next 4 days, there's so much to be learned about Counter-Strike.
Exactly. Keeping a track of your utilities, keeping a track of the opponent's utilities, not tunnel visioning on just one part of the map is something that Shock pretty much said to improve for the Indian teams. But ladies and gentlemen, there's so much more to come. There's one more series to come, actually, between True Rippers and Godsreen. But after this short break.
Olaf, you have been immortalized by CS for the burning defuse against Team Dignitas. Do you feel you should also make a mark in CS2 this time?
I mean, I don't feel pressure to do anything special in CS2. I think my professional time might be gone, but it's always fun to play competitive in CS, and I will always try to do my best, and I always want to win no matter what I do. So I'm here to try and win.
Your career has been a golden one, winning majors, playing for the best teams in the world. But one iconic part of your career has been your love for the Tech 9 pistol. Tech 9 is also available in CS2, so any chance to see that old love blossom?
I think that love got lost after they nerfed that gun, and it's still not as good as it was once, but I mean, it's still a Tech 9, and I will always try to use it.
Before taking part in the draft, did you have any idea about the India and Pakistan rivalry? Your thoughts?
I didn't know there's a rivalry between India and Pakistan, so that's going to be fun to be a part of, but yeah, I didn't know it, but I'm not too familiar with it, yeah.
Lastly, can we hear you say, "I love you, Zeus"?
I love you, Zeus.
You have one of the longest running careers in CS. Can you tell us what it really takes to be on top, consistently?
What it actually takes to always be consistent at the top, I would say, is just to have the patience and the hunger in you to always, and even when you might be like at the top of the world or whatever, you know, like you even want to actually work twice harder in that type of moments to make sure you always have a step, you are always a step ahead, and it's also all coming down to the mentality. If you want to be a competitor, if you want to be the best, then you have to do what it takes. You don't think about the hours, you don't think about the sacrifices, because this is something like just like burned in my heart, you know, and it was just so strong that I just wanted to do it. So as long as you get it, I would say like it's all come down to natural. So it's really like mentality side, I would say, like if you want to be along the best for like a lot of time.
Played in an all-French lineup and also in a lineup with mixed nationalities. Which has been more effective for you? Why do you think the reason is?
I played, 90% of my career I played on French teams, so it was kind of easy, I would say, on that way. Every country kind of got like their own style of CS, and when you mix it on an international team, it's about, I feel like it's harder. It takes more time to actually find the way how you're gonna play CS as a team, you know? I mean, in the same way, like it will give you like more tools to work with and more options. And at the end of the day, you can actually like, you are not forced to maybe take only one pass, you know, you can take the time to actually choose the best option for you. And here, talking about the Blast Draft and the Super 6, it's gonna be really fun to play with an Indian team. I tried to watch some matches about how they're gonna play. Looks a bit chaotic, looks a bit like really punchy, you know? So definitely it's gonna be really fun, and I'm looking forward to it.
Can we expect to see Shox playing CS2 competitively anytime soon? Any teammate you would like to make this dream come back with?
Honestly, I have no ideas. Right now, I didn't have any offers that would actually make sense. I'm definitely open to it because competition, you know, when you are born as a competitor, it's really hard to, like it stays, you know, it doesn't go away. But at the same time, like I want to actually be sure that I'm gonna enjoy the thing I'm gonna do. So for now, I would say like I'm really focused on the streaming, on the creator content side. It's totally two type of different work. I like them both, but talking about the competitively of CS, like I'm still open, you know, I'm still on the market, and we'll see in the future how it goes, you know.
You're going to face Kenny S sometime in the Super 6. What are your thoughts about this reunion after so long?
I got some plans, some tips in my head for sure, because when I saw the guys playing, and where I'm lucky is also like the team that I was actually looking for is the team I'm gonna play in. So that's the thing. And talking about Kenny, like it's really funny because it remembers me like the good old days when we were playing like in Titan and in VS and stuff like that, and we kind of have like that rivalry between our teams, but also between him and me. And we were always putting big numbers when we were facing each other. So I don't know how it's gonna be, but definitely when I'm gonna play against him on the server, like it might be that that little side of nostalgia that came back, you know. And okay, let's see 8 years ago who is the best again, you know.
After those two BO3s, now it's time to move on to the final BO3 of the day between True Rippers and Godsreen. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after that long break. I'm going to be your host, Caster Necro, and John alongside with me this time, once again, is going to be Shaishanu. And now, Shaishanu, you saw the previous games as well. Now it's finally time to move on in the matchup between two legends. Man, producers sometimes, these guys keep on speaking in my head. There's these voices. It's really hard to counter them. But yeah, now it's going to be a matchup between Kenny S and Guardian. It's something we all have been waiting for a long time.
I mean, you can just see my excitement from my hand movements itself, because this was the matchup not just you, me, but all the CS community fans have been waiting for. The two greatest oppers of all time will be now battling it out, and that too in the upper bracket. So we could potentially have a grand finals if in case all the stars align for them. But yes, I'm super excited to see how it's going to come out.
Exactly. I mean, well, there's still a lot more games to go in the future, considering it is going to be a BO3, so maybe a potential all three mappers can be seen. But as we have the Godsreen lineup in front of us, we've seen this lineup in action today itself in the first game of the day. And now let's move on forward and look at True Rippers, because this is going to be their first ever matchup. They had the better seeding, so that's why they advanced on forward. And here it is. Kenny S being the legend added inside of True Rippers, and McKills, Ghost, Defaulter, and Die Stealer. Rossi's not going to be playing in this one. Interesting.
You were expecting, I know we were having the pre-game discussions as well as to which team might have the upper hand. And you mentioned that Rossi and McGill were the ones who were basically some important, crucial key points for the side of True Rippers in order for them to come out victorious. So, yes, it is pretty surprising that Rossi will be the one to be sitting on that bench, but maybe they're going to bring him in the next one if in case, and potentially the third map as well, if in case things go towards that side. But at the end of the day, you know this matchup is going to be intense. And the main question for Godsreen would be, would they be able to flash out or smoke off Kenny in his position on the AWP? Because that's
Kenny S, it will take a while for him to activate himself, considering it's been a while that we have seen him perform on such a big stage. But I've seen this man's live stream on Twitch as well. I mean, you know, I've been following Kenny S for a long time. I'm also a big fan of Kenny S himself. In general, I'm just a big fanboy of the entire CS scene, right? But yeah, I mean, Kenny S inside of True Rippers, Guardian on the opposition. Both these players are known for their op plays. Kenny especially, that lightning fast opper, the reaction time he has pulled off in the past, it's incredible. We might just see a little bit of a glimmer of that inside of today's run.
You know, Kenny S was introduced to me when I first entered the CS scene. He was introduced to me as the person who forced Valve to nerf the AWP. Now that statement is enough to tell what caliber that the player had. And the best part about Kenny S is the way he was able to adjust through all the Counter-Strike variations, through all those times, and also adjust to the AWP adjustments as well. Now that requires you a lot of practice and patience, and I think so it's not going to take him a lot of time to pick up that care and energy where he left off in the previous pro seasons. I think so he's going to be pitching right in.
Well, let's move on to the stage and watch the players walk out onto the stage once again. Godsreen will be walking out in front of their booth because Guardian will once again be playing on that stage. But then if you speak about the opposition for True Rippers, it's going to be an interesting affair. You speculated, your assumptions were that this matchup is probably going to be a super close one, but then somewhere down the line it also makes me question that decision as well, because we have seen True Rippers dominate through and through, and if Kenny S is able to find that blood on his op, one thing is for sure, he will be an unstoppable force.
You're already mentioning about Kenny S, and here comes the True Ripper lineup as well. Look at all those happy faces, everyone super excited to play with the legends on their side. We already have Guardian out there in front of everyone, and here we go, Kenny S as well, the two greatest oppers sharing the stage in Malaysia.
I mean, Guardian already teasing Kenny S in the back. It was like, yeah, you're done for, buddy. You can't do anything. And, well, Kenny S, just a humble man standing right next to him and having a great time. And once again, I mean, in general, firm handshakes all across the board, because these guys have shared the desk, or these guys have shared the arena for such a long time in general. And now handshakes towards the booth, especially Kenny S. This is going to be the first ever matchup inside of the Super 6.
That is true. I mean, the best part about them is that they have left us a legacy, an era of their own. And now they're also here showcasing what did they left. But the fun part is that TR jersey is right now what Kenny S is wearing.
Yeah.
And he's also got his name written. We got that information, and that is just a great gesture from his own side too.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Kenny S wearing that jersey, it looks nice, right? Matching jerseys on the board. It's quite nice. Maybe that can give him that jersey buff, because considering True Rippers has been dominating through, especially with kills, one of the most consistent players that True Rippers has to offer. The same thing could have been said for Rossi, but unfortunately he's the one that's being, currently sitting down, at least inside of the first game, so hopefully maybe later on we can see Rossi back in the action. But even Dice Dealer has been performing nice. Even Defaulter, he's one of those consistent players too inside of the lineup.
Absolutely true. This lineup has been very consistent. That's the main key of them. And the way they're not just able to frag out their opponents, but also how they're able to play on the back of their own teammates' utilities is the reason why True Rippers have been very solid. Their basic understanding of how the map works, how the rotation works, it always helps the players out.
Kenny S still playing with the same good old resolution with the black bars. Interesting. All the way from Go to now here as well, just playing with the black bars. It's something I just can never get used to, because I'm either a complete stretch or I'm just going to play 16:9. I cannot play with the black bars at all.
That's one of the reasons why I play.
Well, I mean, resolution is something that cannot really be the decider of who is going to be there and who not, because there's players with different resolutions and different stuff. It's more about the comfort zone, right? It's more about the resolution that you've been playing through from the start all the way. But now it's time for the icebreaker, ladies and gentlemen, and move on towards the map veto. It's going to be Nuke being banned out from God's Ring. Interesting off the back. Nuke is going to be out of the way. Maybe Ancient can be the things where we can see sort of things kick off from. Probably. My speculations are going to be that.
I guess so. We could potentially see Ancient, but it's the first pick of Overpass coming in, and that too from the side of God's Reign. Now this is surprising. Well, on the other side, we've got the Inferno pick as well. I wanted to make a point that maybe we'll see Inferno being played out, and along with Overpass, these two are the maps where True Rippers have been playing. Yes, God's Reign, they've been scrimming as well, but in this tournament itself, it is True Rippers who've showcased some amazing strength onto these two maps.
Ancient banned out by True Rippers. Now, that's an interesting ban that we've seen. I genuinely thought that Ancient might just be the map to kick things off of from, but then that's not the case. Instead, Mirage being the decider. Yeah, Mirage, we knew somewhere down the line it was incoming, but Overpass and Inferno was definitely some of the off picks. Maybe not Overpass, but Inferno definitely was. But once again, we're back on the basic grounds. We're back on the classic grounds. All three maps have been in the competitive pool for a really long time. So one thing is for sure, everyone's going to be feeling at home.
It would be, but I still am very surprised that God's Reign themselves banned out the nuke. I will not lie, I've been yapping for a long while into the ears of you as well as Johnny that I want to see nuke coming in from God's Reign. They were the ones who won that map, who took that map away from True Rippers. And I was expecting some similar kind of play on that part, but maybe just with the addition of Guardian onto their roster, they've kind of cooked something up and we're all just waiting for that dish to be served.
Yeah, I mean, once again, somewhere down line before the map vetoes that we saw in the group stage, it was without the legends. And now that Guardian's being added on inside of the roster, even he's got his own thought process going through. So even he's going to be given his own comfort zone map picks for the players, and then maybe the players are also assuming, or not assuming, they know that even he's playing with them. So maybe if Guardian is comfortable on that map, you might as well choose that. But as we've seen the map veto as well in front of us a while ago, we know we're going to kick things off in quite a good fashion as well in the classic grounds of Overpass. What are your assumptions going to be? What is your prediction going to be?
This is going to be one of the most confusing predictions that I'll potentially make, but it eventually is going to come out in a situation where we might see a 2-0 in favor of True Rippers. I'll be honest about a few points out there because, I mean, we've seen True Rippers go ahead and win on those maps as well. Yes, a couple of hiccups, but that's about it. But for God's Reign entirely, I think so their best bet would have been on Nuke, but they've already banned it out.
I mean, somewhere down line, I was saying that it is probably going to be a 2-0, and once again, that's what it seems like when you speak about the map veto in general. So there's a high chance that we might just see a 2-0 upcoming in the future. But hey, you never know. Maybe the players of Godsreen, they've got something cooking up in the back lines, considering even the addition of Guardian can actually bring in that X factor too. So there's a lot of the question marks that are currently erupting in my mind. Soon enough, we're going to be stepping inside of the grounds of Overpass and to figure out how exactly things will be kicked off in general. The players do seem locked in and ready. True Rippers, for them, the players have been mechanically super polished. McKills, Defaulter, Die Stealer, Rossi unfortunately is not playing for now, but I'm pretty sure if things do not really work out the way they want to in the first map, then Rossi will definitely be back.
Yes, that is indeed true, and that's what we all predicted as well. If in case things are not going smoothly, then they will 100% bring Rossi in. But, you know, with the addition of Kenny S on the side of True Rippers, you know that you would want him to pick up the AWP as much as possible. So I personally feel that if in case Godstrain are able to shut him down even if 2 or 3 times, they will be forcing the side of True Rippers to go for an economical save. And that is again me just assuming that Godstrain would be able to pick them off time after time again, because it's the map of Overpass. They must have prepared something. We'll also see the map of Inferno. And these players have been in the scene for a while. They are the ones who always go in and call for the vetoes. There's always going to be a plan behind their actions.
And in general, True Rippers, they have been looking pretty comfortable even on Ancient.
True.
But them banning out Ancient itself was a big question mark as well in my books. So I don't exactly know what the game plan is, what the game strat is. Maybe they just want to get the known maps out of the way, considering they have played on those maps, and maybe they just do not really want to be too predictable and get those known and played maps out of the way and just want to bring that X factor inside of the game now. They want to have a great start to the day one. And True Rippers, considering they already had the upper hand in general, so of course, I mean, it's all looking good. And there's Rossi sitting in the back. Yeah, he's having a great time showing off his jersey or t-shirt. I'm not exactly sure. It was a jersey as well. I think so.
Yes, that is true. But we're going to have a look at the map win rate for both of these teams as well. We've been discussing a lot about that, and even I was looking through the stats of my own. And I wanted to mention about the map of Mirage first. I know, we can see Ancient already. I know 100% win rate.
Overpass is something we're going to kick things off from. And True Rippers, it's 100% win ratio. But they've also just played it one time, so yeah, it's understandable why it is.
Yeah, but on the other side again, I was about to talk for the map of Mirage itself. If we remember the previous scoreline, True Rippers won that map in a 13-2 fashion. If it goes to 3, then all the bets would be placed in the corner of True Rippers. So the best chance for God's Reign to win this series would be to end it at a 2-0.
Makes sense.
Which I don't see happening, I'll be brutally honest.
It'll be way too tough. And if it does happen, it'll be the biggest upset inside of the tournament. True. And you really got to speak statistically, right? And if I'm not wrong, even the matchups beginning in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, finally we're going to be locked in and loaded in the pistol round. You see the game loaded up as well, booted up on the screens of these players. And soon we'll be jumping in. You said that it is going to be a 2-0 from True Rippers.
Yep.
Even I said the same thing. Our predictions are sort of matching, considering the map veto. That's what it looks like if you speak statistically, but you never know. Maybe Guardian's addition's going to bring out that X factor, and we might just see an upset coming in as well. There can be different point of views. There's always an up and down to a point, and things can be changed on the fly as well.
Those on-the-fly adjustments are what these teams are capable of, and how well you're able to read onto your opponent. Because when we were having the previous discussion with Shocks as well, he mentioned about the fact that the teams need to be having that surprise element. They need to be just giving out false information to their opponents. Most of the teams have been playing very linearly in a very straightforward fashion, where the util goes, there are the players. So you kind of get the idea where the hit is coming, or even if it's not a hit, you get the idea as to where the players might be around that map.
Yeah.
Having that X factor, it needs to be the key. And since we already have God's Reign play one best of 3 with Guardian in their lineup, and that too went for the 3rd map itself, I think so they should be a step ahead in terms of synergy.
Utility tracking and utility management are essential. And when I mean by utility tracking, knowing how many utilities you've used inside of the game, knowing how many utilities the opponent has used inside of the game can help you so much come up with some better strategy on the fly inside of the round.
Exactly.
And sometimes it's been an issue. Even the communication in general has been an issue a lot of the times. Some calls have not been conveyed properly. We've seen so many of the players just walking out in the blue inside of the side and they have no clue what exactly is going on over there. So I hope these small issues, they will be ironed out as we keep on moving forward inside of this tournament. Some of the great teams have been kicked out as well in the group stages. For example, Enigma Gaming and Fired Up Gaming. I actually had some expectations from Fired Up Gaming, I'm not gonna lie. Yes, it is a team that moved in from the open qualifiers, but they definitely did have a lot of talent.
I would agree with you 100%. Even too easy for that note. Yes, a team, you could potentially say that it was a good learning ground for them. But if I'm looking at their statistics, they had a couple of matches that were raw. Yes, they did lose out on 3 of them. But, you know, it's all about the stats that have passed away. What is going to come now is going to be the map, ladies and gentlemen, of Overpass. And we're going to have True Rippers on the CT side, God's Reign on the T side. Pistol round is here. We're going to kick things off.
And God's Reign, once again, as you mentioned, the only way they can actually take this series home is making it 2-0. But it sounds next to impossible. So God's Reign, they need to pull something new out of the pockets. Guardian's Edition is quite new. It can catch the players of True Rippers off guard, but the same thing can be said for True Rippers as well. Kenny's Edition's quite new. So maybe that can catch the players of God's Reign off guard as well. Vice versa. 2 points to everything. And Kenny S, he found that initial contact, instantly backed away. So at least the information's now given away. There's only 1 player towards party. And there's 3 players looking forward to funnel in through Monster itself. They're gonna find the entry. Dice Dealer, he hears a lot of the footsteps in the front lines. He's got a dual Berettas in the hands. He can't really do much in that range. He needs to back away, play safe as possible. His teammates are there around the corner. The players from the side of God's Reign, they're moving all the way towards Graffiti. They're finding those kills too, it's quite important. And they're moving all the way from Graffiti towards the CT spawn.
Oh.
This is quite incredible. They're moving to the opposite side. At least that's what it felt like.
Look at Guardian. That look. It could have potentially posed a very humongous threat, but again, the dual Berettas dealing enough damage. Dice Dealer able to pick one and then backing off, keeping his life.
Interesting. I'm not exactly sure what God's Reign tried to pull off there. Maybe just trying to get as much as map control as possible, which is understandable, but it just really did not work out for them. And look at the kills. He should be able to get a quick 2-piece. Unfortunately, found the man who was walking in the front. McKills is also able to dish out a lot of damage. Another player, and we'll catch him as well, fading away. What a big mistake that was. P250 in the hands of Guardian. He needs to go huge here. 1v2 in the front. Guardian needs to play this one as calmly as possible. He's been in these type of scenarios once in the past, and once again, he is being put in that scenario, but he cannot come out on top.
That was actually pretty close, I would not lie. Did become a little bit threatening. At the end of the day, yes, the C4 has been defused. True Rippers get the first one. Pistol on the board, but it was way too close for comfort, Necro. It was down to that last 1v1, but at the end of the day, yes, I still feel that all the corners were not checked perfectly. But on the other side, we're still going to give it to the player of True Rippers, that they were able to somehow pull that one off.
Once again, they got the plan down though. So God's Reign, they're going to have the 4 spies on the board.
Exactly.
True Rippers, they need to be more cautious. Galil, scouts on the board. Guardian, he's got his hand on that scout. I'm not sure how much value you can actually find with that weapon. But if he's able to find even 1 pick, that can be huge. And even a couple of more tags with the scout can actually soften the players up massively.
Kenny S is actually going in for a save in this one. We're going to see the AWP in the next round itself.
Yeah,
Oh,
I understand.
No,
No.
never mind. I said it way too early.
yeah. Should have waited a little bit. I mean, we understand Kenny S is superb on the but he's also quite good with the AR, so yeah. Cannot really underestimate this man. M1 in the hands. Looking down towards Garden. Just waiting for someone to peek out.
Just have to wait and see. Oh, the initial contact comes in. Dice Dealer now has to... My goodness, the way he just increases the numbers for himself.
Indeed he does. A 3v4 in the future. And Guardian with the scout. Still just looking around. What a quick shot that was! Guardian! A two-piece on the board! I said this, if he's able to find the value with the scout, this can't be huge. And he finds that. And now it's all just down to the one last man alive. Ghost, he can't do a lot.
He's got the FAMAS in hand. His senses are tingling that the hit might go towards the A. The slow approach, Necro, of God's Rain.
Guardian. Oh, good Molotov towards Dumpster. Once again, side entry found. Exactly what they needed. An empty site in their hands. The C4 goes down. Ghost, he's got no clue of how to retake this. And all he can do is just give up on the dreams and go for the save. And that's what Ghost is pretty much going to try to pull off. He's got a FAMAS in the hand with an armor. And it's a really solid save as well. So yeah, it's understandable if Ghost is going to go for the save. And that's what he's doing.
And there's no one to hunt down the last player from God's Rain either. They're just going to play it safe. All three of them will be keeping the weaponries that they have. An upgrade, I'll be very honest about that. M4 into the hands of Guardian, so he'll be able to drop it off to someone else, and maybe they'll have enough creds to go for the op. Drop it for Guardian himself. On the other side, though, it should be a potential full save from the side of True Rippers, and the round after that, they should be able to afford the AWP. And that is where we'll be looking forward to the things, unless we're going to have an upset in round 3 itself.
Well, it's an eco for now for True Rippers, so it's an opportunity for the AWP to be brought back. But yeah, those quick taps on the skull with the scout.
Oh, wait.
Man, it's something you do not really see happen that often. What's up?
It's a full-on force coming in. Just a couple of
pistols. Pistols and armors being bought. They're booking it on this round. Broken buys on the board for them. And Guardian, once again, the man who's exploring the uncharted territories. Off the bat, the picks being found as well, and that's not a great news at all for God's Rain. Guardian towards the bathrooms area, still in the outskirts, just waiting. And yeah, I mean, they've got a lot of map control.
That is true. But the question is, how will they try to equalize the numbers? Because True Rippers are sticking together, and this should be another pick. It indeed is. And now they're up by 5 and 2, and this should potentially be a call to save those weaponries now.
Blunder. Went for the solo peek right there. Did not even try to go for any type of utility utilization. And yeah, that's why True Rippers, such a clean round in their hands. They went for the force in this one, and they actually secured the round as well. Remarkable. I mean, it was broken buys on the board, just pistols and some armor, and they still somehow managed to seal the deal in a really good way. This FAMAS is going to catch the player off guard. Off angle was, of course, played quite phenomenally. Guardian could have caught the player, but unfortunately from Connector, it's going to be Defaulter.
They went in for that full commit. They wanted to put all their eggs in this one round's basket. But looking at their economy, it does seem to be a possibility of another force in the next one, maybe. Or they can either go in for a full save as well. But the way True Rippers were able to pull this one off, remarkable indeed. And I love the idea of how, after getting the first 2 picks, they all just grouped together.
Look at this. Double AKs. And those 2 AKs, they need to find a lot of value. AK hero strat, maybe you can't say. There's also a Galil in the hand. So yeah, I mean, same stuff being brought out by the players of God's Rain too. Broken buys. They're booking it onto this round. If this does not work out, once again, the economy will be completely reset. But if they're able to do a lot of damage, it will hurt True Rippers too. So you can look at it both ways. Kenny S finds the first man in front. He needs to find the opening at least, and he does so. Beautiful stuff. Backs away from that position. Good repositioning as well. The kills is there in the back lines, making sure Kenny S is not going to be pushed up. So a beautiful cover from the teammate.
That is just so unfortunate for God's Reign. The use of the utilities, but Kenny still surviving with 1 HP.
Oh no, this is not good at all. They're just going for the double peaks over and over again. And Kenny S, I mean, he's done his job. As I mentioned, if he's able to even find one, he's got a lot of value for his team. He does his job, and now it's a 3v2, and yeah, it should be an easy mode down. Considering Guardian is scratched up a little bit. He's only got a Deagle in the hands, but he could be the full stopper, but no, instead he gets stopped.
McGill, yet again, the player that you mentioned previously, putting himself in that off-angle position, was able to find out at least a couple in that. Yes, it was pretty risky, you could say. Guardian was there. He was able to connect that one head, but at the end of the day, now finally, we're going to see some decent economy for True Rippers while God's Reign are being forced to go for a full save. 4 Glocks.
Yeah.
And an Eagle in the hand.
I mentioned this, the economy is going to be reset after this round. And that's what's happening. One single Deagle in the hand, if it's able to find even 2 skulls, this round will be more than successful. But we know that's not going to happen.
You may never know.
Yeah, we never know. Yeah, never know. I mean, we've seen 1v5 clutches with a Deagle. So, we're just that one highlight play away from a Reddit clip.
But here's the thing. I always love how True Rippers, firstly, they tend to show the attention towards mid, at least a little bit. Maybe a push up from toilets or maybe again in the playground. And this time around, they've gone in directly from A long. And look at how much space they have created. They can stack up 3 players towards B.
Ooh!
What a shot.
This is exactly what they were searching for. M1 in the hands brought up towards the site. And it's Kenny S all by himself, pulls out the USB, gets that kill. And yeah, it's a quick shutdown in the back of his teammates. Fired up, the only man left alive with an M1 in the hand. It's a 1v3, it is doable, but going for this clutch would be too much.
Pretty good rhyme out there, but yeah, the C4 is just out of his hand. And if he attempts to go through Monster, the nice dealer towards headshot will be ready to welcome him. Just a little peek, and there we go. Goes in for that shot. Wall bangs him, finishes him off, and that's the 4th one for True Rippers. Lead finally now increasing. And this does smell trouble for God's Reign. They've got to try and cook something up. They found the first initial pick, but on the back of it, they were not able to take control of that side. This is going to be their full buy with the full house utilities. I really want to see some utils being used up, being dumped up, at least to flush out a few players now. So one of the most crucial rounds we've been mentioning time and time again, that this one is going to be it.
And once again, I mean, we saw Kenny S on the op. Yeah, considering the players were too up close and personal, Kenny wasn't really able to find a lot of kills. But this time, the aggressive peak that we're seeing from True Rippers. Oh, it's the classic True Rippers that we were seeing all the way from the group stage itself. I was literally about to say that we're seeing much more of a disciplined version of this True Rippers. But then instantly, they just push off. And they get those 2 kills. Oh, Guardian whips that shot. It could have been huge. It could have been the exact redemption God's Reign was looking for. But unfortunately, Guardian, he misses that pivotal shot. And the only thing he can do is back away now.
And that is exactly what Kenny S is also doing. Backing away from that toilet's position, now watching towards shot as well. But on the other side, Guardian down in connector. Wants to find some opening. But one of the most crucial fights would be here, where Finn is standing. If in case True Rippers try to push this, then Finn would be able to find at least one. But I love the discipline that's coming in from their side. You mentioned it already. They've got the numbers advantage. Now it's turn for God's Reign to make their move. They're ready for retaliation. Oh my god.
Kills, just catches the first. As I mentioned, he's one of the most consistent players that True Rippers has to offer. And this is the type of performance you can expect from a man like McKills. Finn gets a 2-piece, backs away, but I guess that's all he's going to find too. 1v3 to go. Finn does not have a lot of HP, and he realizes the depth of the situation. He backs away, needs to go for the save, and that's what he's going to do.
Oh my god, look at the chase. It's a
Yeah.
3-man chase. Wait, he can get 1v1. Found the first one. Oh my god, that's a wall bang shot.
Wall bang through the wall. True Rippers, they're starting to run away with these spree of rounds. It's really tough to stop them. And if True Rippers is able to run away with the momentum like this, then God's Reign, they're really going to start to struggle when it comes to the mental standpoint of things.
Mental is going to be crucial now. That's the momentum that we're talking about. And again, towards mid, seeing some early presence being shown by True Rippers, but look at everyone on the side of God's Reign. Through the connector, they're going to move up to try and take that toilets control back.
Oh, quick push. But yeah, McKills is there on the site. A quick mop. And McKills with a 3K. He's got the mop in the hand. He's just looking for to clean away the floor. Kenny's is there too in the back lines. Yeah, this site is next to impossible to break through. You might as well just run away, and that's what they're doing. It's probably the wiser option.
Just try and find a fight somewhere else. Defaulter notes another position. C4 is just out of reach. It's got to be a stop sign somewhere. The invisible one that True Rippers have created.
Oh. Look at Guardian trying to play some mind games. Gives his position away with that one. And still, it's just a bit of a back and forth. Both the players over there, the Tech9 finds the connection, but there's an op in the back. And as expected, the man falls down. Guardian out of the way, and Kenny S with this op and the 5-7 to back it up. He's doing a lot of damage. And yeah, second player gets taken down easily as well. God's Reign, so far, they do not stand a chance in overpass.
I love to see, Kenny is such a vocal player. Always giving out the comms, always giving out the information, and also reacting when the players are being pretty solid.
Yeah. I mean, even Shox is a French player. Even Kenny S is a French player. And these two, they go a long way. They really go a long way. Got a nice history of sharing teams, but yeah. A little bit of a shot, just boosting up the player. Kenny S goes for the second peek. He finds the haircut. McKills as well returns back with one more. True Rippers, they're really going for these individual peaks, and they're still finding the reward somehow. And it's a big sign of concern. God's Reign, they're just not able to win these individual duels. This time, finally, Guardian, he managed to win this op duel against Ghost. It was a big one, too.
You would never expect the op to be played towards sandbags, but Ben, oh my god, he needed to win that one. That was such an important duel. Now Guardian,
Oh! A quick scope! Oh, that was an incredible shot. Kenny S, with that one, is definitely going to be quite surprised. And this is what we talk about when we speak of the legends. That shot was so quick that I did not even see Kenny S on the screen, and he was already dead.
jeez, that's the off battle you want to see. He went in for another shot in the exact same manner. It was a wall bang, so he got the damage.
Oh, default plant. Yep, Clouda, he's quite low. One single bullet is all that's needed. And yeah, that nade's gonna seal the deal. Beautifully done, nicely done by McKills. Good read.
So he put out the molly first so that the player could not retreat backwards towards sand or maybe towards the side of pillar. He cancelled out, he closed the escape route, and after that went in for that frag throw. Because he got the comms that the player would be very low.
It was his own Molotov.
Yeah.
The man who was planting, it was his own Molotov.
I think so. It was the True Rippers guy's Molotov.
Check.
We'll just have to see it in the replay though. But that's what I feel.
He sort of misplaced the Molotov. He was supposed to toss it towards deep short, but unfortunately he misplaced it. But once again, it's really not that much of a concern, considering he got taken down from heaven, so.
That is true.
Yeah.
But when you see Guardian popping off on the AWP like that, it's gotta make you scared at some point.
Indeed.
But hey, here we go. On the other side, on the other end of the spectrum. True Rippers are being given a lot of space, time and time again. around the A-long as well as in towards the toilets. We're not yet seeing a very heavy, fast push by God's Rain towards that area. And True Rippers are just taking that space because even right now, look at the amount of map control that they have. They can literally almost pinpoint the location of where God's Rain's members would be. They were able to smoke off the monster as well.
Ghost playing from the pillar. It's the classic Guardian position. That's what I'd like to call it. But this time, Ghost is the one playing that one. Kenny S towards the opposite side. Guardian slowly and steadily making his way towards his teammates. Flash is on the side itself, maybe hoping that they can probably force out some utilities. They're doing so. A couple of flashes here and there. There's an op trade towards short, and the first peak gets found. A dry peak to back it up is not really the way to go. True Rippers, they found a lot of the rounds back to back, but now it's time for God's Rain to get the redemption. A good smoke on the side to go for the plant. Guardian's tucked all the way in the back towards Graffiti, and he's definitely going to be having that surprising effect, and he does so as well. A 1v4, Kenny is all by himself in it. He's pulled off a lot of the clutch like this in the past, but I'm pretty sure if he wants to, he can go for it, but he will probably not do so.
Saving
Quick flick.
Whoa. That's why his AWP has been fade across the board. Just a pixel off, that's all he needed.
Missed that one. It's okay though. He will still get the save whatsoever, but then from the back, oh no, it's Crazy Gamer who hunts him down. Kenny S, the op stolen away, but it's okay. True Rippers, they found a lot of these rounds, and that's why their economy is also quite good.
And the moment you say it, it's not that good.
Wow.
And the reason for that is, again, we've seen God's Rain doing a decent amount of economical damage time and time again to the members of True Rippers. They've been constantly able to take at least 2 or 3 rifles away in all of those rounds. And that is the reason by this time True Rippers are forced to go on a full save. And this could be the pivotal point of this half at least.
I mean, the amount of rounds True Rippers won, they should have really had a lot of hits. But yeah, as you mentioned, the constant amount of hits on the players over and over again, and winning those rounds in quite a close affair really just kept their economy humble. And yeah, once again, Guardian with the last one to close things up. It was an eco round, understandable that it was a complete stomp from God's Rain, but now the upcoming round's going to be the dictator of the pace in the upcoming rounds.
Jumping down directly to his death in the crosshair of Guardian. But yes, just as you mentioned, this one is going to be a pivotal one. And it's still a scrappy buy for True Rippers. No, it's not actually. There's a
It's okay.
It's
quite solid. It's quite solid.
It's a
It
solid
can work. Yeah, there's just one from us, but it's fine. Oh, hold on. Ghost does not have any armor too, if I'm not wrong. Yes. He's got no armor. Wait. Was he really intending to do that? But hey, if your teammates are popping off like that, then I guess you do not even need to find that activation point. Ghost is tough towards Toxic. Almost could have found that kill too. And True Rippers, as soon as they get their hands on the better weaponry, they're just able to stop the players in the tracks itself. Guardian moving in slowly and steadily, gets caught by Kenny S. A quick shot onto Guardian's chest to shut him down. Fired up's in the back. Even he's got an op in the hands, but he will almost be caught. This is the first shot, Kenny S. He's looking forward to find the second connection. Unfortunately, Defaulter's the one to steal it away.
Kenny S was making a lot of noise up there, and that is the reason why we saw the attention being shifted at that point. Only for his teammate to find the opening on that backstab. Another great pick from True Rippers. They always have the control of mid. They always have control of A-long. And the only 2 places left for God's Rain to be at is basically towards the monster. And also maybe in towards Squeaky, Water, Connector. That's about it. They're not able to take any more space away.
Yeah.
So the best thing they could do is try and smoke off the angles where, you know, Kenny is hopping. And that angle is smokable. You've got the lineups for there. So maybe just take that space away and then work around. Go for
Maybe.
go for a pop flash play through that smoke itself.
Yeah, you can. Oh, this op could have find a lineup. But Guardian was quick enough this time. Through the smoke, finds the connection. Yeah, the retaliation is there. But still, you've lost your star player. Ghost with the op is not inside of the game anymore. One op out of the board, out of the way. The double op setup does not work out that well, but they've still got one more op. That too in the hands of that legend.
That's true. Ghost. No, he's been taken down, but the one who's popping off was Miguel.
Man towards Toxic, just went for Guardian to make a single mistake. Foot Q away. He went for that pick. McKills gets caught. Beautiful cover fire from that player to Guardian. And now True Rippers, this time, that defense is going to come crashing down. Probably an 8-4 half upcoming. 2 ops in the hands of these players. And yeah, True Rippers, unfortunately for them, they were not really able to get the closure on the last round of the half. Instead, it's going to be an 8-4 half. But once again, Godsreen, they will be desperately searching for this pistol round.
Do you think 8-4 is actually enough on the map of Overpass? Yeah, we know that a lot of people say it's a very CT-centric map. You can potentially pull off after getting 4 rounds on the attack. Because it seems that every single time we hear that 8-4, yes, 4 rounds are bare minimum on the attack side. If you want to play the defense next on the map of Overpass, it still kind of is difficult. You need the AWP in the hands of Guardian, and you want him to make the difference. You want him to try and find the openers, but it's not just him. You want the other people of the team to step up as well, just like how Miguel is stepping up for True Rippers.
Kenny S. This time moving in. Ooh, he's caught a gush. And that's not good. But he's still got 72 HP to work with. That's a lot. Yeah, he can keep on moving the same way. USPs, they're really starting to dish out a lot of damage at this point. Guardian is not being caught just yet. For the players of True Rippers, their pace is being stopped. And that's not a good news at all. If you're on the T side and if you're catching a lot of damage before you've even found the breaching point towards the site, it's a big problem. Finally, Dire Stealer's going to be the one to lead the pack, and they've already found the entry towards the site. And just like that, the entire defense towards the site just falls down.
This is the last 1v1 duel. Ghost going in for the chase. Will find the last headshot too. Not allowed to run away when the Ghost is chasing you. You need a Ghost Buster for that. And unfortunately, there was no one on the side of God's Reign to do that. And now here again, a lot of space being acquired by True Rippers. I love the way how they're working time and time around towards mid. Even when they were on the CT side, they were locking that entire space down with the AWP in the hands of Kenny S. And this time around, again, we saw them quickly working their way through the toilets as well. Entirety of the mid was taken away.
Broken buys on the board for God's Reign. They do realize the depth of the situation. There's one scout, a couple of deagles on the board. Not a lot of money being saved from this round itself. And Guardian, once again, looking to convert things in a better fashion with that scout. He's already done it once in the previous side, but this time he will be denied with all the possibilities. Beautiful pick that was from Kenny S. And now McKills as well, looking for to clear out the long side. This time, Crazy Gamer finds the opening in connector. That can be a crucial one too, considering it was also the equalizer. And Crazy Gamer moves on forward and gets the second one too. Big, fired up. Spots the man in the front, but instantly gets capitalized and decapitated by Defaulter. The MAC-10 up close and personal can dish out a lot of damage. And the second one follows up too. Yeah, they did do a lot of damage, but probably True Rippers, they will have the round in their heads. Oh my god! Ghosty peeks out towards heaven and just taps away.
Just a simple one tap. The last duel as well being won by Ghost. This time it's Ghost, the man who's stepping up for True Rippers. They just don't seem to have any answer for this. There's kind of a scrappy fight in towards mid as well, but you clearly saw how many utilities were used to push back Guardian on that scout.
Yeah, I mean, that round was pure just search and destroy. Search your opponents and take them down. It felt like it was objectiveless.
He was pushed back 3 times.
Yeah.
And that's the amount of respect that they're putting onto this man entirely. 3 flashes, 3 different angles to push him back in towards toilet, where then Kenny S was able to pre-aim and finish him off.
Pretty much. And now look at Defaulter. Yeah, just clearing out the angle slowly and steadily towards Toxic. There's a player. Good nade that was. Forces Defaulter back, but True Rippers have already found the double digit they were looking for. Once again, another one-sided game in Overpass 2. That's what it seems like it will be. A MAC-10 in the hands of Dice Dealer to sort of lead the pack. And the same thing can be said for Defaulter. Just looking forward to burst away on the B site. It's going to be a tough one to find the burst. They need to use the utilities perfectly. They need to find at least the first initial peaks. And if they do, the site will be easily just thrown in their hands. And that's what's happening. MAC-10's leading the charge. They're unstoppable for now. Kenny S as well, backing his teammates up. Beautiful stuff so far. Towards heaven is Clouda, but he can't do anything.
Long range USB, yes, it's good, but not when it's put up against Galils and AKs. But this round, again, one of the most important round for God's Reign. 11 already achieved for True Rippers, and maybe they'd be able to buy the AWP for Guardian, and he needs to be the key. He needs to be the anchor. He's already shown multiple times his own potential, but he's got to prove it one more time to bring back God's Reign from the brink of defeat. And the idea is exactly the same from True Rippers. You can see Kenny S as well on the AWP. And again, this time I like the approach from GDR. They've also taken space towards the mid, at least holding the angles.
Yeah. Kenny S with the op. Once again, he's got his hands on the op, man. And whenever I see Kenny S on the op, I feel like it's a point of concern for the opponents. And yeah, look at this boost they're pulling off. A little off angle that Kenny S is looking for to abuse. But he's also the man to lead the pack with the op itself. Yeah, the teammates are going to be there to back him up. Towards Connector. McKill's exploring some uncharted territories. An off angle, an off peak can definitely be there from the opponents itself.
Everyone from God's Reign, look at how far back they're pushed up now. East side.
Yeah.
I've got no clue about where True Rippers are. They could be anywhere on the map. There's a lot of question marks. No one's clearing it.
There's a man towards Twilight too. He's just tucked in there. Ghost spotted towards Long. One man tucked in towards Toilets. Ghost goes for the reload. His position gets compromised. McKill moves in. But with that kill onto Ghost, his position gets compromised as well, and McKill's, he finds the crucial one. A 3v4 upcoming. The site is going to be unbreachable as the players have just locked it down. P20 to the face. Kenny S gets the site control, and even the C4 goes down. As long as Kenny S is alive, this retake for the CTs will be next to impossible.
And the best part, he's got the AWP as well, playing in so far back directly from short. So many angles for them to clear. And Fired Up has got the AWP off his own. NES should be able to find the first engagement. Just a small jump. He did see the pixel of the place. Molotov's got to go in. Should potentially stop anyone from defusing, but that's a good smoke from God's Reign.
Good nade. Oh no, it's not going to take the smoke away, but it's fine. At least he finds that kill. It'll give him the confirmation that no one's really sticking through. And yeah, just like that, match point for True Rippers. They're making it look too easy against God's Reign.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, he got the last kill. He got that kill, sort of like the consolation kill. But anyways, the round's gone, and also the match point's gone.
That was still an important one. Because, yeah, I know. I might be too overly optimistic out here. But you may never know if God's Reign are able to pull this.
It's
from
12-4.
I told you I might be too optimistic, but I just don't want to count them out. All right, I'm going to see Kenny versus Guardian for as long as possible.
I mean, you were quite optimistic when it comes to the entire predictions that you were trying to make, right? You said that it is probably going to be a super close game. So far, I mean, it's been a complete steamroll from one side. Yeah, for now, trades happening back and forth. God's Reign on the CT, they've lost out to Cloud out. But once again, if you really look at it, on the map of Overpass, you really need to spread yourself out. You need to scatter. And the only thing that's keeping you sort of unite and intact are the communication and the calls. But if you're going to lose out on the man number, even that scatter playstyle is really not going to work out. But then you will really need to rely on those individual duels. And that's what Guardian is doing right here. If he loses this duel right here against the opponent, that's it. And there's two players just looking for a peek out towards Guardian. Guardian still not backing away from this spot. Instead, True Rippers, they've got something new cooking up.
Yeah, they've seen some heavy presence towards B. So they're just making the right calls, going towards the A, but what a shot! Fired up, finally.
Oh, hold on. He can actually find the kill too. He's just waiting for someone to peek out. He's holding quite a tight angle, and he finds that. Goes shut down. A 2v4 in the front. Kenny S, but he's got his hands on the up, and he will not be the one to miss that at all. Taken down to a 2v3. Crazy Gamer's flank can be huge, but somewhere down line, it's also being speculated and expected by Kenny himself. He will be looking back slowly and steadily. This flank from Crazy Gamer can be the savior that they really do need. Kenny, there's a smoke in the front, but he gets caught through it.
That's one round. Yeah, I know, but that's one round, at least. One step at a time is what God's Reign need. I know you don't believe me.
Just being realistic.
That is indeed true. But again, I love the approach from God's Reign this time. Getting proactive towards the B as well. Found the first opening and then followed it up with a very solid connector aggression. And after that, they just maintained the control and they had the timing to place one of their players to go in for that flank as well. Yes, it was not that necessary because at the end of the day, the players on the side found those final finishes.
Oh my god. Alright, it's done.
No way.
AK retrieved. And then once again, he just keeps him pressing that W. Fired up, not able to find these two here. The round's done for. True Rippers, W key is working out perfectly for them. Just rely on the mechanics. Do not care about the tactics anymore. They've already found themselves so deep in the site, but hold on. The site's on a lockdown. You cannot breach through. Finn and his teammate with a beautiful teamwork. They've managed to lock the site down, but then McKills is moving in all the way from B towards A. Oh, the amount of intel McKills has found so far, it's insane, but what can he do? He's got no one to play around with. A 1v3 might just be upcoming. McKills, if he's able to find even two, it can be massive. There's a man towards truck in the name of Finn, and if Finn's able to catch McKills, all the hopes and dreams will be shattered. And McKills taking his sweet time, his own time. He's got no clue that there's a man towards truck, and yeah, I guess he's just been walking his crosshairs. McKills whips a lot of shots. Just like that, it'll be the closure from Crazy Gamer.
WK Gaming, yes indeed. The first two picks, that was very solid, but what a hold coming in from God's Reign. I was about to ask the question as to why no one was bailing out Fired Up from the position he was. I wanted to see at least a couple of flash support coming in, or maybe a smoke, maybe a frag to stop the opponents, a molly. But there was none, and the reason for that was because the players were just not near him to provide any kind of support to him. But when they went in towards the site, the mow down was absolutely phenomenal.
Same buys once again, but this time they're looking for to push B. Guardian can find the off angle through connector, but he needs to find it off timing though.
It's true.
I mean, in connector, just waiting for someone walking his crosshairs. All the players just funneling in the front. Guardian, he's got no line of sight whatsoever. Treads happen back and forth, but now we're left with a 2v3, and Guardian, he still finds that jumping headshot. Even Kenny has drops dead. All down to McKills once again. Unfortunate.
It's a 1v3-2. Exactly what happened in the previous one. Clouder is barely breathing though at this point. Just a gust of wind and he'll be done for. But at the same time, the question is how many rifles would he be able to pull off?
Oh, if McKill's even... Oh, this is huge. Yeah, the reload's now going to be heard. It is. That's where both the players just walking towards that same angle. Guardian's over there as well, but Guardian's just holding that cross is going to make sure McKills cannot cross over.
Good decision from Guardian, not overheating at all. Yes, he realized that they lost the 1v1, but he was patient. Just going in for those small jiggles for the information. Also also to take away the crosshair of the opponent so that Gil had to push onto him. Good decision making coming in, and on the back of it, it's God's Reign who actually pull off a timeout. Huh. I thought the momentum was going in for them.
No, makes sense. Because True Rippers is just 1 round away. And now True Rippers, they've got their hands on the suitable weaponry.
That is true.
AKs and op. So yeah, it's understandable. They do need some time for breather. They have won those rounds back to back. They've got the momentum as well. They've got the ball in their court. But this round is a crucial one.
I mean, every single one round is going to be crucial for God's Reign.
Indeed it is, but this round is also going to be the economy breaker. And if God's Reign is able to win this round, once again, True Rippers, they will be stuck on a big economy where they just lose money, gain it back, lose money again, gain it back. So, yeah, for God's Reign to win this entire map, this is a crucial round.
Good volley in the connector. Delays any kind of push from True Rippers now. They've got to take it slow. But Kenny, with the AWP, they would also want to try and hold the angle.
Oh my god. Big peek. God's Reign, opener found. Kenny S replies back even with a better one. A 3v4, man advantage in the hands of God's Reign so far. Things are working out just the way they wanted to. Finn all the way in the back lines. Unfortunately, True Rippers, they're losing out on these individual players, and it's just not good at all. These individual peaks are now starting to get punished, and God's Reign out and over. It seems like they're probably going to rise up from the ashes.
Surely not Kenny. Surely not Kenny. Wins out the duel again, fired up.
Shuts down the man who was feeling himself. And then from the back, it's going to be a crazy game to shut down Kenny S. Ghost in a 1v2. It is convertible. Gets his hand on the op. There's a man towards Dumpster, and he's just waiting for him to peek out even once. Fake
Plant
tap.
fake?
Yeah. Oh no, but with that peek, even he gives his position away. Oh, switches over to the C4 at
Flank.
the wrong time. And as you mentioned, even there's a flank activated from the back. Ghost somewhere down line. He knows the flank's coming through, but he doesn't exactly know where the flank is coming through as well. Way too close. For a moment, I thought he can actually win the clutch.
That was way too close indeed. But this one round was taken by God's Reign because of their surprising double op that they brought in. Fired up in Guardian. Now True Rippers will know that there's a double op.
Yeah, but once again, the economy's not there.
But the next one, it would be. So it's still intel gain for the round after that one.
I mean, True Rippers, they were just going for these solo peaks. That's why it didn't work out.
That is true. I would 100% agree with you on that one. There was a good util dump coming in from God's Reign. We even saw some good flashes from the teammates, and on the back of them, most of them peeked in.
Yeah. Players were quite scattered, and that scattered approach is something that really just affects the team communication and the synergy at times. Crazy Gamer, yeah, it's just going to catch the first man walk through. The second one follows up as well. Has to be a joke, right? From the back. As well, it's fired up with the op, who's able to find the continuous peaks. And look at Kenny S. I mean, the round hasn't even started, and Kenny S is like, no way, I'm all by myself.
It was an eco. Everyone just went in one after the other. Did not anticipate the move down coming in. It was just a good spray control and the off-angle position. Crazy Gamer with that crazy position. Necro, what's a trail at 9 now?
Yeah, this is insane to me. The fact that True Rippers just 1 round away from getting this all done, and God's Reign, yeah, just 3 rounds away from getting the equalizer. It's insane to me, the fact that God's Reign has managed to pull off so many rounds back-to-back on the CT side, while both these teams, they sort of struggled on their T. And usually, Indian teams or beat the Pakistani teams, they've been much more comfortable on the T side.
I guess so, yes. God's Reign were pretty much very comfortable in their first matchup. But for Marcos, I might say otherwise, because we did see them ending the half in a 9-3 on their CT, and then pulling off on the T just those 4 rounds. It seemed like an uphill climb. Like they were climbing on Mount Everest without any ropes attached to them.
Towards long, fired up, is trained. Yeah, looks away at the bad timing though. There's a chance long can be explored, and if that angle is being taken away by Kenny, it can be a big problem for him. Two players move out towards long, fired up. He misses that crucial off shot, and now he needs to give that position away. Moves in towards the toilet slowly and steadily, and even from there, there's a man in connector who catches him slip by. Kenny S this time, his op does not really work out that well, because it's Guardian against him who finds the crucial pick. And now Defaulter with the back of his teammates, looking forward to slowly and steadily creep and crawl their way inside the site. Guardian towards this truck area can be a big red flag. He's already found so much entrance towards the site, so much map control, it's crazy. But one man tucked in quite close towards the truck. He's been able to find a lot of value as well. A 1v2 coming up. Crazy Gamer. This man's pulled off some crazy clutches, had some crazy moves in the past. But can he repeat it once again? The answer is going to be no. True Rippers. Not exactly a one-sided affair, but still, it started off in quite a one-sided way.
My God, what a play. Even till that one last fight, you would never knew who was going to be coming out victorious in this one. Absolutely phenomenal gameplay coming in from not just one, but both the teams. There we go, we're seeing Kenny S again being vocal with the teammates, letting them know about where the problems were. But at the end of the day, that is all you need. You need that communication. You need to figure out the mistakes, and you need to fill in those loopholes to help you perform better in the next one.
Yeah, Kenny S definitely had a lot to say, you can tell. And maybe somewhere down the line, this was not the type of performance he expected from True Rippers, because Kenny S knew this game was pretty much done when the scoreline was 12-4. But for some reason, they were just not able to find that one single round, and then it really starts to get frustrating when you're just one round away from that win, but you're still not able to find that win. It is frustrating. It's understandable that Kenny S seemed a little bit furious, but hey, I mean, maybe in the second game, things can be a little bit more different, considering Kenny S probably is going to have a lot of choice of words to say to the player.
I would 100% agree with you on that one, because again, it is the map that we have seen both of these teams play, but not that much, and it's going to be fairly new as to how they will be synergizing onto that map itself. But since we're also seeing the highlights, yes, perfectly mentioned, very one-sided affair early on, but in those later stages, after that, if I'm not wrong, it was a 12-4.
Yeah.
We see 5 straight rounds going in favor of God's Reign. If not for that one last duel, I still feel that after Fired Up did not connect the first one, he really should have just backed off after smoking off, and or at least using a few of his utilities. But he still wanted to be proactive, wanted to get at least one pick, and getting a little bit extra aggressive just bit him in the back, and his team basically lost the control.
And once again, to let the audience know, it is a double elimination bracket, so even if the teams do lose out on their first ever game inside of the tournament, they will be moving down to the lower brackets, so they still do have a chance to make the comeback happen in the tournament itself, in the Super 6 itself. Now, Guardian versus Kenny S face-off on the map of Warpass was quite nice, but the upcoming map will be the map of Inferno, where Kenny S has hit a legendary clip. It's something we can never forget. And, well, maybe that clip can happen once again on the A site. Yeah, the map's changed up a little bit, but I would love to see a little bit of flashbacks of that.
You are not doing that here, Necro. That is, yes, indeed, one of the most legendary clips out there. The knife that you are talking about. No one can forget that, but at the end of the day, we're going to have a look at the scoreboard too. McGill being the top of his chart in the side of True Rippers. You're mentioning that player time and time again. On the other side, we're also seeing Crazy Gamer. But yes, not very high numbers being put up from God's Reign, and that was understandable given how dominating True Rippers were in their first half. But at the end of the day, God's Reign on their CT side was still able to pull off some immaculate clutches. Head to head.
Yeah, I mean, KD ratio 1.21, ADR of 86, and average kills per map. I mean, in general, considering they've just played one map, so the average kills are going to be 17 and 18 from the side of Guardian. Yeah, Guardian doing a little bit better when it comes to the KD ratio and average kills per map, but in general, Kenny S, as long as you're going to be the winner, you will, in general, will prevail in all the stats, no matter where the comparison is going to be. It's Legend versus Legend over here. Even Guardian, we did not really see him that much on the op side. While you speak of Kenny S, he was there with the op a lot of the times.
Yeah, that is true. And honestly, if I'm not wrong, we saw both of these players collide with the AWP twice, and it still ended up in a draw, 1-1. Kenny was able to win it against Guardian once, and then Guardian was able to win one against Kenny. So maybe the odds are going to be breaking down in the next one, as we'll be heading in for a short break. But you guys stay tuned for the next map.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the draft brought to you guys by Blast and Nordwind Gaming. It's day number 1 of the Super 6 stage underway, and we're underway with our last match of the day as well. But let's meet my co-caster for this next map. Shai Sanu joining me on the panel once again. So we have map number 1, Overpass, out of the way. Now we move on to map 2 of the series. It's True Rippers taking on God's Reign in the upper bracket semi-final, just for the viewers tuning in right now. And the map is Inferno. What are your thoughts on this?
It's going to be a pretty difficult map, I would honestly say, seeing how God's Reign almost pulled off a comeback onto the previous one.
Yeah.
We were almost about to end things at a 12-4, maybe a potential 13-4. But the way God's Reign kept on winning those duels and the way they were able to take the map space away, that was phenomenal. I'm expecting the same thing.
Exactly. At one point in the second half specifically, I felt that even True Rippers themselves got a little too overconfident in themselves. I mean, they had a massive advantage to work with, so don't get me wrong on that. They had every right to be as confident as they were feeling. But there were certain points where we saw just completely dry peaks coming in, and it's the players peaking and moving in from the same position without any delay, and they just lined up for the lads of God's Reign, especially fired up started to pop off, and that caused so much trouble. But on Inferno, we know, again, a map that can take a swing in the favor of one team in an instant if they get the ball rolling. And it's very easy to let the opposing side snowball out of control. I think it's going to be important. And down to the legends again to make sure that all of these young athletes are as calm as possible in the matchup.
True, and you love to see that happen because even Kenny S was doing the exact same thing to the lads of True Rippers. When they won, you did not see a very big smile onto his face. But the problems that were happening inside that arena itself, that is what Kenny S was again mentioning to all the players, that it's fine, yes, we did win out the map, but we needed to close it much earlier and they should not make those mistakes yet again, because Inferno, I would still say it's a very CT-centric map, and if you are starting on the CT and you are able to get at least 9 rounds for yourself, that's a big lead.
9 rounds is going to be a very big advantage to work with, and again, the 9-3 swap, I mean, it can turn into a curse at any time, but look at God's Reign. I mean, crazy game. The man is crazy indeed. With a massive, sitting there with a massive smile on his face, not a worry in the world. And I think one of the people who is the most relaxed today, or definitely has to feel a little bit more relaxed today, is that man right there, McKills. Because normally in the matches we saw on every single performance that we've seen from the side of True Rippers, McKills was pulling so much for his team, round in and round out. I mean, he was doing so much heavy lifting. Today he can take a little bit of a backseat. Why? He has Kenny S playing for his team in that True Rippers jersey. Look at that.
But there we go. You know, even in the previous one, we did see Miguel doing that heavy lifting just to take some pressure away from Kenny S. Because, yes, man is literally a legend, but you do not want him to feel pressure.
Yeah, I have a question though, and I think only True Rippers themselves can answer this. Why is Rossi the player they decide to bench? I mean, that is a question. I mean, Rossi is phenomenal. He's talented. He's had a lot of experience under his belt as well. But I think it might be just to challenge God's Reign with that double op setup that they've kind of figured out today itself. Like, oh, fired up and Guardian. On the same team, we have a legendary legend opper in Guardian. And when we have the young star fired up who can just like be extremely nasty and insane on that op. Maybe Ghost and Kenny S, we can see a similar double op being brought into play from the side of True Rippers as well. And I think Inferno is definitely one of those places where you can make it happen, but let's see.
You can try, but again, I want to see the aggression that's going to come in towards the banana time and time again, because we have mentioned the team that gets the banana control early on. Look how happy he was and happy you are. My God, if I can click the picture of Johnny right now, I would definitely post it on all the social medias and you'll see a big smile on his face.
Hey man, it's such a big day for all of us right here. I mean, every single person from South Asia who is tuned in to watch this broadcast, the players themselves who are sitting there in those booths, along with these legends, everyone present in that arena right now, just being with these players is such a big deal to have them with us.
True.
And again, as I mentioned, such a learning experience for everyone, but that's a conversation for another time, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, the action has begun, and here we go. The pistol round of Inferno underway. We have God's Reign starting on the CT side, and True Rippers, who are playing STs, have just gone with the all-in fast execute down mid, and they're pushing to take control of the arches. But look at where Guardian is. He's pushed all the way towards second mid. And on the A side, there's going to be a lot of pressure felt, but it's going to be a quick retake being brought in by God's Rain, and I hope True Rippers are going to be prepared for this, because there's the first kill. It will be traded out. The site has been cleared up, but here come the CTs pouring in from A short.
That's all you need again. But the bomb has already been planted, so Guardian needs to make a move smartly as well as swiftly. Got to bail out the player who's also playing in the paid Ghost. Fighting the initial contact as well, and that's Guardian. He needs to win out the duel. They've already lost one, and it's going to be another push from Crazy Gamer up from the apps. He's going to go in the balcony. Should be bailing out one more shot, and yes, he gets it. And it should be a good and easy defuse without any problems. Guardian also having full 100 HP along with his Kevlars. He's going to be taking that into the next one.
Yeah, I mean, saving that, I wonder how much damage that Kevlar has taken, because Guardian did avoid conflict for a long time in this round, and especially, I mean, considering he was pushed in all the way through bedroom, I mean, towards second mid, I think that gave a lot of information, especially that early apps control from God's Rain gave them a lot of information about that push down second mid. And even though True Rippers, they pushed in playing anti-flash, got that trade onto Clouda as well. They didn't expect 3 players from the CT side to be present on A shot so quickly, and as soon as that plant happened, they had no time to transition into post plant. But let's see, a little bit of an advantage from God's Rain, but it's a pause buy coming in from True Rippers. Doesn't seem to matter to Guardian as he connects a nasty little shot on Kenny S with that scout.
You always see him pulling off that scout. Oh my god, but this timing could be impeccable. Could not connect the first one, and now he's just going to concede the space. He's already got one. Oh my god. If he pulls another quick scope like that, I am going to lose my mind.
Yeah, I mean, so will the player who actually takes that nasty hit. Again, I mean, True Rippers, they need to make this force buy work. A lot invested into this round, and haven't really gotten anywhere past D-Ramp.
That is true.
There's one player lurking in second mid, but no map control. And look at the amount of aggression from the side of God's Rain. They're pushed in all the way deep into Banana. That is so much presence that they have. And it's going to be a lot of pressure on the player playing logs. It's fired up, finds the first, looks for 2 more, and gets both of them. Crazy Gamer and fired up. They make that tandem setup on Banana work quite nicely.
Crazy Gamer just firing a few extra shots to try and grab all the attention. And on the back of it, you already saw Fired Up going in for that amazing peak. Getting a good 3K for himself. But this one opener by the scout landing in that headshot. Yeah, we have seen time and time again how well Guardian is firing those headshots with scout. It just seems that he's found more success with scout than the AWP. I don't think so. Not literally, but come on. In terms of those headshots, this is nasty.
I mean, we saw an insane flex from him in the previous map. This round should be a pretty easy one. Nothing but pistols in the hands of True Rippers, and it's a calculated raid from God's Raid as well. They've read the economy. Yeah.
All right.
Evens out the playing field, Guardian. Kenny has the nasty shots with the Deagle, whiffs a few. Gets pinned down into Yaps.
That is indeed true. But look at the amount of damage he was able to do. Getting 2 of the weaponries off of their hands and still digging a few players. They've got to invest in those Kevlars yet again. So that's some good economical damage being done. But it all comes down to the same thing again. That God's Rain getting so much map space so very quickly is basically a problem for True Rippers. Maybe they could try and bail out a few utils towards the Banana, try and show some presence and get the rotation away from A in order to try and re-clear that entire area.
Yeah, I think it's time to slow things down a little bit. It's just been all out aggression from True Rippers every single time. And even this round, look at that. Already pushed up to logs. Guardian. If he gets his first kill, it's going to shut down any thoughts that True Rippers might have of making a play in Banana. Guardian sees one, takes the shot, whiffs it completely. But Finn, quite lucky for him, finding that trade onto McKills. Although now the second shot again missed. This one might sting God's Rain a little bit. Finn still on site. It's just one smoke that has completely shut down the aggression from the side of Tees. But look at the radar. While there was a massive distraction on that Banana towards B side, the Tees have decided to switch things up and they're slowly looking to clear A, but God's Rain, they haven't really bought into that fake.
I love this call. I really love this call. A double fake being pulled out. And now they're again going towards Banana because they already posted a player up there. Dice Dealer was making sure the control is theirs, and as soon as the smoke phase, they're just going to barge into it. They still got a good amount of utilities remaining, a few extra flashes, couple of frags. This should very well be a solid execute. And it's just one player.
There's one more rotation from the CT side. It has happened. One player playing CT spawn.
Smokes.
Laid out to cover that angle, and as soon as Finn peaks, he's going to be taken care of. Guardian, he's positioned quite deep into Church. Needs to be a little careful. 3v4. But they have all the advantage they could want, and Kenny, yes, an important frag onto Clouder. Clears up CT spawn. Not a lot of options remaining for God's Reign. They have to fall back and save this op.
Oh, that's a nasty shot coming in, but yeah, he's got to be ready for the aggression. It's going to be pulled up, but I love the respect that's being shown. No one is actually pushing up to finish him off. At the same time, fired up as well, all the way towards A. He's going to be 100% saving. An M4 in his hands, and the AWP has been taken away. And it's going to be stolen away too. Why does it feel like NES was the one who was giving out the calls?
I think he might be right now. Considering after the momentum shift that happened in the second half of Overpass, he might have failed to take control of the reins, make sure that the players are a little bit more calm, composed, and focused on every single round. Because it was a drastic shift from 12 to 4, dragging all the way to 39. But look at that, double op. What we expected from God's Reign.
Again, the banana push coming in. A lot of flashes, mollies being used up. This should be the first pick already, and yes, it is.
Oh, McKills finding 2 important kills for his team. Now this is big, but how will God's Reign react? That is also important. What? Both of them, they smoke the smoke. Same position.
Yeah,
now that's your teammate. You don't want to knife him, for sure.
Imagine Dice Dealer having a jump scare and he fires a few bullets right onto the skull of his teammate. And then he's like, why did you fire to me? He's like, why were you pulling a knife in my face?
I think if that happened, then definitely a lot of questions and words would have been exchanged between the players. Nice shot. I don't think Cloud even realized how that connected, but now it's Guardian, a survivor from the CT side.
He'll save it. The economy is just in shambles.
Yeah, I think his camera is not moving anymore because we just see him sitting there with one hand on his chin.
I mean, that's how legends are, you know? Don't lose one of their eyes.
Oh man, 3-2, True Rippers. Well, a comeback has been initiated, but this is going to be an important round, just an op to work with for God's Reign in this round. Not a lot saved from the previous one, and the economy has been shattered completely as well. McKills, I mean, this man is just phenomenal. One of the most consistent players we have seen in the group stages of the draft, and even on LAN, he's proving that he still has retained all of the skills, all of that experience that he has from the past days of CSGO, and transitioned it perfectly into the new scene that is forming in CS2. This time he's not going to whiff. He connects. Guardian finding Defaulter on Banana, looks for the second, and he's getting aggressive for this one. Too eager for that kill. And Kenny is picking Guardian off with just a nade.
Oh my god, this would have been a jump scare for McGill out there.
Oh!
3 people! Oh
What?
my god!
They recovered one AK. They converted it to 2. So much map control gained from God's Reign. In what was an eco round, they lost an op early, but still now they return with a numbers advantage. C4 planted on B, and God's Reign, they're moving for a retake.
That was such a good smoke as well. Pushing Dice Dealer back, but he still finds a positioning. And that lineup should give them the cue as well where the last player is. And the wrap-up is just perfect. True Rippers, even though they were surprised out there in mid, were finally taken down.
Such a phenomenal start from God's Reign for that round, and still they mess it up. And I think from the hand gestures, I mean, we can't really listen to what the players are saying, but from the hand gestures from Kenny S and Defaulter as well, I think both of them, the IGL and the Legend on the side of True Rippers, just making sure that the players are calm. Like, right, lads, we'll keep ourselves in check this time. We have the equalizer, but we progress steadily around at time. Look at this. He's not going to stop. You can't stop him. You can pick him off multiple times on the same position, but he's still going to push you.
That's the kind of player he is. And since the moment True Rippers pulled that
Ghost in
banana
apps.
aggression,
This is going to be interesting. He has one man boosted on towards Shed on the other side.
but
And that's a spot usually we're going to... Yeah, that is what I was about to say. It's always going to be two players there. The crossfire is set to block mid completely and deny it for True Rippers.
that is true. Just a few warning shots being fired. Making sure that there's no one pushing up out there. But look at the stack. True Rippers have not yet committed the C4, so they still want to find out where the stack is. They want to find the information and get a pick first.
So information exchange about the player playing under Shed. And one man was spotted towards Boiler, but apart from that, first kill of the round, it's going to be Kenny S picked off in mid. He was trying to push the smoke, move towards Arches, but Execute just stopped in its track. And look at this, 3 players from the T side looking to push apps, but it's going to be Guardian waiting for them on the other side. Finn kicks things off quite nicely on B side, picking off the lurker McKills. But now the T's, they have been spotted, and Guardian is going to look to go big, looking for the first kill, fails completely, is going to be shut down by Default, who finds the second, fired up as well out of the picture. And all of a sudden, True Rippers, they had 9 seconds on the clock when the C4 was planted. And they've turned around the round. It's a 3v3. God's Reign, can they retake A?
Seems pretty difficult. Crazy Gamer needs to go crazy, and he finds one. That's the first opener that we were looking for, but he also needs to find the second one as well. Goes in for the utility. A lot of angles to clear, and he could not see them. Dice Dealer, again in the pit, in the perfect spot. Now it's just down to Finn. He's going to be tugging his tails back to go in for that save.
Not a lot of options left. Has the op recovered, and it's a high value investment, so you better walk away with it. But a good round from True Rippers, I have to say. Commendable round. McKills spotted out late in the round towards B. I think distracted God's Reign maybe just for a second. But even though Finn was able to get that kill on McKills, that slight distraction was enough to allow the players to move in from from A apps. And Guardian, I think, had he found that first kill on the initial entry, things could have been different. But as soon as he went out and Defaulter found the second player on towards Shed, it just completely gave the A side away into the hands of True Rippers.
Yeah, that should push Guardian back. That's a shot.
It's the only weapon again that they have, the op.
And as soon as they've noted the position, I think so they're going to call the rotation to at least activate the players on the other side. I love the way how True Rippers are now playing. So well connected, but Guardian is just one step ahead of them. Realizing where the op was spotted, there are going to be a few trades back and forth. Still, the advantage being kept by the side of God's Reign, and they can potentially recover a weapon now.
It's going to be interesting now, because True Rippers, they might think that God's Reign, they're forced, but it's just that one SMG which has been converted into that AK and the op on Guardian that's left. And True Rippers, they're going to try to move towards this A side, need to be a little bit more careful. Oh no, just a few pixels, the barrel of his weapon spotted out, and it was enough for Dice Dealer to... Well, Dice and Slice fired up. Finn out of the picture as well. Guardian, the last survivor. And again, simple move, save the op.
Is it? They've got enough creds though. They should be able to reinvest in the op. But nah, yeah, Guardian just looking for a few exits. The question is, will he be able to find some? They're just playing Ring Around Rosie. Yeah, it's gonna be a safe. Good call. It's a very good call indeed. And again, the True Rippers have found their opening, showing in some presence towards the banana, playing in slow rounds. That's all you need.
Whenever you have experienced player on the other side and players with a lot of, well, top 0.1% of the player base is basically what I'm talking about. This is where players like Kenny and Guardian have spent their entire careers, right? Being in the best circuits. And when you have these sort of players in your lineups, you know they're going to be big brain players. But the problem with big brain players is if the entire team is not on the same page, things get too complex. But when you slow things down, it's much easier to communicate every single detail of how you want certain executes to go with your teammate. And I think that is something that True Rippers can rely on. On the other side, God's Reign, I think it's going to be a little bit of individual performance being popped in from Guardian. 2 important op kills on Banana. There's the third on Kenny S. Finds the 4th. Defaulter as well is going to be defaulted. But the last man, Ghost, is lurking in mid. Is it going to be an ace? No! Ace denied. It's not going to matter. It's a 1v4. We know there's the cleanup from Crazy Gamer. But what a round! Wow.
What an individual play. That's what I would like to say, but it was not. It was on the back of utilities of the entire team, and those nasty peaks, quick scopes, that's what Guardian was famous for. And he's showing it to us right now, right here. The reason why he's one of those legends. An outstanding performance indeed to keep God's Reign in the running. To keep a potential of a 7-5 CT half. But how many more of those hero plays can go? That's the question, because now again, we're going to see True Rippers changing the pace. Just have to wait and see how it's going to turn out for them. Apartments control has been established. Also the second mid. Everyone on the side of God's Reign just playing it safe, smart. Finn very low in that HP.
The flash isn't going to be followed up with anything. The Rippers, they were trying to find an opening towards B, and they finally have one. Is that going to be enough? The answer is no. There's still 4 CTs moving around on that A side. As soon as this man and Boiler goes down, Dice Dealer, Finn, things can change, but Clouda, he managed to trade out information with his teammates. Finn lurking on mid can be a big threat, because there's going to be a false call out being given to True. Oh no, these late lurks from Dice Dealer change everything. As I was mentioning, there was going to be a fake call out being given to True Rippers that there's going to be no one moving in from mid, but there's one man still there. It's not even going to matter though. Before Finn managed to make his way all the way towards that B side, his teammates are going to be picked off. Last man left on that B position. Defaulter gets the job done. 6-4. True Rippers, 2-round advantage.
And this is Inferno we're talking about, Johnny.
It's not enough on Inferno 2 rounds.
Exactly. 6-6. It's a big win for True Rippers in terms of that macro already.
It's still 50-50. Anyone can take it.
That is true, but with the way things are going, I mean, yeah, there's individual performance from Guardian, but you also wanted the players to step up. On the other side, yeah, you can see Kenny popping off in a few of those rounds, but the late lurks from Dice Dealer, Defaulters, Blaze.
I think True Rippers, they can turn monstrous in the second half on that CT side, because Mikils definitely has a lot of aggression in him, and you never really expect CTs to push that quickly. It's going to be visible in the second half, but this time around, I think Fired Up, an important start, gets the Danger Man Kenny S out of the picture, and Ghost as well. Secondary hopper for True Rippers, at least for now. Guardian looking for the third, finds it. Mikhail's picked off on Banana. But what was True Rippers thinking this round? Look at where the C4 is. They have control of arches. They're all the way in CT spawn, but still look at where the C4 is. They left it on T ramp.
Yeah, but
What were the intentions of this round?
they probably wanted to play around to find a few picks. They lost the numbers, then thought that, you know what, maybe let's just equalize the numbers first, then try and draw the rotation away. And on the back of that intel, they would be going in for the side execute, but that just did not happen.
Maybe, I mean,
in an attempt to equalize the odds, they just kept on dipping further. That's what happened for True Rippers. On the other end of the spectrum, though, God's Reign would be very happy with that, and their double op were retrieved too.
last round of the first half. Fired up again, pushed up mid. First shot whiffs it. He's going to be forced to back off, and in this particular round. Not a lot of hope for True Rippers. 2 Tech-9s, 1 Mac-10, 1 Galil, a Deagle to work with. Invested a lot in utility, so it will be important to extract as much value as they can. But it's going to be difficult as well.
That'll be an understatement as a drop down from balcony comes in. Oh my god, that flash was brilliant.
Yeah, it was brilliant indeed. Takes off 2 players, blinds them completely on that A side. Now, a lot on Guardian. He finds McKills. Important kill of this round. He's moving from A short. The T's have this setup down, this post plant down. All they need to do is just be patient. They have some utility to distract the players, the CTs as well. Crazy Gamer moving from Library. Guardian on that cart. Needs to be careful. He's going to hop on top of it. But he's being forced into a corner. And yes, the timing is not there. He doesn't even have a kit. And Kenny S and Ghost, they find the cleanup. 7-5 True Rippers going into the second half with the round advantage in their hands.
Another brilliant calling being called in. And every single round we were seeing True Rippers going for a very slow-paced approach.
Yeah.
Yes, they were sometimes taking the fights, but they were not committing to a site early on. This time around, they just changed the pace entirely. But the flash from Defaulter, that was just perfect. And that was an unfortunate position to be in from the side of God's Reign, because they had one of their players who were watching the balcony, but he just ran out of those bullets in the mag.
Slowly scaling towards the apps.
Fired up.
Everyone else from the side of God's Reign just holding back towards T-Ramp and moving Banana. Pistol round is where this game can be decided now. If True Rippers end up walking away with the win, but Fired Up finds the first kill, looking for the second. Knows where the player is inside of apps, but is going to be traded out. Dice Dealer finding the kill. And since he didn't see anyone else, there was a lot of commotion on Banana. So the CTs now realize where the execute is going to be, and they counter push mid. Ghost looking for a kill, goes down to Guardian. Dualies are definitely quite prominent in the meta, especially in the pistol round. After that, Mikhails tries to spam them out, but nice little cross from the T's. They have control of the B side, and C4 is going to be planted.
Guardian has picked up the USP for himself, so would want to try and play for that range on the other side. Clouda and Finn, the Glocks. 2v3 situation. Guardian has already noted down the position of one of those players, but wait a second, the numbers have been equalized. Ice Dealer wins out the first duel against Finn. It's just Clouda and Guardian. CTs need to make a push fast. It's down to 1v2. Just in towards the between the boxes, and that will become his grave.
And this is where God's Reign can switch things around, turn the momentum, turn the tides in their favor. Less True Rippers, yeah, you never expect the CTs to force out a buy like this. So they are going to be a little bit more calm and collect. Wait, no, they are going to force it.
Kenny with the scout in his hand now.
Hey, Guardian was able to at least get the first kill when he had a scout round. Let's see what Kenny S is showcase. I would be too scared to push up T-Ramp against any one of these players.
He thought maybe that Molly might reach there, but no. Fired up this time around, having a little bit of patience. I love this play, because in the previous one, yes, after he got the first one, I really thought he overheated for a moment to try and force that fight. Could have just backed off at that point and made sure that there's no one backstabbing the team down in Banana, because they were pincered at that point. I love the slow approach.
Seems like they have taken too much time, and
maybe
Troopers are going to be prepared for them on the other side as soon as they try to breach that B side. Kenny S will give the early information with the scout peek, the angle he's holding, and it will be down to the players on site who will try to pick off anyone who steps in for that A control. Mikhails goes a little aggressive to find that first kill, stops the initial aggression. Now Defaulter looking for a few more, fails completely, overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of God's Reign player present on that B side. Kenny S to play on the the back foot is going to be forced back into a corner, in fact. Can't really do much from this position. It's a 4v2. And you don't even have proper weapons.
The scout trying to find those shots. There's this one backstab right below who was making a lot of noise, and that's the reason. A good flick coming in, but then a good retaliation. Guardian was able to wrap him up, and at the end of the day, it's going to be God's Reign equalizing the round numbers.
And now is when things get extremely tricky for Two Rippers. Because of the force in the previous round, this round they are going to be lacking a lot of economy. So, not everyone is going to be able to purchase anything. I mean, we did see an upgrade for McHill's. Apart from that, switch up from default, and I think that should be it, yeah. Everyone else is just going to stick to those USPs. I would expect a 5-stack at this point, but it's a 4-1. 4 players on A. And it might just work out. Because A is where God's Reign are heading this time. A nice flash and a double peek from either sides. They find the opening. A brilliant start for True Rippers in what was an eco round. They are just looking to dish out some damage. 1 or 2 more weapons, and I think they should be good for this one.
I was expecting a little more resistance and a few more extra picks from True Rippers, but God's Reign just played it to perfection. Realized as soon as that stack was coming to a close, they backed off a little bit, took a step back. Even though Defaulter's flash was absolutely phenomenal, not losing more members than just one, and fired up also realizing that a player must have pushed up through the apps. Was just ready to take that fight in the window. Crazy gamer though. Be able to find one, the backstab. Yep, and now he also realized the second player coming in, and he will be able to finish all of them off. That's an 8 and 7. God's Reign taking the lead back away from the hands of True Rippers, but we're going to be seeing the investment of the AWP and in the hand of Kenny S, and he's on the CT side too.
Well, let's see though. I mean, so far True Rippers in the second half, they've been struggling, losing 3 rounds back to back. And this is going to be an important one as well, because they lose this and it will become extremely easy for the lads from God's Reign to hit double digits. That might just... I think that I would actually prefer that. That way we get to see Mirage. If God's Reign ends up winning this one.
I've been saying that from the first minute. I want to see Guardian versus Kenny S for as long as possible.
Big play. Big play for Ghost, but does not really succeed. No unchecked him for at least 2 seconds. Finds the first kill. And Kenny S. Now this is the iconic position we have seen him in. Takes the first kill, looking for the second. Is going to be pinned out right on site. He managed to stay alive. Still hoping to see if he can spot out one more. There's one player hiding on the corner. Kenny, he sees him, takes the shot, whips it a little. Still Finn, barely there. Pixel of HP. And finally shut down. McHill chimes in, and 1 round on the board in the second half for True Rippers.
Finally, after that 3 round consecutively going in for God's Reign, this time True Rippers realizing, adjusting to the game style, and also welcoming them with the AWP. Along with a good support being provided by the rest of the teammates, specifically McGill's. Rushing out the remaining 2 players as well, so maybe God's Reign would look to change their approach. Still going in for a broken buy though. Got a Tech 9 in the hand, 3 AKs, AWP for Guardian. Oh, Kenny finds the first opener, and that's 1 AK down on the floor. Should be retrievable, and on the other side, the double it up too. Already a 2-player advantage. True Rippers, they're holding their space at A, not pushing a lot, and also towards Banana. They're ready to give up the control. But also would be keeping a watch. Defaulter, plays ahead of that smoke a little bit, fires a few extra shots, but those nasty connections through the smoke. Letting down the full push. What a brilliant play. Using the frag to dissipate the smoke for Kenny to find that pick.
Yeah, I feel bad for Finn. He thought he was going to cross over, recover it, and just run back, huh? That is what you were thinking. Not at all, with True Rippers guarding that position perfectly. And I think in the second half, maybe they were just waiting for the buy to come online to have that op on towards Kenny. And everything is pretty sorted now for them. That last round looked actually pretty clean. I mean, I don't think, I mean, if you lose your initial entry fraggers through the smoke, there's nothing you can do from there on out. Look at this, double nades lobbed in mid. Will dish out a little bit of damage to the players of God's Reign, who are on pistols, by the way. So, this is going to be just an upgraded pistol round coming from GDR. And they have sort of spread themselves around on the map quite nicely. I think they are looking, or at least hoping, to see if they can get some isolated picks, cause some economy damage onto True Rippers, but Kenny S, positioned in library, shuts down the first player looking to move towards Arches. Now Ghost on the A side, he's not alone, still finds one more. I think it's going to be a quick wrap-up of this round as well now. Kenny S moves towards B, Ghost has swapped positions for him, now Ghost is playing Arches. Still God's Reign, they're looking to move towards Arches. I mean, feels like they want to plant the C4 on A. At least get the plant down so that you have that extra bit of cash for the next round.
Yeah, but again, the rotation is also being called. It's a stacked place. Oh my god, what a nice shot, Guardian. Right in the skull, but Dice Dealer still inside that pit would be able to mow down the remaining players. And it's all down to Guardian. Any pick that he'd be able to find now would be just some eco damage being done on True Rippers, and that's about it. And he'll not be allowed to get even one.
I thought that was just his shoulder that peaked.
Just a shoulder peak is all you need to try and finish all of them off. No armor after
But hey,
all.
double digits for True Rippers now on the board. And from here, I think things should be a little bit easier. They have to win this buy round. If they win this, then God's Reign will be reset in the next one as well. And that will get True Rippers again in a similar position as they were on Overpass. It will be 12-8 though. I think maybe this time they don't really have the luxury of massive round difference, but can still close it out.
Highly possible. That's a good smoke though. Coming out. Stop Finn from burning alive. There's a few shots being fired again. Chip damage being done. But look at McGill. How far he has pushed. Checking that Kavi as well. Go towards the log. Ooh, oh my god. And he gets the first pick.
He's gonna get the second as well. I know McGill. This man is, trust me, he's nasty. And especially when he has someone like Kenny S backing him up, he's gonna be super confident.
And I love that they're not overheating at all.
Yeah.
Look at the amount of space that's been taken. Oh my goodness. We're already seeing a timing from God's Reign. Fired up. Should be able to find one at least. No, maybe not. I might have said it way too early. Dice Dealer was just so ready.
Last two players left from the side of GDR. Clouder and Crazy Gamer. Oh, Crazy Gamer gets spoiled out, but that whiffed shot. And he goes for a brilliant punish, but Clouder pushing Boiler. Needs to be careful. Can be caught off guard with just unfortunate timing though. Pushes up short. Is going to be prepped for a player in pit. Finds the kill as well on Dice Dealer. But he has Crazy Gamer moving towards this A side along with him. They might have control of A short, but it's a 2v3 situation. The C4 has been brought. Smoke lob to cover up library. I think Clouder can find one more kill at least. And Ghost and Default, both of them are low. So a lot of pressure on McKills. He needs to, well, he's made it all the way through mid. Pushing short again.
This retake needs to be methodical. Oh my goodness, what a peak timing. What a phenomenal peak timing.
Yeah.
That was just perfect. And all you need. God's Reign moving up to 9. They're not letting this lead move even further. True Rippers might be able to squeeze in the buy, but I'm not quite sure about the utilities as they're going for the timeout as well. The discussions will be made. Kenny giving out those instructions, and we even saw him in the previous one. He's a very vocal player.
Yeah.
For very specific reasons as well. He's got the experience. He knows how to handle these situations.
I like this back and forth. I like this back and forth between all of these players. Because, I mean, for the new viewers, I mean, Defaulter is the default IGL for the team. But With Kenny S around, I think the reins have been given over. And he's discussing with the players, all right, this is what I'm thinking. Can you do this for me? Can this push happen? And I think Mikhail's, you just tell him to push and he's always like, yeah, sure, why not? I like that.
He's the letter P, and he by default anticipates what the player means is push forward, and he does that. That's his default setting.
I think probably why Kenny and Mikhail's have been put on the same side. Like, you guys want to play aggressive, you two stick together.
Go, go, do your thing.
And they're causing an absolute menace on Banana every single round. God's Reign, they've barely gotten that Banana control with either of these two players still alive. If both of them are out, that's free B-side for you.
True. But here's the thing. Even after not getting a lot of Banana control, Godstrain have been pulling off some amazing rounds.
True, very true. Also, Dice Dealer, props to him. The anchor on that A side has been phenomenal. He played the T side lurker quite nicely as well. Sitting on 21 kills already, but just a few pixels away from the edge. Peek it, man.
Don't peek it. Use
Not without a flash, of course.
Use the utils. Okay, there we go. With the flash coming in, that's a lot of lineups. Kenny not connecting that shot, or maybe he actually did. It was just a ball bang. Guardian keeps his life.
Oh, he's going to be quite lucky. Kenny, as he's still alive and fired up, finds an important kill for his team. Down to McKills, and McKills is also going to be shut down towards Coffin. A free B-side snatched by God's Reign from True Rippers. And True Rippers again, even their economy was in a very horrible situation. So they realized we need to back off, save whatever we have left. Oh, but those two, first of all, props to True Rippers. I mean, they expected, alright, CT smoke. Default, right on Inferno B side, you're going to lob 2 smokes while entering. There's going to be CT, there's going to be a Coffin smoke. You're going to flash this side, Molotov dark, and then move in. Dark or orange, and sometimes you're going to molly both positions just to clear them up, flush out any players. Kenny S and McKills, both in tandem. They positioned McKills towards CT, Kenny on side. And McKills drew the first shot. He drew all the attention towards him and then just completely backed off inside the smoke, went towards Coffin. Kenny S, he... had he connected that first shot, I'm pretty sure Godstrain would have backed off for a second, knowing that the op is on site, and then you have the rifler to worry about, who is now just repositioned towards Coffins. So it was a brilliant setup, but Godstrain were just a little bit more precise with their execution of the play.
True.
And that brings us the equalizer, by the way, of the game.
And also, forces True Rippers to very broken by yet again.
Yeah.
Couple of M4s. Famous pistols to work with, but on the other side, all 4 AKs actually.
Oh no, Ghost. Oh yes, Ghost finds one, looks for the second, and a lot of damage dished out though. This
lot.
Can help True Rippers quite a lot.
It indeed can, but again, God's Reign slowly moving ahead. They've also got to worry about the defaulter on that lurk, and it's a double lurk coming in from True Rippers. Both the players, the last 2 remaining players, should be able to recover one more weaponry if possible. On the other side, they've already sent defaulter to go in for the save. It's just McGills. We're trying to do some economical damage, and he'll be denied that as well. Clouded just too precise with that shot. And that's going to be 11th round for God's Reign. I mean, all our predictions are going to be thrown down in the drain, because they seem to be pulling this map for themselves.
True, and I mean, I expected this. That is what I said when I sat down. I mean, Inferno, Mirage. I'm going to add the Overpass to this list as well. Inferno, Mirage, and Overpass, 3 of these maps, you can't really predict what is going to happen.
That is true.
Overpass, maybe a little bit more. You need to be a little bit more tactically sound to comfortably be consistent on that map. True. Inferno and Mirage, these maps can take a swing when you least expect it. Never trust the scoreline.
Never. Indeed. I'm gonna keep that in mind. But on the other side though, True Rippers pulling off another timeout. This is one of the most important timeouts out that they have pulled up, because if in case they lose this round, it's going to be God's Reign moving on to the map point. and True Rippers would basically be economically broke.
Yeah.
Yes, this round is basically a must-win for True Rippers. On the other side, God's Reign, they've got a little bit of a leeway, but you never want to lose in the leash at all. They'll have to be vigilant. They've pulled a B push through Banana. True Rippers, their B aggression, it was working out. As soon as they took the Banana control, they were also able to somehow put a stack towards the A side, making sure that there's no one pushing, or even if they are pushing, they were going in up to with a punish. And that's exactly what's happening right now.
Early utility exchange. Banana. Why not? Happens every round. This time though, the only switch up is the players from True Rippers. They have 3 stationed on B, 2 on A. They are gonna run out of utility. These exchanges if they keep going on. Mikils needs to be careful. Position still not compromised, by the way. Mikils did not fire a single shot. It was default to his drawn all the attention to himself. So if Mikils stays alive and hidden in that sandbags, God's Reign, they try to move in without clearing that angle. Mikils can go big. Although, God's Reign switching things up, moving and scaling towards A.
But here's the thing. Now, since McGill is posted up in that angle, seeing True Rippers investing a lot of players towards the A side, and that's where the entire aggression is. A 4v4 on site, that's stacked up. It's going to be a very big bloodbath.
It will be a bloodbath indeed, especially with Fired Up and Clouder. Kenny S falls on side as well. Default picked apart.
What?
McKill's now left in a 1v4. No trades, absolutely no trades. Coming for True Rippers on that A side hold. Even though they had players, all the bodies committed. What a blunder.
I'm going to take back what I said previously. God's Reign were having some trouble on their T side. No, they're not. They are not. If anything, their T side just looks even more refined with each passing map. Kill though. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. My man is farming out here. Those heads.
Yeah, but what's the point?
I mean, at least he'll be able to do some eco damage out there. Yeah,
It's 12 to 10. What economical damage is on 12 to 10?
He took quite a few rifles away. That's
That-
one thing I'd say. And he saved one for himself.
Their job is done. I think, yeah, might have just made him feel a little bit more confident in his shooting skills. But at this point, I mean, either the game goes into overtime or... and then True Rippers bring it back, or God's Reign just ends it all in this one. Which actually seems like a very high probability. Considering you have, exactly, 2 SMGs. One on Dice Dealer, one on Ghost. And Dice Dealer, even though he's been quite stint as soon as we came on the CT side, it seems like he's been shut down as well for the last few rounds. Haven't really seen him get a single kill. That count has been stuck on 21 for a while.
Yeah, that is true. And on the back of that broken by no util, this time being used up towards Banana. Brilliant call from God's Reign to end up towards the B side though. The first pick is for True Rippers. They've already found Crazy Gamer. That's some damage being done. Smoke's already used up to make sure that there's no one pushing in from those common angles. A good spray down and a good mow down. True Rippers increasing their advantage.
Have Mikils towards Coffin. Mikils needs to find the opening for his team, but he falls, and that gives away a lot of control of this B retake to True Rippers. But it's going to be Ghost chiming in, and Finn all of a sudden the sole survivor in dark. He's going to be picked off. Nice play, I have to say, from Dice Dealer, Ghost, and Kenny S. 3 men stationed towards CT. Did not expect this retake to work out after Mikils fell, to be honest. I didn't expect the trade to be instantaneous. But still, I think True Rippers, they're going to be happy with this. 12 to 11.
They're going to be very happy indeed, but at the same time, the most crucial round for not just one, both of these teams out there.
Yeah.
Still, they've got enough to pull in a full buy yet again. A full house on not just one, but both the sides. Full set of utilities. And I love the fact how True Rippers anticipated that there would potentially be a banana push coming in. And that was because there were no major utilities used up. So God's Rain could just easily scale up towards the banana. Gap in the smoke is what Fired Up has found. There's no one pushing out there in mid. On the other side, Guardian taking the space. Again, look at that one positioning. Oh my god!
Ooh, we almost found the kill as well. And Mikhail's, I think, from here on out, is going to be extremely scared to even peek or check anyone. But so much map control gained by God's Rain in mid. Still have to move towards Arches. As soon as they breach mid and start taking control of Arches, I think this is going to be their round. It's going to be a fake on B side, sold with just one smoke. And now finally, Arches is theirs. Kenny S moving towards Library, wants to find at least one and will be able to. Finds the second through the smoke. This is going to be important. 3v3 now.
That's C4 down.
But look at the lurk from CT spawn. Guardian needs to go big. Finds Defaulter. And this will cause a little bit of panic. But the trade from Kenny S changes everything. C4 has been dropped as you mentioned. And Kenny S is the man protecting it with his life.
Good frag. Slowing it down entirely. Kenny is playing for his life.
This is brilliant. Switches up. Here's one more player pouring in from mid. So they can just completely distract the T's, force them to go for a short plant or maybe just play awkward position. And look at this. True Rippers overtime is where we are headed. The C4 has been planted, but Clouda needs to clutch out this 1v2 for the win. Will he succeed? The answer is no. He finds one, but Kenny S with an incredible shutdown. And well, here we go for overtime.
And this is the best possible situation for True Rippers to be in. The first overtime of the playoffs. And it's again between God's Rain and True Rippers. And map number 2 of Inferno. Before this series started in the previous series, I mentioned how the games were just getting finished off way too early. Necro mentioned that the games were kind of getting one-sided. Yeah, but the moment I said that, here we are, now in the overtime.
I mean, we had one series that went 2-1 apart from... We only had 2 series so far in the day, but the maps were a little bit more one-sided. But this is what we wanted, right? Nice little back and forth between the teams.
True.
And I think, again, this was the matchup that we expected from as well as far as the teams from the Indian group stages are considered, because even in the Indian circuit, True Rippers and God's Rain are quite evenly matched. But what was that? Kills. The aggression will get punished this time, and Guardian hoping for the second. Falls down, but the trade is good.
Oh!
That is extremely lucky.
Exactly. You want to peek into that area yet again. You know there's Kenny S. The god of AWP. Look at this player that's going to be coming in towards the A side. Nice dealer.
Oh! That is unlucky.
He almost got that pick. And on the other side, just a mow down now coming in from God's Rain. 4v1. Too much to ask for, I guess.
Yeah, too much to ask for sure. He has a lot of pressure, needs to save that op one way or the other. And especially now, I think True Rippers in this particular round are going to be a little bit confused. Like, hey, what is happening? We keep seeing this one player from the T side on A. Don't know what he's doing in apps, and he keeps getting kills. And yet, there's so much pressure on B at the same time. If they shut down Dice Dealer early, Finn early, then maybe they could have brought it back on B, because Kenny S, with how he tried to move, I think he was trying to fall back. But by then, God's Rain had too much control of B side. They were able to push, make sure Crazy Gamer gets pushed in CT, and he sort of got the backstab in, but still, it's still not over. There's still a lot of room to make a comeback. 13-12. Nice start for the overtime for God's Rain on the T side.
We're going to go into the second round of that first overtime. And yes, very well mentioned about the point, how a lot of map space is given to God's Rain, and they're utilizing it to perfection. The way they're just able to take control of the entirety of the banana. Look, yet again, just 2 players out there. They can invest 3. But just as you previously mentioned, we're seeing a push in the apps as well, and they finally found that lurker. A whack-a-mole game, and they won in that one.
This time the True Rippers, they have the man advantage to work with. The player on Banana from the side of God's Reign is going to be forced to fall back, but True Rippers, they can retain a lot of this map control. All they have to do is stop any action on A shot or apps. Oh no, this is going to be perfect. A perfect read from True Rippers. Look at that rotation from A to CT spawn.
Oh my goodness.
Why?
All on the back of that one fake util thrown towards the A. Now we're going to see the execute go in towards B. Yet again, defaulter in the position. Needs to be built out, but what a fiery shot coming in. And it's True Rippers now with the advantage. 4v2. Ratty angle.
Just getting a little too restless. You knew Defaulter was there and Ghost in the crossfire towards Coffin. And yet the push comes from Fired Up and Guardian. Both of them do get picked off. 13 to 13. A few mistakes here, a few mistakes there, but True Rippers definitely making the least of the two teams in the previous round. I think the idea was quite nice. They found and punished the over-aggression from McKills as well. Numbers equalized, and then the dry peak on B, just making things very easy for Defaulter and Dice Dealer. My apologies. Ghost and Defaulter to clean things up. A lot of damage tanked by Finn.
Both the sides. Dishing out a decent amount of damage. And look at Kenny S.
They're trying to sell a fake on A. They smoked off Archers and Cubby from mid. But the problem is that CTs were positioned very aggressively, so they already knew no one was coming mid. So this fake hasn't really been bought by anyone.
Just because one time True Rippers played aggressive in the apps and were able to find a pick, weren't seeing such a proactive look from God's Reign though. This time maybe around Boiler, what a shot!
That was a big kill of that round. Especially, you know, whenever the danger man is out of the picture, things do look a little bit easier. But here's the problem. C4 is still in mid, and they haven't got control of either A, they lost 2 players there, or B. We have Guardian who's leading the charge. Climbs on top of his head with the up and then shoots him in the... Oh my god, what a peek from Defaulter. That was quick. Ouch. That's gotta hurt. And that one too.
Finally the lead being taken by True Rippers after quite a while. Took them long enough though, but yeah, now the pressure is going to be on the members of God's Reign. They're on the CT side and still feel that True Rippers on their T, they were able to finish the half at a 7-5 situation.
Trust me, things can become very easy. True Rippers, they need just one plan. Trust McKills.
True.
Because he's had a phenomenal success rate and the first pick rate out of any of the players on the Indian side of things. I think that is one of the reasons why True Rippers are also deemed as the best team in the Indian CS circuit right now. They have a brilliant IGL with a lot of experience in Defaulter. You have this phenomenal player with a lot of confidence in his skills and a lot of matches where he has performed consistently to back it up. In McKills, you have Ghost, who is a little bit shaky on the op, but if he's having a good day, he's having a phenomenal day. Dice Dealer as well is just a brilliant athlete. And the man that is benched today, Rossi. I mean, I don't think Rossi needs an introduction. Everyone knows who Rossi exactly is. One of the best aimers towards the final few editions of Global Offensive that we have now in CS2 with True Rippers. He's still dominating.
Right now, it's just the AWP that's dominating everyone in this map.
Yeah, 2 of them. Oh! Ghost. Important kills, but they need to shut down Clouda as well before he does anything. And Clouda, hoping to go big, finds an important kill as well.
That was 2, but look at the late lurk. And he's just found so much space. Crazy Gamer just wants to double up with his teammate. Guardian can try and find one. Oh, what a shot from Ghost.
Oh, now falls to Crazy Gamer, 1v1. True Rippers, they need to win this round to bring this game back, and Crazy Gamer gets caught looking in the wrong direction. He was expecting someone to be close left, but there was no one there.
Just one more round away.
Yeah, I think True Rippers, they are getting a little overheated with how it's looking from the conversation that was happening just now. But to be fair, fired up. This was not expected, to be honest. He was the one repeating the same angle again and again. Did it twice, worked out quite nicely. Did it the third time, and the counter push from True Rippers was a little too solid. But it's 15-13 right now. True Rippers, they can close out this match quite easily. And especially considering God's Reign, just medium utility, I would say.
Not a lot of heavy investments indeed. And the space has basically been conceded, but Guardian still wants it. The angle deals a lot of damage, but could not quite get the pick. Walter, he's lucky he's keeping his life. Finn as well being pushed back. Still looking to find a pick of his own, but the call has been made by True Rippers. Converts towards the A side. 3 players will be moving in directly. Oh, mid, and this spray down. The mow down is perfect from Ghost. Catches the player off guard. Uses the util to flush the player. Molly to push him out front, and that's going to be a pick.
Oh, things are getting very interesting. Ghost, brilliant idea, wanted to Molotov pit, but instantly was counter-mollied himself. And look at Clouda from top of corner box, finds an important kill for his team. Guardian all of a sudden the last survivor for the side of God's Reign. And this can be the end, in fact. Guardian, an AWP and a dream, sees the first. The balcony goes for the kill, knows where the second player is going to be as well. A nice little flash pop to expose the player, but Kenny S chiming in. And that's going to be the final nail in the coffin. True Rippers 2-0ing God's Reign. They took the match into overtime, and a brilliant comeback from True Rippers. And I think the team came together in the end.
The instructions being followed to perfection. Finally, True Rippers retaining their spot of being the best. Smiles all across the board. Couple of serious faces as well, but it's absolutely fine. And again, respect being shown now. Guardian out, hugging everyone. Handshakes as well coming in. That's the sportsmanship.
Yeah. I think Kenny, every time we saw his player cam, he was having a very intense conversation back and forth with the players of True Rippers as to how they wanted to play the next few rounds or how they wanted to play a particular round. On the other side, Guardian, along with the lads of God's Reign, I think he mentioned this in the morning as well. He's having a fun time with them. He's enjoying his time with the players. He was having fun playing with the playing matches. And every now and then he's going to step in, guide them a little bit, like, all right, lads, this is what we need to adjust to play a little bit better. And I think the players have been incorporating all of that feedback throughout the day. But again, I mean, learning, it takes a while. It takes a while to have everything down. So I think over the next few days, we have 3 more days remaining. I think there's going to be a lot of experience that's going to be gained by these lads. But overall, I think what an intense series this one was, right?
Absolutely. I mean, I was expecting a 2-0, but not in this fashion. Yes, I mentioned that there would potentially be some close games, but this is an overtime. It just blew my mind because of how good the teams played. And it's not because, it went to overtime. No, the reason why it went to overtime was because of those continuous adjustments, those continuous adaptations, and the changes how teams were playing in each and every round.
Yeah, I think one more challenge that True Rippers might have faced is they expected God's Reign today to play like God's Reign, but with the addition of Guardian fired up, being fired up today. And of course, if you call yourself crazy gamer, you have to be a little crazy, right? Because the man makes the most unorthodox rotations from time to time. He's going to be in very awkward position. You're going to be wondering, why is the CT standing all the way in T-spawn, middle of the round? What does he mean to accomplish? We never know what Crazy Gamer is up to, but he brings in a lot of value for his team. So they were extremely flexible today, playing very reactive, and I think they just made it work quite nicely for them. On the other side, True Rippers, we know they have their set strategies of how they want to play against particular teams, certain paces that they want to take in terms of round execution on the CD side, how quickly they want to counter push from certain positions, how quickly they want to regain map control on opposite sides, all of that stuff. So majority of the game will be about timings, but I think with Kenny S, I think those adaptations, it was taking them a little bit more time to get them down, but they definitely were able to adjust.
I mean, it's understandable. Kenny is a one-time major winner, and he has played in multiple majors as well, and so many of those lands. Yes, the experience is entirely different, and the playstyle, it's also very different. Even we remember still, right?
More than the title itself, I think if you are the reason that the devs are forced to change a weapon,
Speaks for itself.
exactly.
Speaks for itself. And so are the stats that are now in front of us. It's again Dice Dealer being on top with 26 kills and just 16 deaths, followed by Ghost, 21 and 20. I mean, look at Kenny. He wasn't doing a lot of those frags, but the reason why he's there is because he was giving out those calls. And it clearly shows as well that the team was following those calls as well side by side. On the other side, Guardian, yes, top fragging, but the MVP is going to be none other than the man himself, the one that you love truly, McGill.
Yeah, always. I mean, as I said about, I remember in the previous match when I was there doing the not Gods and Marcos gaming matchup, I said, I mean, Ember, I've known him for a long time. McKills, I've also known him for a long time. I've been following him for a long time, more than 5 years in the Indian scene. And he's always been this phenomenal, but now finally has this opportunity. And such a big deal for all of these players. But look at that. Dice Dealer against Guardian. A comparison of the best performers from the previous map. And of course, Dice Dealer was on fire throughout the entire game. But the second half is where everything just came together for him.
That is indeed true. Working out perfectly, the stars aligning. And he also, I mean, the flex that was going in from the side of True Rippers, it's actually pretty solid. And the reason why I love the T side winnings is because it shows how connected the team is. It shows how communicative the team is, because in order to find out where you want to go in for the execute, you need to have that communication and the intel.
But let's find out what the communication was like in True Rippers, ladies and gentlemen, because guess what? We have another legend who's going to be joining us right now for a very special interview. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Kenny S, who's going to be joining us right now. Kenny S, welcome to the draft, welcome to the broadcast. It's such a pleasure to have you. How are you doing?
Likewise, I'm doing great, thank you. What about you guys?
We are doing pretty great as well, and it's such an amazing experience watching you guys. First of all, I mean, it's such a big moment for us, a huge fan of watching you play for a couple of years now.
True.
That's nice of you guys, thank you. Appreciate that.
So one question that I have is, during the game we noticed like a lot of communication from you to the players, so you were helping them out quite a lot during the game.
Well, I try my best. I think that communication is a bit tough because, well, we have a lot of energy, which is great. The guys are played really amazing. I'm really proud of all of them. But in another end, I'm someone that is often really exigent with myself in the game and with the other players. So I have the feeling that communication might be a little bit messy at some point, and that I need to repeat myself a couple of times. Everyone does actually. So if we get a better communication for the next few days, I'm pretty sure that we're gonna win game much more easily. Also for me, it's gonna be much easier to focus on myself, which I'm not doing right now. But it's normal. It's the first game. It's a little bit messy. It was expected, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, it is first day, as you mentioned, first day and the first game that you played in the Super Stick stages. But as you mentioned, I mean, we also expect a lot of improvement in True Rippers. This is the best team from the Indian group stages, by the way. And you, as you mentioned, you're helping them out a little bit more. I wonder what True Rippers is going to look like after you're done with them.
Well, I hope I'm gonna help them improve for the upcoming events. Definitely, I'm trying to prepare games with them. I'm trying to bring to them my tier 1 experience. I know how to prepare a game plan, how to prepare a game. I know to deal with. I'm good at adapting during the game also. So I'm really trying to teach them that. I'm trying to have good reads and help our in-game leader default. That is doing great. But once again, I think the lack of experience. I'm a tier 1 player, so I obviously have much more experience on stage and that kind of things. So I'm just gonna try to let them play the game because it works pretty well. Once again, I'm really proud of them. I think they play really good. Just trying to make them adapt and communicate a little bit better and have better habits for during the game, before the game, and after the game.
That is brilliant. Again, thank you so much for all of the advice. There's just one quick question that I want to ask you. Were you the one giving out the calls during the game, specifically on the map of Inferno?
Well, I don't know. I've tried to at least lead the game towards a certain direction. Right with the pace of the game, especially on T side. On City side, I was trying to cut a lot of defense. I was not really putting myself in front, I would say, which is something maybe I should do more in the next few days because my main quality remains my skill and my ability to get first kills and that kind of things. But yeah, I mean, Default and myself I think are doing a good job in leading the game, but I'm not gonna take the credit out of the in-game leader that is in the team.
Well, one last question. How does that True Rippers jersey feel on you? It looks very good.
Yeah, I like it. I'm really happy to represent the organization. The jersey actually looks really good. That's what I said when I got it. First of all, I want to thank True Rippers and the guys for supporting me so much. But yeah, the jersey is amazing. I'm really happy to be able to represent India in general because well, India is a big part of the world and obviously a big part of the CS industry.
Well, thank you so much for joining us for this lovely interview, Kenny S. And it's a pleasure to have you with us here in the draft.
Likewise. Thank you, guys.
And can't even tell you guys how exciting today has been. Got to speak to Guardian, got to speak to Kenny S, got to speak to Shocks. Oof, what a day.
God, I mean, indeed, this has been a great day. I'm still shaking to my core right now. I'm not really going to shake in front of the camera though, but we're going to have a look at the brackets as well for the evening because of all the matches conclusion now. We'll be having a look as to where the positions are for the teams. But again, there's one thing. True Rippers again moving up forward in the upper bracket finals, and if they win their next game as well, they will be in the grand finals itself.
But there's one team that we have yet to witness, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to kick things off tomorrow with their game. It's going to be Mid and Marcos Gaming who are going to be performing tomorrow. Park Boys and God's Reign, another matchup lined up for you guys for day number 2. And along with that, of course, it's going to be low bracket action commencing tomorrow. So tomorrow we, of course, say bye-bye to a few teams.
It's going to be heartbreaking indeed because again, I am enjoying so much watching these teams play along with the legends that there are, and it's a great learning experience. But that's the hardest part about the tournament, that you will have to bid farewell to a few of them.
Yeah, exactly. The legends have arrived and it's taken the gameplay to a legendary level, ladies and gentlemen. But this is the Super 6. This is where it will be decided who gets to walk away with a lion's share of this $50,000 in prize pool for the LAN finale of the draft, ladies and gentlemen. This was day 1. It has been amazing. We saw some amazing Counter-Strike. We saw the legends in action, but one more team is yet left for us to witness, and what will happen with them, only time will tell tomorrow. For now, today, it is our show coming to an end. We'll be back again tomorrow. This was Super Johnny, joined by CS2, and Necro was one of our co-commentators as well, ladies and gentlemen. But as I mentioned, we'll be back again tomorrow. Until then, take care. Good night.